Salve galera, beleza? Aqui quem fala é o Samu, capitão da equipe brasileira Come to Brasil.
Doppelganger do Global.
Olá, eu sou o Nemesis e jogo no servidor europeu.
Fala galera, beleza? Tudo bem com vocês? Estou aqui hoje para responder algumas perguntas.
Fique feliz porque o Samu me escolheu, a gente tem uma amizade de alguns anos já e com certeza vai ser divertido.
Galera, o líder da minha equipe que me selecionou foi o Samu Gamer. Samu, que é parceiro nosso da comunidade BR aí, a gente se conhece bastante e vai ser bem legal jogar nesse time.
Fiquei bem feliz porque minha equipe é inteira de BR, a gente já se conhece, né? A gente sabe as nossas fraquezas, nossos pontos positivos e a gente pode trabalhar muito bem isso para enfrentar os outros oponentes.
Porque toda vez que eu caio com ela na fila, ela me amassa, é isso. E o time que eu mais gostaria de enfrentar, sem dúvida, é o time do Elvo, que além do Elvo ser meu amigo, eles são, né, como o Elvo é o capitão, o título de campeão, apesar dos membros estarem separados, porque o Jagan está lá, e desde a última edição eu estou entalado. Tô chegando, Jagan.
Eu acho que o primeiro time, o time só de coreanos, é o time mais fraco, porque particularmente eu não conheço bem os integrantes, e eu sei que nos outros, pelo menos, tem jogadores bastante fortes.
Eu gostaria de enfrentar todos os times, né, que tem aí no campeonato, infelizmente não vai dar, pois todos têm um potencial bem forte aí de apresentar boas partidas, e no estágio atual do jogo eu acredito que nenhum deles é tão fraco assim, porque a maioria é late game, tá?
Galera, é o seguinte, aos meus companheiros Samu, Nemesis e Max, que nós possamos fazer umas lutas épicas e consigamos vencer aí todos os nossos oponentes e trazer o caneco Brasil. Vai Brasil, bora!
Sim, avisar pra minha galera, pro meus...
Aos meus companheiros de equipe, não tenham medo de draftar o que vocês quiserem, e aos meus adversários, não me clivem, por favor.
どうも皆さんこんにちは、天狼です。
日本サーバーでプレイしているヌメリキです。
ジャパンサーバーの T タイムラバーズの天馬と申します。
GG。
まさか自分が最初に選ばれるとは思っていませんでした。他のサーバーの選手ともチームを組んでみたかったけど、今回は日本チームとして頑張ります。
もともとチームリーダーの天狼さんとは、エピックセブンをね通じて関わりもありましたので、非常に心強い仲間だなと思いました。
チーム6です。同じ高圧サーバー同士ということですが、プレイ時間が同じなら負けません。
ここはですね、エルブマージ選手のチームを指名したいなと思っております。 RTA の対戦をする機会がよくあるんですが、本当にほとんど負けてしまっているような成績の状態なので、この機会にぜひですね対戦して思いっきり勝ちたいなと思っております。
チーム1かチーム6と当たりたいです。日本人のみのチームに入ったので、せっかくなら全員同じサーバーであるチーム1かチーム6で国対抗のような遊びができれば面白いかなと思いました。天空石は俺らのもんだ。バウ！
またですね、この大会への意気込みとしては、もちろん勝つことはもちろんですけれども、あとはもう見せる楽しい試合をね本当にやっていきたいなと思いますので、ぜひとも皆さん応援よろしくお願いいたします。以上です。
クリエイターバトルに招待していただきありがとうございます。印象に残るようなプレイができるように頑張ります。
今回の大会はお祭りイベントなので、当日は酒と肉の準備を忘れるな。未成年はコーラで我慢しろ。じゃあねー。
記録よりもですね、記憶に残る試合をちょっと目指して、本当にみんなが驚いてもらえるような試合ができたらなと思っております。
Oh my god!
Welcome everyone to the Global Creator Battle Season number 2. It is the second day of the quarterfinals. Hello, it's your homie G Clef, of course, and my left and right, Kenny and Car6. What's up, you guys? Welcome back. We had a long day yesterday, And we're about to have the exactly same, but on the other side of the quarterfinals today. How did you guys enjoy the match yesterday? It was a pretty decent one, right?
Yeah, they were amazing. They went the distance, and I'm ready for today again if we end up going both ace matches.
Yeah, we had some great matches last night. I'm definitely excited. I mean, there's some other sporting events going on right now, but hey, I'm here at the E7 Content Creator Battle instead. So that's what I'm looking forward to the most.
Yeah, of course, no better place to be right now. Of course, if you're watching live, you made it. If you're not, it's fine. It's totally VOD. It's always available. And today we have different teams actually from all over the world in terms of global. I think today catches a lot more different countries, a lot more continents in terms of the global section. So we'll have a lot of different teams. Yesterday we had both 2-3s. We went all the way to distance to ace matches. A lot of different heroes just popped up from nowhere. Even like Summer Charlotte, which we haven't seen for a very long time in competitive. It was actually crazy. So I'm really ready to get surprised again from different part of the region today.
It's Brazil versus Japan, right? And we saw Bad Cat Armins fire a Minta. I'm ready to go.
Oh, yes. Before we get into the teams, though, let's take a look at the overview once again. And that is it. It's GCB Season number 2. 32 participants. It's streamed in 4 different languages. And 8 teams. You know them. You love them so much. This is going to be the first week. And the next week will be the semi and the grand finals. And we're right in the middle. December 11th, the quarterfinals day number 2, best of 3. Until the finals, the last day, all the matches, all the games are going to be best of 3. So it'll be a best of 3 within the best of 5. So if you don't get it, you'll get it very soon. And this is Skystone, so I went back home and sort of counted what I could do with 300,000 Skystones. And that will be a lot of full imprint limited heroes, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, heroes, or, I mean, there is a hunt buff coming up as well. I know everyone here at least is looking forward to some new pieces of gear, especially with that crafting event going on right now. I, for one, would not mind winning 20,000 Skystones, you know, just for the hunt buff myself.
Yeah, I think it's 11.5k Skystones per pity. All right, you get 2 guaranteed, and if you're lucky, way more than that.
So we'll be getting a lot of those Skystones, of course, shared within the teammates, and this is how it's gonna go. Because it's the quarterfinals, and there are 4 members within the team, so even if it's a 3-0, we will still play that set number 4. And if it goes to 2-2, then we go into set number 5. The ace match will be decided at the moment after we take all 4 sets first. And then we had some crazy ace matches yesterday. Yeah, putting Butcho and Friends and also Inquisition up in the semifinals. Now we're about to see who moves up to the semifinals from the other side of the brackets. This is the whole 32 players. And we're about to see a little bit more from RNG Game, Battle Frenzy come to Brazil, and TTMN. Those 4 teams will be playing today. And as I just said, the bottom match number 3 and 4. Get ready. And before we go into the match, can't forget about the events. Event number 4, event number 1. I'm excited already. Gotta go in and get that. It should be in your mailbox already. If it's not, just log off and turn the game back on again. It should be in your mailbox. And event number 2, Twitch drops. I'm sure everyone's familiar with this by now. And it's past the group chat, so you should be getting the equipment charm every single day. So, and then we go to event number 3. There's one more. That's match prediction yesterday. Oh man, a lot of people.
I think a lot of people got it wrong. Yeah.
I got some big upsets.
And I kind of switched my prediction after I went back home. What about you guys? Did you guys change at all?
No, I made my call. I think I was the only one so Kenny got it right on the first one, but on the second round I was correct, at least yesterday's. For today's, I don't know. I think we should do it again, G-Clef, and make our predictions now.
Oh, yeah, I think we should follow up with our little betting from yesterday, at least on the English side of the casting.
Yep.
Oh, sure thing. That's the quarterfinals, but once we get to semifinals, ×2, and finals ×2 on top of that semifinals. So that will be big prediction movement especially next week, there's the hunt. So when you're talking background battling, you need a lot of those energy. And this is the result from last night. Well, yesterday, Spicy Korean did go down against Inquisition after a big fight. And match 2, Black Mamba going down to Bucho and Friends, 2-3, both 2-3, went all the way to distance. And that will be match 5 you see on top, Inquisition versus Bucho and Friends. That's next Saturday. But before that, move your eyes, scroll your eyes down to the bottom. Come to Brazil, all Brazilian team versus TTMN, all Japanese team. That's very exciting. We haven't really had, except for, I guess, Spicy Korean, we didn't really have the region-specific teams yet.
Yeah, they got the nationality pride on the line here, so I'm sure they're going to be playing to the fullest level.
Yeah, I hope, I know both teams kind of fell short in the World Cup, but hey, maybe they can at least bring home the E7 Content Creator Battle Trophy, at least back to their home country. I know Brazil and Japan are very both prideful, so I think we'll see some intense gameplay.
Yeah, we should. And the next match will be Battle Frenzy versus RN Game, or RNG Game, whichever you want to call it. And those will be the two best of 5 match, and there will be each set will be best of 3. So that will be the entire day today. And I'm really excited to see, because Japan seems to be bringing a lot more collaboration units compared to the other sections out the world. So we
saw in the show match, right?
yesterday.
We saw the what is it? Assassin Cartuja in the was that Team Japan, I believe, on that show match. So
Yeah,
hopefully we see a lot of variety.
Mm-hmm. So we should be seeing something like that today coming out from TTMN. And also, can't forget about the Come to Brazil. They got a lot of speed. They got a lot of pretty good gears from what I know from all these rosters. So once we get the team ready, we will get the team introduced. But right before that, I think we actually do see them here. We do have the Samu as the leader, and Maximum TV, Max, Nemesis, Proust, all Brazilian team. Communication, there's no problem. Let's see how far they can get this time, because they're up against all Japanese team on the other side.
Oh yeah, rare sighting of Samu with his shirt on. It looks very good, looking sharp.
Yeah, I think all their pictures look very, very sharp. I mean, that's a team that I'm personally kind of afraid to go against. So see how Japan kind of takes that. Yeah.
And their opponent, TTMN, and leader, Tenro, Momo 7, Tenma, and Numerike. As Bucho mentioned yesterday, this team is a zoo team full of animals. Tenro, wolf, Momo-san is Neko, a cat, Tenma is a horse, of course, and Numerike, as you can see. So, all a full animal team. Let's see if that helps
Yeah.
out.
I just had some dinner and I watched the latest episode of Blue Lock, so I'm ready. I'm hyped, especially for Japan.
Oh, I heard that episode went pretty well, but I like how their team quote is that they want to leave a lasting impression. I know even just yesterday, like both the matches that we kind of watched, both teams brought some very, very interesting mechanics, different techs to kind of keep everyone on their toes. I'm hoping TTMN, at least today, bring some more, especially when that's their team motto, to leave a lasting impression. I definitely want to have something that really, carries my night. It's something that I want to talk about, at least for the next week.
Yeah, of course. And after talking about both teams, we do have to see the numbers, the percentage of the both sides, and it is again. Oh, but on the other side though, for TTMN, a lot of hands raised up for the Japanese team, TTMN, against Come to Brazil. Hey, what's happening here?
If we follow precedent, does that mean Team Brazil is gonna look? They might take it. The underdogs.
Yeah. It definitely looks like a very slight favorite for TTMN's side, but hey, this is Epic 7. We all know what it's like to get 15%ed, and at 19%, that's 4% higher than 15%. I mean, anything can happen. It's anyone's game, so I'm definitely excited.
Of course, sure thing. Maybe because we have Phantom, who just won the World Championships from E7, was from Japan. Maybe that gave a little bit more boost to the Japanese side, a little bit more. Well, who knows? But that's a big gap in there, and gotta say, my prediction might be right, along with many others. Not gonna mention exactly who I voted for. Okay.
That sounds like you voted for Japan.
Yeah, I also feel like in order to at least get our bet through here, we have to all clearly announce who we're kind of picking here.
All right, you want to lead, Ken?
And just for some context on anyone that potentially missed the games from yesterday, here at least on the English speaking stream, we're all picking our favorite side or our favorite team to win, or not favorite team, but most likely to win. And whoever loses has to donate an extra $20 to charity of the other person's choice. So for me personally, I mean, I love all my Brazilian players, but I think I'm on G-Clef's side here. I'm probably going to put my bet on TTMN.
Okay, then I'm voting. I'm going to bet on Team Brazil.
Okay. And we do have the matchup here. Now we know. Okay, of course, I mentioned before I'm TTMN. Let's keep that in track. So
Yes. I don't know, guys. If we follow yesterday, I think Team Brazil, the 19%, they're going to take it.
Really? Yeah, this is the matchup. Set number 1, Nemesis versus Tenma. Set number 2, Maximum versus Momo7. Set number 3, the captain match, Samu Gamer versus Tenro. Set number 4, Kraus versus Numerike. And we do go on to set 4 regardless of the result. But starting with the first, Nemesis on the left and Tenma on the right. Let's see who wins at all. And I have heard the news, especially the Japanese players. They played a lot of games within the last 3-4 days, and their rank is much higher than the numbers that you actually see on the screen.
Oh, okay. We saw that a little bit last night, right, G-Clef, with one of the last matches. I forget the exact one, but they were only ranked master, but they played very well. So yeah, we don't take too much stock. They're probably a lot higher ranked than this shows.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about the ranking thing. I think we all saw from yesterday how that can clearly dissuade, any sort of precedent in terms of who's going to win. I, for one, am also always looking towards what people are most likely to play. And it's always surprising to me, at least in these last few games, a lot of these people do stick to their most played units, but their core units that really carry those drafts are actually, not those core units.
Yeah, the meta is somewhat there, we see it, but at the same time, it's also moving away from us. And because we have different sections out in the globe, it might be totally different today. And we do have Nemesis on the left and Tenma. Both cams up, all good to go. Let's get in.
Loving the cams.
I like how Nemesis goes from the forward cap to the backwards cap. I think Nemesis is ready to go.
Yeah, Ash Ketchum style.
Very lightly, yeah. Tenma's got to be on his feet here.
He's in the command deck, though. What is that behind him, man? It's like the Matrix.
He's got some cool setup there. And we have Esteban, early Esteban, Lua, Aola, and Arwell.
I kind of like the
does have first pick.
I do like that Steny ban. We saw how dominating Steny kind of is as a pick early on in all of these drafts, especially, comboed with units like Destina. So Nemesis opts to not only just get rid of that Steny altogether, but that's the first pick that Destina that we saw, which was so core.
We got a blue Tywin. Wow, already off the bat, Japan going very unorthodox here.
Tenma already setting up that lasting impression. I don't know about you guys, but I'm curious to see how he's going to make this blue Tywin kind of work. I mean, we do see the winter as well, so we do like that winter pick into Destina, but that blue Tywin, man, not only giving an AoE, defense break, but also giving, I believe, attack buff as well. So curious to see how that'll pan out.
Blue Tywin, right, was the OG kind of cleave sort of style. You would do Bazaar plus Tywin and then like Arbiter Villager, something that brought a lot of AoE damage. So we're taking it back, but he hasn't been seen for a very long time.
In PvP, still being used in PvE sometimes, but
sure,
just a blue Tywin from PvP at all. So
yeah, and on the side of Nemesis, we have the Destina, and with the Steny ban, I believe that was from him. Definitely showing he's like a more tanky standard style player, right? Afraid of the Stennies, gonna probably tank down a little bit, but now he's showing the Dilibet here, afraid of the winter possibly, because that was a great pickup. And then we get the shoot.
Pretty standard picks, I think. I think the Dilibet was in response to the Tywin potentially S3ing, but keep in mind here that Tywin can also choose not to S3, and you don't get too much value out of the Dilibet full cleanse, especially if Tywin just goes for the attack buff. So curious to see how that'll pan out if Tenma decides to hold the skills there. I mean, that distance can kind of vary.
I'm curious to see how he's going to capitalize on the Tywin, right? Because we mentioned probably the biggest thing he brings to the table is that defense break. And so far, it doesn't really seem like he's going to make great use of that. Could just be a style sort of thing, his favorite unit. I'm not seeing the
I
synergy
think
yet.
with that kind of well, there you go. I think if
Okay.
you pick more
Got
bruisers
some damage.
here, I don't think you get too much value out of having that very aggressive skill set that that Tywin kind of brings. But I mean, here now we see Strays. I personally seen Strays a lot of the times cut the world in half, so I'm kind of excited to see the Tywin Strays combo.
Definitely one of the coolest looking animations for sure.
You know what actually
Nemesis'
like
last two
this kind of
picks.
reminds me of? Remember during the 4th anniversary stream, we were talking about, one of the questions was about like units that have a sword. And funny enough, Strays was actually not mentioned like at all. Like,
Yeah,
people put, like,
Ken.
Violet,
we
yeah.
were
How
we
is
were a
Strays
little
not
bit.
mentioned?
Planet Breaker.
Must be because we're boomers. We're a little off base. Edward for the 4th pick on Nemesis' side. And let's see what he opts for the last one here.
I'm
Edward
not a
not
huge
bad.
fan of the.
I think
I'm not
it's
a
okay.
huge fan of Edward here, because a lot of these units can just opt to S1, and I mean Edward, especially with that immunity on Nemesis' side, and especially with that Elmo character as the last pick, I mean might not get too much value here.
The Quark I'm not a fan of with the Edward, but I think Edward, a lot of people are using him kind of now, sort of like APOC Ravi, Fire Ravi, just maybe like an anchor, usually on lifesteal, can survive and then kind of close out the match.
And the APOC Ravi coming out as well. I think this is actually a very good match for the APOC Ravi. I actually really like this last pick. There's not too much threat on Nemesis' side to actually punish this A Ravi. I know in the standard RTA ladder, we do see that A Ravi is kind of fallen off in terms of her skill set, but I think here A Ravi was actually a very, very good last pick.
Shu can handle the A Ravi, but maybe it's gonna get banned out here. I imagine the. Oh man, maybe the Quark. Oh yeah, so it is the Shu.
Yeah.
APOC is not banned out, so just like Kenny said, this APOC is gonna be very tough to take down.
Yeah, and I mean, we see the Strays getting banned here, so not a great team to have that, sort of buff synergy on Tywin with, but I think overall it's still a very strong team. I think a lot of strong bruisers on Tenma's side. I'm curious to see how this will go.
Yeah, let's see. Tywin did make it through, did not get banned, to no one's surprise.
Ooh, and it's relatively fast with Rise of Monarch on the Tywin as well. Not an artifact that we've seen
And just for
relatively
you guys,
recently.
yeah, we will just have a pause, just solving technical difficulties before we actually go into the match. We'll take a short pause. It won't be long, I promise. And what do you think is going to actually happen? Because we have the Tywin that went through the post ban. Straz is out there. Though Straz is not out there.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think Nemesis is just gonna have trouble getting rid of that APOC. The anti-synergy with Ed and Quark together, he's not gonna be able to get debuffed by the Winter, but yeah, I don't know how he's gonna kill this APOC Ravi unless he soul burns the Eds constantly. Maybe if the Dilibet's on some mega damage, pen set. We'll have to see.
Yeah, so in a lot of these RTA matches, I think we've really highlighted how important it is to keep your tempo and keep pressure on your opponent, especially when these matches get very, very close. I think on Nemesis' side, yeah, as Carr said earlier, I mean, I think the real only high-paced tempo that he's kind of offering with his team is that soul burn on the Edward S3 to continue, cycling and doing like a lot of damage. But I mean, with, Alencia, Winter, and APOC Ravi all on Tenma's side, I personally am kind of liking Tenma's draft a little bit more.
Okay, it seems like we're all slightly heading leaning towards Tenma a little bit more after the draft. But let's
Yeah,
see what
maybe. The one thing is though, right, Tenma has no sustain, so Nemesis could possibly just sort of outlast and maybe in High Frenzy land those skill 3s to take out that APOC. But definitely the Tywin, guys, I know we like to see it, but I don't imagine this Tywin's going to do anything. He can't D-break. I don't think he's on mitigation, right, Kenny? We saw, what was it, Rise of the Monarch?
The Rise of the Monarch,
You know, a little bit, but not like an Aureus and Adamant, something of that regard.
Yeah, but again, just on Nemesis' draft here, the only real threats that he has is the Edward and Dilibet. I think that, even, lacking some mitigation here, I, for one, am not too afraid of the, Edward and Dilibet damage output.
Right. I definitely side. I think Tenma looks a little better here, which is kind of crazy to say with that first pick Tywin. But yeah, this could honestly still go anyway, as we saw yesterday.
Yeah, and also just one more thing. We almost completely forgot about this unit. Winter altogether is still on this draft. I mean, there's only the Dilibet AoE S3 to kind of break her out of stealth for that one turn, but again, it just depends on the tuning here, and we'll see what happens.
And we're back
This
in
Winter
game.
looks very scary. We saw Genazad really make, mileage out of this unit from last night. So
Oh yeah, I think
I'm
she was
excited
just
to see
picked by a
what-
lot of players.
Yeah.
Yeah, Winter just had a pretty good showcase. Now there's the crit.
And it is a 2-turn stun.
Stun, yeah, so
That does counter to
Choleric
it.
I'll take your
Oh wow,
life.
and this attack buck A Ravi, 22k HP, not the standard A Ravi that we typically see with higher HP here. I want to see how much damage this APOC is about to put out here. And keep in mind, every time A Ravi uses her S1, injury starts stacking on these units. We see 4.2k with injury stacking on this Dilibet. Very, very scary stuff.
Yeah, not bad at all. Valencia now up to bat. Does she rip the S3? Maybe start stacking some injury on someone? Let's see. Yeah, does it go for the S3 here? Little
High
dragon
tempo.
shout.
Yeah, get that defense buff on your team as well. A lot of damage coming out on Tenma's side. I mean, his team looks like it's almost lost more than half its HP already.
I do think, though, Tenma might have wanted to save that strip just so, you know, you get the hand guy immunity off and then potentially start getting some extra winter stuff. But he is pushing the, he's pushing the damage here for sure.
Yeah, it looks like if Nemesis here decides to use the S3, might have a chance to kill this Winter, but with defense buff as well, not looking very likely here. Opts to save the S3 on the Dilibet. I mean, Edward here as well. Again, we mentioned how important it is to have souls on Edward. I think Nemesis has to save this S3 here.
I think so too. It's very important here. He wants to start soul burning those skill 3s. Ramp. Oh, he's gonna rip it. Okay.
Let's for it.
Let's see if it works out for him. Mid-sentence. There we go. I mean, yeah, see, the damage isn't too much, and now it's going to be on a longer cooldown here.
Yeah, we have another, I believe, 3 turns on the S3. And, as Nemesis waits for that skill to come back up, I mean, his team is taking a lot of damage.
Stop bugging me.
Wow, so funny enough, I actually had to just read Blue Taiwan's skill here. So Blue Taiwan's S1 actually has a 75% chance to dispel 1 buff and deals damage proportional to the caster's max health. Wow, this Blue Taiwan actually being a pretty interesting tech here. And look at that Dilibet already almost dying instantly.
Yeah. We do have the Destina, though, coming up, but it's after the APOC and the Winter.
Yeah, but if the Destina decides to heal the Dilibet here, that Winter S3 is coming right back up, and that's more damage coming from Tenma's side.
Most definitely, Tenma in a strong position here. They're both whittling down. The Alencia also on her last legs. S3 being ripped here from the Dilibet. And that was a 1-turn increase, I think, for... Did it hit the APOC Ravi? No, it did not. She resisted. So she does have access to that skill 3 still.
And man, this APOC is just slowly chipping away at Nemesis' team every single turn, stacking that injury as well.
And he's going to have access to that revive, right? So yeah, Tenma looking very strong right now. Gets a stun too as well.
RNL on the Winter. Wow, a new artifact that we haven't seen so far.
Which will be really strong, right, Ken? Because if Nemesis holds his skills, he gets to cycle through that skill 3 faster. Let's see if Nemesis opts to use it here, though.
Tenma's side. And keep in mind that Nemesis just used his only way to kind of knock that Winter out of stealth.
Okay, here we go. Level up.
But it is a Sigurd Scythe Dilibet as well, so if she gets relatively low, I mean, she does have the opportunity to self-heal as well, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. I think as Destina, I think you do, because Destina already used her S2 there, so the Winter already has her S3. There's no reason not to use your S3
Yeah,
here,
I'm just
right?
saying the negative synergy with Ed, but let's be real. Ed's not getting debuffed by anyone on this squad, bar a Taiwan S3, right?
Yeah, I think Ed, yeah. And I mean, even if Winter and Alencia both hit here, I mean, it's not going to do too much here. And that APOC Ravi, again, just being so scary. Keep in mind, after all this has gone on, I believe Edward still has, let's see, I believe Edward still has 2 turns left on his S3, so quite a bit of ways to go before he starts using his S3 again.
It's like we mentioned, guys, you want to hold that Ed S3 because the Alencia is still not dead, although it is close now. He's going to land the kill, so maybe it will work out on the side of Nemesis, but if he had that soul burning, he probably could have had 2 S3s by now, ramping it up. Let's see now if the APOC Ravi revive is going to come into play.
Alencia dead.
And that Winter S3 coming out as well. Very scary stuff. Coming out on the Dilibet. I believe Dilibet should fall here. And that APOC passive is
10K?
slowly stacking.
Second blackout.
Yes, that 10K. Next one, 15.
So even if the Destina revives here, I mean, the
Winter
tuning is
trapping
just
him.
so off. Yeah. With the APOC just being able to knock him out instantly. Wow,
Your
and look
life
at that. The Taiwan
ends
S1.
here.
I mean, Taiwan still has not S3'd yet, but
Now.
still a lot of that dispel
dual
value on the
attack.
S1 is huge. And look at that barrier proccing on the Winter as well.
How's that Rise of Monarch coming in play?
Let me guide you on to the right
Skill 2
path.
flying out here. Resists on the attack break. Not too big of a deal.
Let's get started.
Got
We're just going to start whittling down the Quarteric.
Yeah,
Well,
and there's just no reach here for the Winter as well.
Do I need my sword?
Oh, the Tywin.
Again, this Winter tuning, look at that. I mean, she's going to take like a turn instantly if that Dilibet decides to get revived here from Destina. Man,
Is this
the
Taiwan
tuning
going
here
to
on
just
Timeless
continue?
Team.
Oh, there we go. We get a skill coming
I
back out the
better
attack
end
up like you
this.
mentioned at the start. That's going to be very nice for that APOC Ravi in the back.
In the light's name.
Destina has a turn, but that APOC 94% CR. I don't think Nemesis can rip the S3 here to revive. Man, this Winter just providing so much pressure just from existing on the board.
Would you, on this APOC turn, would you rip it into the Quarteric here, just get the kill, bring back your Lencia right now?
I don't think Alencia reviving here would actually add that much to Tenma's team. I think you just continue to save and then, you know, slowly
I
chip
100%
down
agree.
against Nemesis' team.
And
I
Tenma
don't
made
think
the
there's
same
any-
choice there.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to kind of, you know, rush through right now. I think you're in a very dominating spot. And wow, look at that. That Quarteric almost just fell to a Winter S1.
Yeah, 122 health in a dream. Not much he can really do here, though. I guess skill 3 if he wanted it, but then you get that level up from the Winter side. She is one turn away, though, just from cycling. He does opt to rip it. That's going to be another level up here.
Oh, and the immunity coming on the Edward as well. Winter, I mean, very, very threatening here. I don't believe the Soulburn S3 would ever kill the APOC Robbie here. So
It was lower health, though, right? So maybe in 45? Let's see the damage.
Oh,
Not even
opts to go
50%.
for, yeah, opts to go for the
The next one, though, will hit harder, so I think he can
APOC
kill, especially
there.
because the Taiwan doesn't have mitigation.
Foolish.
Or doesn't supply mitigation to his squad, I should say.
I'll do anything for
Some
her.
heal coming from Destina.
So
a lot more
here, I mean, with the attack buff on the APOC Ravi as well, I think you can actually just Soulburn the S1 here on the Edward and also just rip the S3 on the Edward as well. I think that's a lot of damage coming out. Or, you know, you can opt to S3 the Quarteric, but I think for me personally, I would probably just try to
Enjoy the
all in
pain.
that Edward here.
It'll be the
He
last.
does opt for the
go.
skill
Good
3 into the
job.
Quarteric.
Ooh,
Brings back the
Alencia coming
Alencia.
back. That's a
Probably
great
better than
unit.
the Taiwan.
More damage, yeah.
Start getting those mind's eye tramples. A little bit of injury to boot. And that was Full Metal Alchemist artifact on the Alencia. I think he will be able to get this kill, though, Ken. Like, this APOC's getting low. He has the S3 primed and ready, and it's the third iteration of the skill 3, so it's going to hit like a truck.
If you're gonna come at me,
Will it crit though? Let's
do it.
see.
but I don't think you stand a chance.
This is a 15k from Winter. It does kill!
Tim
Let's
is
get
gone.
started.
And here we go. Equivalent
Oh,
exchange
yes,
coming out. I could
equivalent
see a
exchange.
1v3 from Ed.
I'll
Oh,
deal with
resistance
this.
on the APOC Ravi here.
He has Soul Burn. He needs to get the kill right now.
Myself.
At least doing a lot of damage.
So here's a soul,
So-
9k damage.
So does
It
does
is
this
Sigurd's
Alencia
side.
hit?
Push over to you.
Oh, very scary stuff. Does this
Thing is, if he
Alencia
lands the
actually
D-break,
land?
though, Ed will get the
Fire.
counter and get a big lifesteal. No D-break!
Annoying fervent.
And he does crit twice!
I don't think Edward can counter there because the Winter procced it already, right?
You might be correct. I'm not sure if he took a turn. But we get the last skill 3 here. This is going to do some big damage in the APOC and a ton of lifesteal as well. Actually, not that much.
Oh, but look at that healing on the Edward. It was not that much HP. I think
So-
if Tenma high rolls here, oh, and the defense
Yeah.
going up and critting here on the Ed.
Another crit.
Oh no,
That Alencia hit crit 3 times.
so
Going
close.
with 800.
Hold on, though. He kills the Alencia.
Oh man! Just up to Edward.
Oh, and last
He'll get some
back
lifesteal
the
here.
S3 on the Edward. Wow.
Is this it? Oh man!
That is it. Edward solo. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people treat the Ed now as like a Fire Ravi or APOC kind of anchor, right? It was a little close there. I was actually expecting way more lifesteal, especially on that third, boosted skill 3. But yeah, you can use him in that role. It was kind of dicey.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the healing there from the Edward S3. I think it was Intenma's best option there to kind of try to burst that Edward there. I mean, once that Soulburn cycling does come through, I mean, you do lose a lot of tempo there. But I think even in the beginning of the matches, Tenma was, in a very dominating position.
Yeah, I wonder if a better now that he knew that, right, in hindsight, of course, but maybe if he saved both the Soulburn and the S3 just to make sure you knock out that Ed, because he was in a dominating position the entire match, as we were saying, right?
Yeah, I mean, we do have to keep in mind Edward is the main character. He does have that protagonist plot armor energy, so...
Not in this game, sir. He is a side character here.
There are a lot of protagonists in Epic 7 now, so we'll see about Nemesis getting that first one for the team. That's huge. Tenma almost had it. He was very close.
Yeah, I hate to say this, G-Clef, but I think if it was any other night besides Tywin, Tenma would have just swept that round. I think he had the better draft, but Tywin just really didn't do anything besides providing some occasional attack ups.
Yeah, I think it's also difficult because, most of these bruisers that we see, traditionally don't have that much attack. As good as attack buff does seem on paper, I mean, when your units have less than 2,000, attack in total, just as, because of stat distribution, you're not getting too much value out of that buff.
Okay, well, let's see the adaptations that are being made.
A little different.
Yeah, the Destina and the Winter getting banned. I do like that. I do like both of those follow-up bans as well. Destina providing so much stability to a lot of teams. And that Winter, man, just so much utility.
She's the real deal, guys. I hope y'all pulled for her. As you can see, she's picked so often in this tournament.
Now we see the ML Carrera coming up from Nemesis' side. It is a very high-picked unit on Nemesis' side, so we know he's very comfortable with that ML Carrera as well.
Yep.
And Tenma actually opting for the A-Ross instead. I'm curious to see how he's going to follow up with this.
Yeah, new best friend Roz, move aside. Tywin, you didn't do enough, man.
Leave it to me.
Wow,
Right,
a very
that's an
early
early
Landy.
Landy. Ballsy. I'm not sure. Like, there's so many ways for Nemesis now to punish. Will we see a Millum, Fire Charlotte, Bellion, anything really that has some reach here?
Yeah, but what we did see yesterday, when people tried to kind of, especially when Pantry tried to counter that Landy, Summer Break Charlotte did come out, so I'm hoping maybe Tenma can bring that out as well.
You're right. If you over what do you call it? You overcompensate, and then your opponent gets to punish your picks, your counter picks.
Yeah, I think we've definitely seen throughout this tournament, how reactionary a lot of these drafts have been. I think definitely overcommitting towards a specific counter to a unit could definitely cost you a lot more than in previous RTA seasons.
And that's exactly what you do. And how do you
Mercedes,
respond? Ooh, Fireman.
Okay. Yeah, we are getting some answers here to the Landy and an Ilanov.
What in the world, Nemesis?
I think that means, guys, we need to see Ilanov in the buff patches soon.
I don't even know what she does.
She does some injuries. She does some crit damage up for the squad. She has like skill 1 into skill 2s, but she's still not that amazing. Needs to get buffed.
We'll see an instant response from Tenma. Shu and ADX.
Shu and the AD Meru, very threatening picks. I mean, very cool.
AD Meru very strong with the Raws, but into hand guy, into the Quirk with that immunity can get mitigated big time here. Not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, a lot of DPS picked on Tenma's side. I hope he doesn't, tunnel too hard here on counters and still picks utility for the rest of his team. I mean, right now, we just see the A-Ross on Tenma's team. Hopefully, another tank or Soul Weaver will come out to kind of, mitigate some of this damage coming out from Nemesis' side.
Yeah, he does need some support, a little bit extra, probably mitigation. Whoa, hovering a Ning Ning, though.
Hovering the Ning Ning. If he picks this many fire units, I hope Nemesis just locks in the Hazel as well. Get that greater attack buff going.
Just a mono fire team with a little sprinkling of hand guy. Oh, opted for the Solitary. We saw how strong she was in yesterday's format.
Oh, the first Solitaria comes out for the day. Bedge.
Last
pick, Alencia. Little answer there to the Shu. Let's see what Tenma opts here.
Picks, that Solitaria just being so threatening. I mean, we saw in the last few games from last set how much damage he does in terms of her utility with all those stuns and debuffs.
Yeah, so he has the Ed there to try to combat the Solitaire. The problem is though the rest of his squad is so susceptible, right, to getting controlled by the Soli. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's risky to leave it up, even with the Ed. Especially
I
if he
think
gets
you have
banned.
to go for the. I think Tenma here just has to opt for the trade ban here. Hopefully, Solitary or Edward gets banned on Nemesis' side. I think Tenma has to let go of that Solitaria. I said earlier as well, you can't tunnel too hard, especially on the 1-unit counter. I think Tenma here decided to go for that 1-unit counter to counter the Solitaria, but really having another...
Luckily,
yeah, having
luckily he got that Ed ban out. But if
utility.
Ed stayed in, Kenny, right? He still has to ban the Solitaire because he has things like 80 Marrow and he has no other cleanse. The Ed is kind of just not the best pick. It's okay there, but luckily for him, it worked out. Nemesis did ban it, so it was a trade like you mentioned.
Man, these Banshee gamers coming out with their counter sets. I mean, 80 Marrow.
Oh yeah,
the
proud of
Shrew
it.
as well.
I'm
Oh,
going Tenma, baby.
man.
That's my draft. Although Ilinov on the left side, I'm torn. She looks so good.
Yeah, once Astromancer or Elena gets buffed though, not too much Banshee game you can do, and then
Yo, don't remind me, man. Here we go, S2. D-Break does activate here with the strip.
yeah, opting
Landy
not to
turn.
give that Landy full buff stacking here.
Should we get started?
Now, does he want to save the souls to start cycling that S2?
Yeah, I think you
Lower the
just
cooldown?
ripped the S3 here, and you just want to save that. Oh, goes for the
Okay,
S2
going
as
for it.
well. Oh, resistance on the defense break. You don't want to see that, and the counter coming out. Magic with Friends on the AD Meru.
One other thing, though, we don't know which attack is technically higher because the 80 Marrow is D-broken or attack broken, and you know getting that extra hits with the rods is usually really powerful with Meru. Finally lands the seal though.
And no
This is
mind's eye
maybe
for
a
the
non-crit
Alencia.
build.
But keep in mind, I mean, Tenma ripped all his buffs before the Alencia got to use her S3, so...
Here you go, Kenny. You may not know what she does, but she looks gorgeous. Here's the crit damage up for the team. AoE damage. Shoe
Oh,
counters
first
though.
counter coming up with Shu, no 40% proc here, but this Alencia S3 looking very, very scary on Nemesis' side. And that
Yeah, strong
Landy
S3.
taking so much damage here.
Landy goes down.
Wow. Landy kind of sucks.
I wouldn't. She's okay. She's OP.
Tenma picked
These
Landy.
anti-crits just not working though. Counterattack coming out from Meru does seal, but that's not really too big of a deal on Fire Meru. And this 80 Meru is very low damage. I know there's an attack break on there, but that's kind of why I like the crit damage build.
Yeah, I think here you have to opt to kind of, knock out
He's
this
sending the
Fire
Shu.
Mercedes, but
He's very far behind.
very tanky, especially with her own artifact giving her extra mitigation as well.
He does get the proc though.
Yeah, that decreased attack, man. Just adding so much mitigation to Nemesis' side.
Yeah, the damage is so negligible. Tenma's gonna have to try to get this big Meru skill 3 because he is he's losing this match for sure.
Carrick, full cleanse.
Show your elders
Oh,
some respect.
a lot of damage, and now the 80 mirror or the Fire Mirror can revive as well.
So he's going. Does it proc the barrier? I think she's just dead. The first hit did not proc the barrier unless it was already. I don't believe it was already procced.
Wait, and ADS. Down to the
It's
ground.
Shu versus the
About to
world.
second round.
Shu can. I don't know.
Into
Can Shu
Alencia,
do
though.
this? Not against Valencia, probably without. But if she starts getting those S1, S2s every single counter, you never know. We need it right now, though, Shu.
And I want to see this Ilinov damage with attack buff
She does.
and the crit
wow.
damage buff.
I will release
She crit the
my
Shu through
power.
anti-crit. There's the injury stacking up a little bit.
Obey me.
Counterattack finally. It might be too late, though.
In?
No procs on the exclusive equipment. Into the fush. Has to spend 2 fushes to get that Meru down.
Wow, Merciless Glutton on the Shu as well.
Yeah,
Got
Roz
that
no
extra
skill
CR
2.
boost.
Ready yet. Strips the immunity.
Do I look like a pushover to you?
Oh, the
Shu with the D-break
decrease.
does go down.
Yeah.
That should be
And-
GG's.
Yeah, without the Shu, there is not enough damage for Tenma.
Wow, Ilinov is broken. Oh man, 100% win rate. Hey,
Kenny, no, she's not. She needs buffs.
All right, Nemesis showing the muscles. 2-0 victory for set number 1 for Team Come to Brazil. What a match.
What a match.
wow, and yeah, I mean, we mentioned this earlier where you kind of focus on the counters here. I mean, it really hurting Tenma's draft at the very end, just picking that Ed to swap bans against that Solitaria. Definitely fell a little bit short there, so have to not tunnel too hard on specific unit counters. It definitely costs you, especially in these tournament games.
Yeah, exactly. It is 1-1 though, I believe. 1-1. Oh no, was that a 2?
Oh, it's 2-0, yeah.
It was
actually-
2-0, excuse
it was
me.
November.
Okay.
It went to
Unlike
37,
yesterday.
but Nemesis just got a 2-0. Already
That's right, the
come to Brazil.
Yeah. The first match was close, but the second one was 2-0.
Yeah, the first match was actually really, really close. But yeah, the second one, I think Tenma kind of tunneled a little bit too hard and then, bit the bullet on that draft.
Yeah, good insight, guys. As we're gonna move into set number 2 with Maximum versus Momo7, and hopefully Team PTMN can actually turn it around and make it a 1v1 before we get into the captain match. We see them on the left, Maximum, and Momo7 on the right. Slightly higher in number for Momo7, but let's take a look. Ooh, some different heroes that we don't really see on for Max.
Yeah, I like that Melissa, very threatening. I don't know about you guys, but I played a lot with Melissa as a cleave unit, and man, her skill set is just so much fun to abuse as an aggro
Very
player.
strong in that single target cleave style, right, Ken?
Yep. And then we do see the Flan and the Green Sid as well. I mean, 2 units again that are just so strong in that single target cleave. But Momo7, I do believe has some very, very premium speed gear, so we'll see how Maximum kind of, goes up against that.
And both these players are ranked legend right now in this current season. This is gonna be a high-ranking match.
We might see some speed contests, some speed imprints might be happening. We don't see as much. We only have a couple of games in.
So G-Clef, these current rankings are from the previous season. Is that correct? The ending, they're ending on the previous season.
Yeah, that's previous season.
Got it. Okay.
And even the current Maximum is Emperor, and these are the data from a couple of days ago, actually 3 days ago.
No,
Maximum,
I think Emperor right now is in. Maximum is in Legend right now, unless I'm.
Yeah, they're both
my
Legend
eyes are
right
going
now.
bad. Yeah.
Almost also Legend, so they're pretty high up there. So
Oh yeah, they've been playing this season for sure.
Yeah, Car, are you Legend?
I was Emperor. I actually got kicked out of Emperor right now, so it feels bad. Ken,
yeah,
you and me are the
here.
same rank. I would have been higher.
Okay,
You haven't been playing,
hey,
man.
I'm like ranked. I have 2,000 points in RT. That's pretty good.
That's
we'll
pretty
slowly
good for
make
you,
our
yeah.
way up to Legend. Yeah.
I'm surprised you're even ranked.
Yeah, if I do like the okay, that's disrespectful. But we'll see. I mean, hey, maybe we're the same rank right now, but I mean, maybe at the end of this week.
The end of the season, you got a lot of time. You just have to push towards the end of the season to.
I know that last week though, you have to play so many games.
I'm waiting for the balance patch before I start playing. I don't know about you guys. So, hey.
Oh God,
that's
gonna be even worse for me, man.
End of December, but let's get ready to go into the game. I think we have the track. And here's set number 2, first round. Maximum on the left, Momo7 on the right. Let's see what kind of prevents we have.
Yeah, 2 Legend players rocking the exact same frame. Not only are they the same rank, but they also have the same frame, the little angel wings.
Yeah, I believe that was from the charity event. Looking
Wow,
good.
and Momo7 opting for that Stenny first pick. I think in a lot of these matches, again, we just see how strong that Stenny first pick is. And Maximum going for full cleave here. Locks in the Zeo, locks in the speed imprint. Very, very strong openers for an aggressive playstyle. But I think Momo has, actually some really, really good anti-cleave strats built up. I'm curious to see how he's going to react to this.
Is Momo7 ready for what's about to come from Max?
That's then gonna be excellent against this maybe single target cleave style like we saw on his favorite units.
Yeah, we do see the ball getting banned as well, so Maximum Zeo first pick I think is relatively telegraphed here. But I have personally, like as a cleave player myself, I actually have some very interesting picks that I can still draft into Zeo. One of them being like the Eternus DJB, where it kind of punishes that Zeo for estering the first turn and just boosting up that DJB to instantly cleanse. Ooh, the Yolha Destina coming out from Momo7's side. We saw how strong this dynamic duo of Stenny Destina is.
Oh, Melissa picked. What?
Just like we saw in his units, right? That's the single target cleave style. There you go, Ken. We got the TML top model Lulika coming out.
The top model Lulika coming out. Maximum. Props to you. I love that top model Lulika unit. She is so fun to use. And with this very aggressive, single target cleave style, very, very threatening.
Oh man, now how do you react to it from Momo's side?
Yeah, especially with that Sage Ball being banned. I mean, when you're giving up this much contest here, I think you have to opt for the full anti-cleave with the Kairon BBK, but that Melissa, very, very scary. And I'm wondering what artifact this top model is running.
We'll keep an eye out when we get into the match. Kron from Momo 7. Last pick will be.
Yeah, as an aggro
10 seconds
player
on the
though,
clock.
I think we've seen so many diverse builds with that Zeo. I'm wondering if this is going to be a high damage Zeo to kind of cleave through these units, or one of those high effectiveness Zeos that we also see as well.
Got a lot of mages on the left side. Thinking about
Oh, and the Aiden coming out as well. Very, very scary draft coming from Momo 7's side. There's a lot of things and tools to kind of kill off, you know, Maximum's draft. We'll see how he reacts. Oh, hovering the Flan as well.
Oh, he even locked.
There
So,
he is.
This is going
Flan,
all
I
out.
think, is a very strong unit to kind of take into that Kron as well. Flan being not only a blue unit, but, you know, very high effectiveness and potentially can strip off one of Kron's buffs. How do you like this draft so far, Car, as a standard player?
Dude, the single target cleave is so hard to fight, right? Because it stops all the things you want to do. I think the Kron could be a nice pick. Auden always has potential, but actually the Stenny too. People were surprised a little bit on the Stenny, but with mostly the single target, right? She could be strong here.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of things to kind of, you know, stop the Steady from getting hit here. So if Maximum can actually burst through the Sestina and the Yolha, I mean, this Steady is just going to be untouched.
Yep.
Yeah, we see the Kron getting banned as well as the Melissa. I'm curious to see whether or not this top model Luluka is on a book. I do think book is a huge artifact to have, especially when you're, you know, running a Green Sid, Melissa, and, you know, other units that can potentially pivot into that as well.
Yeah, always safe, always solid. Maybe has 2 books here alongside the Zeo.
Souls. Max will get at the.
It is double Togga Hells.
Power of the
Ooh, and let's see. I'm curious to see what kind of Zeo this is built.
Of course, you going first.
Sinner.
Man, that S3 animation looking so clean. Look at that. Oh, full resistance here on the Yolha, but that's a lot of damage coming out as well.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no immunity set here on Momo 7's side, so, you know, some of these debuffs that are coming out from Flan looking very, very scary.
Who's gonna be all-inning on this Yulha first? Oh no, sorry, this Esser's going into the Destina.
Oh, but only 6k damage coming out, but this Flan coming up as well. Oh, with the Soulburn S3. Let's see how many debuffs stick here. Oh, and
The
Lynn,
entire
that's great.
squad, that's a
Debuff,
full
Tina.
house.
That's huge.
So this Sid's gonna have his pickings of probably 2 kills.
So here, would you actually boost up the Zeo here?
I think he will, yeah.
Yeah,
He doesn't
yeah,
need
I
it on the
think you
Sid.
do. Yeah, because this Soulburn S3 on this Green Sid is going to be huge.
Uh-oh.
Nope.
Maybe some technical difficulties.
Oh, Flan hacked into the game, so guys, we need to break a little bit. So we need to pause it. So I think that's the reason why. Well, I'll check on the production, what's going on right now, but I think all the connection is actually fine for both players.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that this Destina got debuffed by the Flan. I think, you know, Destina is one of those weird units where I think you either want her to have very high F-res to kind of dodge things, or have a lot of bulk to kind of, you know, survive like these strong single target damage. So, I mean, we'll see how this plans out here. I mean, this Soulburn S3 coming out from the Green Sid here. Oh, look at that damage.
Insane
39k damage coming out.
Didn't even need
Wow.
the Soulburn.
Not all.
Yep, here we go with the follow-up. Goes for the Auden, gets the kill through the
Blue
miss.
Rider comes out and
this is
absolutely
all but
knocks out
over.
that Aiden through the miss. Wow.
You're gonna clean up here. Double hit too. Finishes with that animation.
And that's
18k to the dome.
For you, Max.
Level
17.
17.
That's a quick game.
Target cleave. Momo now has to get some of these pre-bans to stop that cleave style that Maximum's so comfortable with.
Wow, very strong showing from a very aggressive. I think one of the first aggressive, purely aggressive drafts that we saw from in this content creator battle. But I mean, we did see. I mean, hey, not too many players are playing that aggressive play style. So please buff cleave, thank you.
Okay, sure thing. MVP is Zeo, but I think the real MVP is actually Flan, who did 0% contribution.
Yeah, but those defense breaks landing through. I mean, that was
Yeah, that
huge
was
coming
deceptive.
from the Flan.
She was the most contributing.
actually crazy. Okay, we go straight into draft number 2. Let's see. If
Yeah, so I think with that single target cleave style, like it's hard not, there's so much mitigation that you can provide, but I think to really kind of punish that single target cleave style, you have to have a fast contest unit. And we saw the Rand getting banned, like pre-banned here from Maximum side, so I'm wondering how Momo7's going to adapt.
I think you just ban out like maybe the Sid, potentially even the Melissa, just stop him from getting his his entire lineup that he really likes there.
I think the Flan did a lot of work there in terms of providing utility, but that green Sid, we saw the 40k on the Soulburn S3, and then true miss knocking out that Aiden as well.
Did Momo7 just ban the Zeo? I guess. Oh no, was that from Maximum side?
You want to
I don't
try?
know.
Still going for that first pick, Stenny.
Is it my turn?
Oh, the green Sid coming out again.
So he didn't pre-ban the green Sid. I think that would have been an excellent ban there.
Okay, thinking about even a faster unit, Kayron.
We did see a speedy Charon from last time. That was a pretty cheeky tech from Gumyami.
Yeah, that I think we were saying maybe like 320 plus. That Charon was insane.
But this early on, we see the double imprint coming out from Maximum side. I think Momo7 has no other option here but to kind of back out from that speed battle. Not only is Zeo banned, but the Sage Ball as well, and Sage Ball being a really huge hindrance to a lot of these very aggressive playstyles.
It's like the best tools you have as a slower player, right? To try and contest, and those are off the table.
Yeah, and I think what's really interesting with these styles of like best of 3 kind of games is that Maximum has really good insight here on how a lot of these units are built. I think with Maximum knowing that he can potentially debuff that Destina provides so much confidence, I think, to the rest of his draft. That Flan being so key in, his last game.
Don't be afraid.
Okay, here comes Destina. But will that debuff work again? That's the real thing. That's the real key when we go in.
Yeah, was it a fluke? Or was it just a 15%?
Maybe Momo7's going to do a similar draft, but just ban out the Flan potentially?
Oh, we do see the FCC coming out, a very traditional knight, a lot of mitigation from Momo7's team. I'm actually surprised that with the single target cleave style, Momo7 opted to go for the Fallen Cecilia as opposed to the Scarwell. I think we all saw in the last matches how much mitigation that Scarwell really does provide.
It is a lot, but FCC just has kind of the safe sort of mitigation that you don't have to worry too much about in case it gets stripped.
Yeah, the
that escort could get stripped.
As well as the top model Lulika, some attack buff as well on his side.
Very similar draft.
Top model Lulika.
Ashes to ashes.
Aaron comes out again. He was banned last time.
Thinking that it can be banned again. Needs a secondary source from Momo7.
Let's see what he opts for here. With Sage Ball and Zeo not there, he can either go like a second mitigator, maybe like a Green Arm that could potentially get some stuns and some counters. But yesterday, Green Armin had one of the worst showings. He goes for the Auden again, who died last time, even though she dodged.
And having the Caesarea as well. I think a Caesarea really rounds out this draft, but I think Maximum kind of got, ahead of his draft here. I don't think he needed to draft that Wonder Silk in this kind of draft. I would have like preferred another AoE to really
lock in. It's a little early, right? Pick. Since Momo wasn't really showing he was going to contest with that Stenny first pick.
There's a Hawk coming out as well to kind of deal with the Aiden, but getting banned here. Again. There is a chance where this Aiden just kind of solos out Maximum's draft.
Right, Momo7 looking a lot stronger here. Without the Flan, I think he could out-tank.
Yeah, but the Flitica as well. I mean, we saw the Flan, being able to debuff that Destina from previously. I mean, if this S3 can land on this Destina here from the Flitica, I mean, fully resetting that Flitica is very, very scary.
We'll see what he uses his souls on.
Opener top model Luca. You love to see that.
Debating on who to target here. Last time I think he went into the Destina. This time going into the Fallen Cecilia.
Fallen Cecilia. A good amount of damage, and now we have attack buff as well on the Wonder Silk.
Yeah, Max.
But this is actually kind of scary because let's say
doesn't want to get counted.
Right? No, because this Flitica, right, has a chance to miss on the Aiden, and if she misses her S2 on the Aiden, I don't think she gets enough CR to, get 100% CR to take that second turn.
Well, he did rip the souls to get that attack break and 2-turn silence.
Oh, and does land on the Aiden. That's very, very lucky. there was a chance
buffs
that
gone.
Momo 7 just instantly takes this game, but no defense breaks here, and the FCC mitigation as well. I wonder how this.
No,
Sid is
Ken,
going-
the Flitica, if she hits the or misses on the Auden, she doesn't counter.
And my opponent?
No,
Auden just
yeah,
gets her
Auden still misses, but you remember, keep in mind when you look at the skill 2 of the Flitica, right? If it misses, she does not get that 25% increased CR.
Oh, sure. That's what you're referencing here. Very solid lead, though, from Maximum's side, looking in control.
Wow, that green Sid, I mean, just so much damage coming out, and that Destina is silenced.
I'm warning you.
That's
Can't
a
really
good
do it.
measure.
I've got nothing to lose.
And Splitting
Don't
got
worry,
chipping in some more
I'm here.
damage.
Oh, resistance
Here we
on
go.
the Destina, but she's
Well-timed
already
skill
silenced
null. Does he rip the skill 3 just get that invincibility up? Stenny taking the next turn. Awkward timing on the side of Momo 7.
It'll all be over.
I think you do, right? Look how far the Destina is on the CR bar.
Yeah, we have to
It gives
protect
a
her.
lot of, yeah, it gives a lot
It's our
of
only choice.
Not bad.
a lot of turns for the Stenny to kind of take multiple turns.
So Momo 7 will be opting to pop this Sid here. Does clear the skill null with that Auden skill 3.
Yeah, good choice to save the souls here as well on the Stenny. I like the S3.
CR
And the
pushback.
on the rest of his
Kill.
team. And I mean, this Soulburn Stenny looking very, very scary. Oh,
There's the
and
counterattack.
comes out.
We'll remove the skill nullifiers. Gets attack up. Another miss. CR push for Auden. She takes the turn.
I will never lose.
Man, that extra CR is so scary.
Oh, just one hit.
I'll blow
Oh,
everything
yeah.
away.
And
Auden
just
with
like
attack
that,
up
I
is
don't
definitely
think-
killing squishy units.
Yeah, and I don't think Maximum has
She
enough
is
juice
dodging
here.
out her mind here. That's, I think, 3 or 4 misses in a row.
I think that's a GG from Momo 7 side. That Aiden just being so strong.
Still refuses to be hit.
Yeah, and even if that Aiden does fall there, I mean, that Destina with invincibility is just, protecting that Stenny.
Mhm.
one more
Yeah, that's
die.
actually really important. Just keep that Stenny alive too, and he has multiple outs. So very well played from Momo 7.
Yeah, without the plan, Momo did respond a lot better, even with the silence on the Destina. Another way of
Yeah.
dealing with all the speed units.
So Flan wasn't even
Man.
pre-banned, right? I wonder why Maximum opted not to go with it this time. It was so successful in round 1.
Yeah, I think Maximum got ahead of himself and locked in the double speed imprint. I understand where it comes from, but I think from the last game we saw Momo 7 wasn't willing to contest at all. I don't think you need to lock in the double speed imprint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now I want to see a single target ban here on the side of Momo to just reduce the damage output on Maximum side.
Yeah, there's just so many strong counters to that very aggressive cleave style. I hope, Smallgate kind of takes note of this and buffs cleave. Thank you.
Ken, that's the third. I think that's the second or third time. 3 too many. Asking for Cleave to get buffed there.
Well, let's see. Cleve had a lot of chances, a lot of time. SN finally banned out, and also
Yeah, Green Sid.
Strong
There's the
falling
Sid
out
I
as well.
wanted. But Stenny gets taken out as well
I
from Momo.
protect. That's what I do.
And then we kind of switch gears into standard.
Ooh, and the Scarwell coming out from Maximum's side. First Scarwell of the day. I like to see that.
Yeah, first match, I think it was banned in the pre-ban, so not see it.
Right. All right, without that first pick from the first pick Stenny and the side of Momo, let's see what he decides to opt for here. I think he's thinking that with Maximum's first pick Arwell, right? Maximum may be pivoting to more standard style, so he can't just all in sort of like an anti-cleave fashion.
And I do like that, Maximum knowing that he's going to play that
Really
slower
want your
standard
blood
playstyle,
spilled?
opts to ban the
So be
Stenny.
it.
Do I have to?
Ooh, the Lua Guider Aether coming out. Guider Aether being
Guider
a
Aether.
really, really strong cleave unit. I actually
That
like
thing
it
is level
quite a
50
bit.
though, Kenny. Maybe
I mean,
yeah,
Guider
that's like
Aether doesn't
a.
need to be 6-star
Dude,
Hey.
Awakened with her utility.
Listen, every bit helps, right? They can do some damage.
Are you here to capture me?
Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, Guider Aether provides a CR boost as well as attack buff to your team.
We still have hope.
Or for the specific unit with the highest attack, I believe. Oh,
Maximum still opting for that Flitica and the Auden.
I'm
Stealing
not
it
too
away from
sure if
Momo.
I like taking the Flitica into that, into this draft. I mean, Flitica being a slower unit, I think, than both Lua and potentially Guider Aether with that, 7-speed buff from Frenzy.
Now, moment to respond. Show some more. more support, there's some more control.
Taking his time.
And I do want to clarify here that Guider Aether is a her in my book. So I'm going to call her a her. I don't know about you guys.
Roy
but...
Mustang coming out.
Oh, Roy's our boy. I
Get
love
some
seeing
snap
Roy.
action.
I think Yomiami highlighted that Roy gameplay from the other day.
I believe Roy was post-banned yesterday.
Yeah, but with that Roy, with that Guider Aether, is such a strong unit. And the speed imprint coming out from Momo7's side, that Wonder Silk this time.
A little bit of a role
Definitely
reversal
seeing-
here.
Yeah.
Momo now taking the aggression. And yeah, Maximum's going to take the K-round potentially, just like Momo did in the previous rounds.
Yeah, but do
It
you
was
opt
banned
to
out
take,
twice.
like I do like Kayron BBK as a, you know, as a fallback option against cleave players, but would you take that into a unit like Lua? Very
Yeah, I
scary
don't
stuff.
think so. Unless you're gunning to... That's your ban. He has more
Man, I just
numerous
want to
options.
see. I just want to see Roy snap, but who knows what'll happen.
Well, he does have 2 books so far. Maybe he'll lock in a 3rd mage just to enable it for sure. There's the
Top model
TML
coming
again.
out. I love seeing top model. You know, as someone who puts their premium speed gear on top model, I mean, you get so much value out of that unit.
I think we get it by now.
True, you
Oh,
gotta
even
tell him.
Mildred, so we're having a
There's
somewhat
that
of a
speed imprint.
contest.
We will be contesting here.
Yeah, another plus
Really might
14
come down to
speed
who takes
coming
the
out.
first turn.
Ooh,
There's that
Power
3rd
the
book.
Fire Queric. Yeah, there we
He
go.
wants the 3 books. Guarantees the Roy if he gets the turn though.
So I believe they're just gonna trade speed imprint bands here, and
You
we'll
are
see
correct,
who has
Ken.
the better speed gear.
All right. Who's faster? Any RNG involved? This is gonna be a fast one, guys. Don't blink.
A lot more mage on the right side.
Right, he wants the books for the Roy I mean, books are always good, but Roy especially with 3 books guarantees he'll have, you know, the full combo.
And then we start with round 3.
Oh, and the Fire
Oh.
Queric takes the first turn.
And that is 60
lot of
souls on deck. Yep, 3 books. Is this just over, Ken, if you get the first turn with this kind of comp? Right, your TML opener is just gone.
Yeah.
We're gonna get our full combo pretty much situated here.
Yeah, and this Flitica is going to be rendered relatively useless now with the S3 coming out from the Lua.
Barring a... No, he does soul burn to guarantee. This will be a skill reset regardless. All she can do is S1 here.
And Roy is going to start snapping his fingers very shortly here.
That's what we wanted to see.
Wait. Oh,
Got level 50,
Just this once.
That's also level 50 Guider Aether. Here we go, though. Twirling around. He gets the
Yeah,
stun.
and even if Maximum here gets good RNG on the Aiden dodge here, I mean, this Roy has a very high chance of hitting still, and also has that passive to kind of prevent him from dying and falling.
Show me one more. The 1-2.
Oh, there's
Give me the
so much
snap.
damage. And there's no ice unit on the other side.
Did we hit the Auden? We hit the Auden as well.
Oh, there's the snap coming out. Maximum's team falling out.
Oh,
Roy
man.
Momo coming back big.
Roy is our boy. Man.
So I think Kenny in game 2, that early, Wander Silk, right? I think he was anticipating that kind of come out from Momo7. It just was a little bit early, but he knew Momo had that potential.
Yeah, but I think like when someone doesn't show that early on, I still don't believe.
Right, it was still a overstep.
Yeah, especially when there's only 5 units that you can pick an aggressive playstyle and aggressive draft. Each of those units, has such a strong impact in terms of providing that team utility. We saw there every single one of those units that Momo7 drafted, the Lua, the Guider Aether, the Fire Queric, all offered some sort of team utility, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think in
And
the
when he took
previous
that
game,
Silk,
that
he wasn't
Wonder
able to get
Silk
that flan.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough.
It was a pretty good contest. I love the style of the both players from Mac and Momo, but Momo will be the winner. And now we have set 1 and 2, 1-1 apiece as we go into the captain match. Simon Gamer versus Tenro. Who's gonna take this? And once we go into set number 4, one team's gonna be ahead.
Yeah, not very. I actually don't know who's going to take this. I mean, we're at 1-1 right now. This could still be anyone's game. And the ace match, or the team captain match coming out, says a lot in terms of, setting the precedent for the next 2 games potentially.
It's a big one, right? The team is trusting you as team captain to give them that motivation, that trust. A lot on the line here.
Yeah, Sam Gamer rocking the polo shirt as well. It kind of looks like a football coach in my books. Looking very,
sleek.
Yeah.
Come to Brazil, he says. I just might. Tenru, we see a little bit of, actually pretty close, right, in terms of their rating, at least in the last season.
Yeah, and 2 of their most picked units are the same, the Scarwell and the Stenny, so I'm curious to see how these pre-bans will kind of come out.
Yeah, the Stenny being used so much, actually. Operator Secret as the most pre-ban from Samu. That's interesting. Maybe because he wants to use that ROL a lot more than everyone else. We see a lot of S10s as an opener with the Bellion ban. When we don't have the Bellion ban, just Bellion picked up with S10s sometimes. That's been the draft a lot yesterday especially. But it's not really exactly the same. But once we come down to the captain matches, we see a lot of these captains just holding a lot more responsibility. We see like the timer running out all the time.
Yeah, making sure to take their full shots. I think Jenna was doing that really well yesterday. Even when he knew what the skill was that he was going to use, he took the time. Every single clock, he would consider all his options. I think that's good to make sure your mental's on point.
Yeah, and I mean, when you lock in a unit like Destina as well, I mean, that unit is just rope unit.
Gives you a lot of time to think.
Got the key sign for set number 3, Samu Gamer versus Tenro. Let's see it. First draft.
The ML portrait, the ML Ken portrait on Tenro's side. I'd love to see that. The pre-buff ML Ken. I personally am excited to see ML Ken get some gameplay in the next buff, or from the next balance patch.
Ready for Christmas? The pre-ban Straz.
Ooh.
Off Sig.
And the Scarwell getting banned away as well. I think in these, in these kind of games, I mean, that Sene first pick being very, very dangerous. We know both Samu and Tenro both like to pick that unit, so here's to see where this goes. The Maid Chloe coming out from Samu's side as well.
Not a too common, first pick, but she is getting a come up this season.
Oh, and yeah, Samu wearing the festive Santa hat as well. I for one kind of want to put on my Santa hat as well, just to have the holiday vibes on the casting desk over here.
Sure thing.
Tanner going the classic FCC ML Kawarik.
Going quite defensive first.
Yeah, and I think this is a great game for that DJB that we mentioned earlier. We haven't seen that much DJB in these past few games. I'm actually kind of surprised.
If Samu doesn't pick it here,
I don't think with Maid Chloe you can take the DJB that early on. I'm surprised he opts to go for the Aiden as well. I, for one, when I see an ML Carrick and FCC, I mean, I just see a free setting game.
Yep, Stenny or Landy. Samu, they're going for the May Chloe Auden Roz. Tenru, there's the Stenny coming out.
Yep, Speak of the Nightmare. Full dark team on Tenru's side.
Yeah, and right now on Samu's side, it just doesn't look like there's that much reach for that Stenny. And like G-Clef mentioned earlier, we see that Stenny Bellion combo to get the souls out. Samu opts to go for the Lionheart Sermia.
Yep, nice pick into that Bellion.
Solitaria.
Quick picks.
I like it. Yeah, very...
Sully's super strong here.
Curious to see, how Samu's draft kind of rounds out here. That Solitaria just doing so much in terms of chip damage as well. Does punish that Stenny quite a bit. Tenru decides to opt for the Violet.
Definitely showing he's got a ban that's Sully.
Yeah. I think Sully in general just being such a strong unit.
It gives you a lot of control. We saw the amount of stuns.
But there's so much damage here from Tenro's side. Like, this Lionheart Sermia might just get bursted down.
So what's the right ban call?
It's going down to the wire here. The ban will be...
Oh, the Solitary does come out, and the ML Carrick as well.
So the ML Kawarik ban, I don't know if I like that too much from Samu's side. As you mentioned, there's a lot of damage on the table.
I think
We're gonna have to
maybe
see if he
Samu's
can
opting
survive
to just
this.
ban that attack buff here. I mean, attack buff on the Stenny and the Rylet is.
Well, the
very,
Rylet gives
very
himself
scary.
attack buff if he wants, right? So it's not as effective as if it was a unit that needed it necessarily.
Yeah, well, if he saves his S3, right? I mean, his
Sure,
S1s
sure.
will start doing, yeah, pretty good chip damage.
And the time's run out. Let's get into our first round between the two players. The captain
You want
match.
to try me?
We go starting with S10.
Yeah, fast one on
Yeah,
the field.
taking the first turn, yeah, wow. Faster than
Little
both
bit of
the
a
Meg
rare-
Chloe and the A. Ross.
A rare
Don't
occurrence.
see that very often.
Captain battle underway.
Oh, opts to go for the Soulburn on the first turn.
It actually
Wow.
hits.
Oh, wow.
I think Samuel has some bulk on there because I didn't even do 50%. I know she doesn't have attack
Wow.
up, but still.
This Stene only has 8k
There's no
HP.
escape.
That's crazy.
Okay.
Ever.
This is max attack.
Resist
Long
on
as
the
I'm holding
Roz.
the spear.
I think it's
No
a
stun
mixture
here.
of I think it's like your average Stene in terms of offensive, DPS capabilities, but the speed I think is what really has a lot of that gear score assigned.
You can get my
Roz
autograph
showing his
later.
resist is the real deal.
Yeah, not letting the provoke on the A. Ross is very, very huge in terms of information on Samu's side. The
We'll
S3
get that
coming out
S3.
from May Chloe.
Yep, attack up for the squad here. Gonna be very nice, especially for the Auden.
I hope you're ready.
Ooh, and the
Actually
S2
going for the
coming
S2.
Should
out.
I end it?
No D-break.
Oh no, and the counter comes out.
Yep,
Obris.
Obris rebuttal.
Lionheart Sturmia looks very, very scary.
Don't worry, I'm here.
Got a lot of the fighting spirits.
And this is a well-timed Auden S3. It's gonna provide the invincibility right before the Rylet turn.
Another counter.
You fight as if
Invincible's
you have
good.
9 lives.
Counter has not procced yet. So if he does go for this Auden, could eat some damage.
Let's go.
Oh, Ops hit that instead.
Ooh,
Oh,
okay.
but the counterattack coming out anyways. That's
This
not what
Bellion
you
is
wanna
kind of hurting
see.
Tenru's side.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I wonder if this Bellion procced effectiveness buff here, if the S3 can land on that Lionheart Sturmia, that would have been really huge. But we don't see that here. Bellion still rips the S3 here. Can it do enough to kind of save Tenro's team? Nothing
Yeah,
lands.
big S3 here. I think this could be it.
Oh, but it's an 18k HP Lionheart Sturmia.
Yeah, but the Stenny's so low, and we're gonna knock out
Oh,
the
the
FCC
crit
as well.
set.
Rylet got hit too.
Full wipe.
The entire team is gone.
Rylet
Man,
just
that's
hasn't had any
GG's fault.
success in this
Holy-
tournament, getting hit by everything.
Oh man, what a... That was quick.
Yeah, let me take a page out of Kenny's book. Let's buff Rylet. Apparently, this guy just gets hit nonstop.
Man, please. No. I don't like evasion. I'm personally not an evasion fan. Let's keep Rylet the way he is. I kind of like seeing Rylet get hit. I don't know about you guys, but seeing Rylet get hit is pretty satisfying. Those cringe Rylet 1v4 abusers. I'm good.
Well, either
Yeah,
way,
so far,
Samuel with a
Rylet has-
commanding lead there, up
Doing
one.
Very low win rate.
Yeah, like in this, he just gets hit. G-Clev in this tournament so far, he's just dying. The Auden though,
Yeah.
Auden's been popping off.
I think it's also like in terms of like drafting there with a Rylet, even though like he gets hit and we kind of like meme about him like just kind of falling off. I don't think these drafts really support a Rylet playstyle, and it's more of like a unit where you kind of pray to 1v4, especially when that draft from Tenro.
Yeah, but if he gets one hit, he's kind of gone. So
All
we
right,
stay-
game
let's see.
2 underway. Tenru's got to make some adaptations. Samu looked super convincing there.
Let's see, there might be more bans.
Oh, and DJB coming out as a ban. I do
But it was
like
never
the
even
DJB
picked.
ban. Yeah, but Tenro, I mean,
Just
I think
his
he needs to
team
lead
really
with that.
falls. Yeah. Oh, and the
'Cause if
Lionheart Sturmia
Tenru-
getting banned.
If Tenru fought a different opponent, right? He picked, what was it, the hand guy with FCC? DJB is so strong as a start there if his opponent wants to take
Yeah.
it. But yeah, just making sure it's out of the picture here is always good.
Yeah, and Samu opting for that May Chloe again, doing a lot of work in that previous match.
Mm-hmm.
That attack buff is just so scary.
What do y'all think about the skin on May Chloe? I used to not be the biggest fan, but it's grown on me.
Come on. Let's
I
fight.
actually personally have not used it. Oh, the first Trozette of the CCB.
A rare occurrence. He's fallen off a little bit.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
not sure
with
if I like it
FCCB
as the
taking-
second pick knight. But
with FCC being taken and the Scarwell being banned, I mean, I think you can either opt for the Trozette or the A Ross there in terms of like a staple knight to take here.
Are you done
Oh,
struggling?
and the Bellion coming out. Is Tenro gonna lock in that Stenny again?
didn't work out
But
too
we
well.
saw-
Bellion actually hurt him more than it
Yeah,
helped in the last
maybe,
round.
Yeah, and we saw last game, like that Stenny just has 8,000 HP. You could just tickle her, and she would
He
fall
got
away.
ran over.
Yeah, I mean, I think also Ning Ning being a pretty good pick here. I mean, there is the FCC as well. I do want to see, you know, some sort
Arya,
of
let's go!
version. Ooh, the Solitary
Arya
coming
pick.
out.
As we saw, usually a must ban. She's just so powerful.
Is this the first Arya that we've seen of the CCB?
I believe it got picked and then it got banned, if I'm not mistaken. Once.
You got some.
Either that or I
hover,
got debated.
but I don't think it was picked.
Oh, it got hovered. You're right. Because anytime I
Mm.
see Arya, you know, I'm freaking out. All right,
Ooh,
Tenry's last two picks
for
here.
the
Rowana
Rowana and the Ed, very, very strong picks, I think, into the Solitary, and the
A
S
lot
has
of
been coming
counter
out from
picks on both
Samu's
sides.
side.
So Sam is showing he's probably going to need to ban the Rowana here. It counters a lot of his squad. And Tenru.
But how do you finish the Ed here? I actually think you have to ban the Ed instead. There's no cleanse here, like, you know, outside of like potentially Stella Harp on Tenru's side. I mean, a Sober and SSB S3 providing that unbuffable and unhealing could still kind of break through. But now opts to ban for the Rowana instead. But how do you you know, kill this Ed?
Tenru's going to have to figure it out right now because he did get trapped a bit in this draft.
See, there's might be enough damage. We'll see. Samu Gamer up one. We're just gonna chase it twice in a row.
No, Solitary taking that first turn. But Edward's sitting there smirking. He's got that protagonist energy.
I think I saw resist pop up. My eyes didn't deceive me. Nope, never mind.
Nope, that's a straight stun.
That's a big old stun with unbuffable to boot.
The Starlight Ball. Right into shoot. Which target though? Edward goes for it.
Oh, goes for the May Chloe here.
This is a formidable opponent.
There's no immunity here on the SSB as well.
Yeah.
So something to keep in mind, yeah.
I think
Potentially
the
can have
SSB
a
though,
provoke lock here.
SSB could kill the Ed, right? He has a lot of ways to proc here, but it's going to be an uphill battle for sure.
Spear S3.
Oh, breaking off the skill mills here, one by one.
There's the first equivalent exchange.
Oh,
No
let's see what
debuffs.
stick. Oh
Lot
yeah,
of
no
resist.
debuffs all together.
Yeah, we do have the May Chloe passes. A lot of these units might have ER, and then SSB being ice, right? Not a high chance for these debuffs to land. No stun. Counterattack from the Elbrus.
I won't go easy on you.
Oh, but this is an injury Bellion. So, I mean, these injuries slowly stacking on Samu's side.
Yep.
And with the attack buff.
S1, I'm assuming, probably just into the maid again. Yeah, he's going for this maid kill. Gets a little dual attack there. Extra damage on top.
Some pretty good chip damage going out from Tenro's side.
Does he opt for the skill 3?
I think he
Does
wants
go
to have
for-
that defense break or that defense buff on the Bellion.
He's going to proc the SSB again, but as we saw, not too much.
Oh,
Shoe
full
is
resistance
debroken,
on
though.
Samu's side. Oh, and this shoe taking so much damage here.
And some of those defense breaks are going in from SSB. Might matter towards the end with the attack buff.
Oh, another card
Elbrus.
coming from...
We are high rolling this Bellion.
Oh man.
And that is Fairy Tale for a
Oh,
nightmare.
Another equivalent exchange coming off. Another SSB slapback here, looking very, very deadly.
Watch the animation.
Oh wow!
T-pose at
And
10.
just like
Damage.
that, the May Chloe already used her revive buff. She got rezzed just like that.
Tenru, though, looking kind of weak besides the Ed.
I will fight until the bitter end.
Wait a little bit. There's a lot of
Stuns for
counters
the
to
Bellion,
counter.
at least for now, because she is stunned.
How may I help you?
Or no counters.
Oh, and they get the extra CR push by S1ing on the May Chloe onto a stun target here. The SSB S3 coming out.
Big dunk. That's going to be a lot of damage. Dead shoe, dead FCC.
Ooh. Oh, and the
Actually, sticks unhealable,
unkillable
too.
sticks on the Edward. You don't want to see that.
Could be big. Won't get lifesteal, at least on this hit.
Can Edward do it again?
I just want to go home.
Seems a little tougher this time with Bellion stunned. And there's again Solitary on the left.
More debuffs here. Equivalent exchange. Oh, takes the stun.
Stun, yeah.
He's getting overwhelmed with the debuffs.
Solitary is just so annoying.
My sword has some work to do.
Well, if you
Don't
have
worry. Once D Corvus comes out, Sam's gonna have a hard time playing against that.
Being popular is so
There we go. Soli back up again. Tenru not getting to play the game. Taking his time here, deciding on. Good hit. Obviously into the belt. Speed down. We'll eat a counter here. But Ed is blinded.
Comes out, yeah, but it's blinded, and the SSB S2 is coming out.
I'll show you what I've got.
Oh, and
Ed
so
goes
much
down.
damage taking.
That unhealable is huge.
And
He
he
couldn't
was
get
a
the life.
duel.
Couldn't get the life up.
Oh, and Samu, as the ace, or as the team captain, decisive win over Tenro.
Well, Kenny, looks like he did figure it out. He was able to kill that Ed, just overwhelming him with debuffs. Gets that unhealable, couldn't sustain. Got a timely stun on the Bellion as well, and just locked it out.
Yeah, and again, we see no cleanses being drafted on Tenro's side. That Solitaria as well, just being so scary.
And
Well
now
played.
Set scores 2-1. Come to Brazil, leading the match just by 1. Now we have to go set number 4. Kraus versus Numerique. So we'll see how that goes. But Tenro had a pretty good idea, but it seemed to me that Samu was able to just respond a little bit better against the Bellion, especially today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the call was good, right? It didn't look good not having an answer for the Ed, but the SSB just got so much value. A million counters. The Solitary just taking over. Just too many debuffs on the table.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, especially being able to lock out the shoe early on. I mean, that shoe just had no value whatsoever in that last draft.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Brazil, 1 more compared to TTMN. Still, we could still have an ace match if Numerique is able to bring one for the Japanese team.
Yep.
Kraus. He sure wants to finish this with a 3-1 score.
And that'll be, if he does finish it, right, that'll be the first time we don't have an ace match.
Oh, that is true. We always had an ace match. And there's Kraus on the left, Numerique on the right. Yes, indeed, that's a barking dog on the right.
That is a barking dog.
Rimuru, Winter, Diane, still most picked by Numerique.
G-Clef, do we have any intel on Numerica's side? You said they were playing a lot, right? The Japanese team?
Yeah, the entire
because
team.
if not, this could be a little bit of a mismatch. Emperor versus Master rank. Not to take too much stock in the current standings, but that could be an
Even heard they were
advantage.
doing a lot of mock battles together to increase their drafting style.
So they were practicing. Good to hear.
So we'll see what Numeric is able to bring against Kraus, or it will just be 3-1. Who knows? But we've had, like, yesterday Hanadala with no record at all for RTA was able to actually win the best of 3 himself.
That is true, yeah.
Yeah, just to recap, guys, my fellow casters here, what did y'all, who were y'all betting on, by the way? Just
TTMN.
What did we say? Because I was going Team Brazil. You guys both said Japan? Interesting.
Yeah, I'm still on TTMN as well. It's not over yet, so Car, don't bite your tongue.
I didn't say anything. I'm just, just commenting. Just, trying to fill the time here as we wait for the next match. It's gonna be a good one for sure.
Yeah, gotta make our savings account for a charity now.
Yeah, the $20 coming in.
So yeah, it's still fine. Hey, I mean, I wouldn't mind the $20 write-off, so hey, we take those.
I heard, got the cue from the production that both players are getting ready real soon. We should be kicking into the draft in just a couple of seconds. Yeah, Kraus, if he wins, that will be the first 3-1 of the tournament that we have so far. But TTMN, they've got some good members. And okay, got the cue signed. Let's go into draft.
Here we go.
And Kraus with the camera on the left from Come to Brazil. And from Team TTMN, it is Numerique on the right.
With the barking dog.
Scary looking dog.
Yeah, wow, and the Lionheart Sermia, Ran, Lua, and C. Lilius getting pre-banned here.
I'm here to look out
Oh,
for
and
you.
First
just like
pick,
that,
Summer Break Charlotte.
Big.
Wow.
That is a statement right
I
there.
made it in the nick of time.
Wonder what he wants to
Kraus a
bring.
little bit more classic, right? A little more standard picks. First pick Arwell, very, very strong.
Fortune is on our side.
Oh.
Yeah, the Scarwell Ruel, very, very scary.
Get ready,
A lot of
guys. We got a
mitigation.
Frenzy 9 potentially coming in.
Yeah, we have
Anytime you see
Frenzy
that Ruel, it's going to be a longer match.
But there's Charlotte with some defense break potential.
I
And
won't
a little
lose.
attack.
Oh,
Dominic, what is happening?
Is
Is
this
this
the
going to
summer
be?
team?
I am so confused.
Wintertime in Northern Hemisphere. Wait, and Japan's right next to Korea too. They
Yeah,
should go.
let's go to the beach.
Wonder what's going on.
Stop bugging me.
Oh,
Dang, if it
Lindsay
was like a
comes
Summer
up as
Sermia or
well,
something come
yeah.
out, SSB, I would have freaked out.
Or an Alexa. I would not be
True,
opposed to that.
volleyball. Here we go, Riley pick there on the side of
Don't
Kraus.
come near me.
Into
And
a
the Stenny coming out as well.
full ML team.
If enough, you know, attacks come out from Numeric's side here, he can still get some value out of that Summer Break Charlotte. I mean, that AoE follow-up dual attack, it's very
Yeah.
scary.
Honestly, with the way Kraus drafted, Summer Break Charlotte not looking bad here. Could have been much worse for sure.
I just want to know if Numeric's going to close out this waifu-only draft. I mean, see the Summer Break Charlotte, the Acades, and the Alencia. I wonder how he's going to close out this 4th and 5th pick here.
There's a lot of archetypes, Numeric. We can kind of tell what kind of units he likes. I would like to see more beach units, maybe. Taking some time to deliberate.
You gotta follow up. You gotta be worried about the Remnant Violet. There has to be some secondary options in game.
Solitaria also being a very strong pick here. I mean, into that Rylet and also that Stenny as well. But 2 seconds left on Numeric's side. The Solitaria
Speak of the
does
devil.
Can you pick the second?
Oh, the Spirit
Spirit
Isolene comes out.
Wow.
In the very last
What do you guys
second.
think about
I'm not too sure.
We get to
I'm not
see a
too sure,
Celine.
Yeah. I'm not too sure if the Celine was purposely picked here. He definitely took his time.
Well, I don't mind seeing it,
But-
Ken, because after the Bryceria patch, we might not see much of her in the future. At least until potential other balance changes. Last pick on the side of Kraus. What is he off for? It is the Ed.
Come out.
Ed coming out a lot against the Solitaries, but a lot of times not too successful.
Hmm?
I think we saw one big comeback on the Ed, and the rest, fell a little bit short.
I'm wondering what the ban here is. The Stenny gets banned away on Kraus' side, as well as the Solitaria. I think very expected here
Okay.
for both sides.
Definitely an unorthodox matchup. I'm excited to see it, though. Numeric definitely putting on some good units for us to watch.
Uh-huh.
Who are
That's
you
an Aureus
people?
on the Summer Break Charlotte.
Ooh, we like to see that, especially with that Spirit Eye Celine coming out. You don't want her to take too much damage, but the Ruel and the Scarwell can slowly chip away. And keep in mind here that the Scarwell can still stun that Spirit Eye Celine. Oh, it's a 22k
Risking
HP
it into
Summer
the
Break
Rylet.
Charlotte.
When you don't listen
Very
to the lady
tanky.
of the swamp.
Does actually,
and
Riley
gets
just getting
the
hit.
stun. Wow.
The Rylet is not having a good time in this tournament so far.
He is not. We need to check if that's actually 70% on his dodge.
Yeah, and the injury slowly starting to stack here
Another
on that
trial
Ruel
to
as well, but
overcome.
not too much damage. I mean, that Scarwell providing so much mitigation.
I like the choice, though, right? Start working on the Ruel there. Gonna have to get rid of her eventually.
Don't ever ignore the power.
And as you
Oh,
mentioned,
okay,
Ken, we might get a
stun.
stun here. Full strip as well,
Something to
potentially.
protect.
Or do we see that 15%?
No,
Got
not
it.
today.
Goddess.
All the buffs gone.
Yeah, but we get a
The
full
Acades, though,
cleanse
going
here
to
from
provide
the
a lot of
Acades, yeah.
sustain for the squad. And with that, that kind of unorthodox, tanky
Wait, what was that
Charlotte.
artifact? What was that artifact? I didn't
I
even
missed it, I
recognize
missed
the
it.
name.
What did it look like?
It was
Here
not
we
a
go, Ed
traditional
damage
Soul
looking
Reaver
decent.
artifact. I couldn't tell.
At least
Chat,
you
let us
got
know.
an
I'll keep an eye out.
I will protect
Oh,
everyone.
XF Detective. Ooh,
Oh,
very
that's
interesting.
Ning's.
Yeah, that's Ning's new artifact here.
New artifact.
So remove some souls.
Your life.
Here we go. Rally skill 3 into the Acades.
Ooh, big damage coming out. 13k HP on the Rylot as well.
this.
Wow, 10k damage just like that on the Acades. Very threatened here. Oh, and the Dust Devil
Dust
does
Devil,
proc
but
here.
didn't proc the Nimble
didn't even
Blade, so the
break the
damage was
barrier.
so weak. Yeah, he needed the Nimble Blade proc.
Oh, and potentially a slapback here from the Edward as well.
Numeric needs a lot of defense break, plus Olencia doing most of the damage now.
Actually opting to hit the Rylet there.
Everyone,
Katie's
I'll
probably
see
going to S2 herself, start cycling those big
waiting
heals.
for me?
Yeah, but it was indeed
One
Exif
turn.
Gadget.
What does this Olencia go for? I mean, I
Rylet
guess you
actually
just
dodging.
Continue to proc the injury on that Ruel, but not too much damage coming out from Numeric's side.
A true knight picks their battles wisely.
No strip. KDZR's real. And Numeric hasn't been able to kind of proc these. He needs to be procking these.
When the counter
attacks from
comes
the
out,
Charlotte.
only
Little
4k
strip.
damage on the Spirit Eye Celine onto that Scarwell. I mean, not too
Finally
much
got a
damage
Nimble
coming
Blade.
out.
Dust Devil proc too.
In the blink of an eye.
Okay, that's a lot of extra.
Wait, I didn't even realize. Spirit Eye Celine's S1 cannot trigger a dual attack. Huh. I guess the more you know. I didn't even know.
It's only if she hits the special effect, right? Or is it regardless? Anyways, there we go. Finally get the proc there. D-break on the ROL, leading into the Olencia. Trample. Good damage.
I'm not
Oh,
afraid.
a lot of damage coming out from Krause's team, and that Ruel can just still cleanse off this. Oh, opts to save his
You
skills.
fight as if you have 9 lives. Over
Here's
here.
Rylet. Moving on to Olencia now.
Ooh, another dual attack to get some extra healing on that Scarwell, but that defense break looking very scary.
But
And
the
that
Soulburn S3 on the side of
Rylet-
Katie is going to be huge.
Yeah, and this Rylet having 4 stacks here, very scary stuff.
Wait, is
I
he
think
not
you
going
actually
to
opt to
Soulburn
hit the
heal?
Rylet here.
Why is he? I would have, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. In the Soulburn heal 10 souls? I would use it. Maybe saving for something else. Here we go. Like Ken said, we're going to proc the Rylet potentially. He's been hitting it.
Yeah, I think I would have proc the Rylet the last turn, just because you had invincibility on one of your units and your Spirit Eye Celine can't fall to that Rylet there from the S3.
Arwell.
I've got this.
There we
Big
go.
stun
Celine
coming
turn.
out.
I'll make this painless.
But if he's going for the Scarwell anyways, I think he might have tried to fish for that stun on the Ruel.
Just want to get that Arwell kill out of there. Ed Soulburn's coming out now on the side of Kraust.
Yeah, the Olencia does fall here.
That's good damage. Good output from Ed.
Wow, look at this tuning on Numeric's side. That Spirit Eye Celine goes last year and gets that immortality on all of his units here.
For the goddess.
Cycles back on the Katie's, I believe. Yeah, Celine has S3. I was wondering if he was maybe saving the souls to, Soulburn to Celine, but he has the S3 ready anyways.
This world.
Rylet, hit!
And on Charlotte.
Ooh, 5.7k damage.
That's gonna be some
on
big
that
damage
Charlotte
here.
so far.
Here's the
How much does it
master.
do?
It kills.
Oh, 19k on the
Oh.
second proc.
We have the Celine
Wow,
turn though.
big
Gonna
damage.
bring everyone back. Skill 3 locked and loaded, I should say.
With this sword of spirit, there is nothing that I can't slash.
Comes back with Immortal.
Bugging me.
But man, these units just are very low HP when they get revived here. Hopefully Akadis can top them off, but she doesn't have her S3 here. She only has her S2.
You're not too
No
strong,
defense break.
so this should be
Get some more injury though. Stacking up on this Ruel.
Glory be with
Yeah,
us.
I mean, Ruel's only at 14k HP now. I think as the frenzy keeps on ticking, this Spirit Eye Celine's gonna start doing more and more damage.
S3 finally coming out.
Through the despair.
Getting that revive.
So the question here on Krause's team is, how does he deal with this Spirit Eye Celine? Because not only do you have to deal with the Spirit Eye Celine, you also have to find a way to kind of deal with the Cicadies, right? Because every time Scarwell tries to go for that stun, the Cicadies just has a cleanse.
I think he'll be able to here now that he's kind of set the field up. He needs to get maybe like a stun from the ROL. Oh, actually, he's doing some big damage to the Acadies. Maybe just going to leave it for last. But with all those souls, he's going to be able to just keep getting that skill 3, I think.
Does Scarwell have her S3 here? She does. Oh no, that stun being very, very threatening
What
here.
are you looking at?
Here we go. Any Dust Devils? Not this time.
No Dust Devils, Guardian Ice Crystals does proc as well.
well.
Okay, S2's herself
Another
here.
trial to
He's got to go for the
If-
stun now onto
yeah,
the
if the stun
Celine.
goes through, it's very, very scary.
And then with that, he can just straight up kill.
Oh, but the tuning here on Numrik's side is very, very lucky, because even if the stun goes through here, I don't think it does enough damage here to kind of proc her below that 50% threshold.
There's no need to worry now.
I'll have to go for the S2 on herself instead. I think I would have gone for a hit here on the Spirit Eye Celine. She
Yep.
does still have her passive here now, so don't think she can get bursted out here.
She won't die from this. Gets the rebuttal. No
Counterattack
Nimble
does
Blade
go through, but
though.
No Nimble Blade. It's not enough healing.
And there
just
she
like
goes.
that, Celine does fall.
I think with the Nimble Blade, she would have had enough
Still
potentially
searching
to
for the
survive
path
that.
I must take.
Yeah, just like that. Numrik closes out.
I think it might be a first win for Roman and Violet today. Not today, including yesterday.
I for one am pleasantly surprised at how close that game could have been with that first pick Summer Break Charlotte. Not something that we traditionally see. So, even though we did see him Numrik kind of fall short there, hey, I respect the pick.
I like the tech on it too with the Aureus, right? She's kind of doubling down as the knight, which makes her a little bit better as that first pick. Gives her more room to support the team.
Yeah, we mentioned in that pre-draft phase just how scary that Scarwell stun is. I mean, not only in terms of mitigation, but controlling that Celine. Oh man, that was a lot of utility.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of cool heroes, especially coming out from TTMN. Especially with the first pick, we started with Tywin, Ice Tywin.
Oh yeah, almost forgot about that one. All right, well Numeric's got to come back big time here. His entire team is relying on him to tie it up. Otherwise, Kraus takes it, and Brazil goes up to the next bracket.
And we are ready for the second draft. And now come to Brazil on a match point.
I wonder what the pre-bans are going to be this time around. Oh, the Edward getting banned and the Celine getting banned away as well. The respect ban from Kraft's side.
That's what I do.
And the first pick, Scarwell, gets taken away. I mean, in that first game, Scarwell provided so much utility for Kraft's team. So, not too surprised that the Scarwell got picked here.
Out?
Yeah,
super solid.
Both
Will Numeric rely though on the Charlotte again? Oh no.
Oh, hovering the Cat Armin.
The second one of the tournament, G-Clef? It is.
Oh, locked and loaded.
Oh, first picked in by Numeric's side. I
This
like
guy is
Numeric's
crazy.
draft.
I like him too. I want him to win now. Even though I voted for Team BR.
What is he thinking? This is not the draft I'm used to.
Yeah, definitely off meta, out of the box. Probably has some unique kind of combination of gear and artifacts, if I imagine.
I will shape my own
Early Rylot.
Oh, very early Rylot pick. But with that synergy into that
There's
back
the
cat
Soli though,
Armin.
very strong. Will also punish the Rylot there, stopping his focus.
I'm not afraid.
Yeah, and the Ruel coming out as well. Man,
A
Solitary
little Golden Girls
again.
action.
Bedge. Man, I hate this unit, man. Solitary is just an unfun unit, but she's just so good in all these games. And she just does so much in terms of pressure over here, and this early on in the draft again.
Yeah, her buffs are probably overtuned, but she looks great. Numeric. Gonna have to figure out an answer though. Will he no Celine this time around?
It's a good hero that can break through those 3 light units on the left.
Knowing Numeric though, G-Cliff, I don't know what to expect from these next two. I'm on the edge of my seat waiting.
Yeah, maybe we'll see a triple Armin game from Numeric's side. Who knows?
Might be thinking
10 seconds on the clock though, he's got a pick. Okay.
Light versus dark so far.
We got a SC Pillis. First time we're seeing her.
Before it's
And
too
a
Oh, and the
Seaside
SSB
Bologna.
coming out as well.
Showing
I'm
that
not
he
a
has to
huge
ban the
fan.
Soli. Yeah. That
Yeah,
pretty
I'm
much
not a huge fan of
projects.
that SSB.
It locks him into that Soli ban for sure.
Yeah, 80 Meru, I think, being one of the highly very strong units that can be picked here from Kraus's side. I mean, that's CO that we've seen in that previous match with Bad Cat Armin, also good into the SSB and the Rylot as well. Kraus has a lot of options here. I wonder what he ends up going for.
He needs 2 big DPS though, unless he's trying to go for like a frenzy, an endgame
I
frenzy with
deserve
Soli.
it.
There's the 80 Mare like you
80
mentioned.
Meru that, yeah.
We need to see one more, maybe like a flan.
and
Oh
the
wait,
Rowena?
Rowena.
Wow.
Wait, so if
second
Numeric
goal.
bans out the
Dude,
80?
is this a single? Oh my god, it's
He's setting himself to be a single solely DPS if he wanted it. Oh no.
All right, guys, get your hot coffee. I'm gonna go take a coffee break here.
I think he's betting though that Numeric has to ban the solely, right? Numeric has to
Wanna
ban the
stick him
solely.
back on, okay.
They wouldn't do that to us, guys. Surely.
No way, surely.
Surely we will ban the solely.
Now the Landy does come out.
Happen? Landy.
Not a huge fan
Please,
of the Landy
please.
here.
Please don't ban Meru.
What is Numeric going to do?
Do you ban the late game damage, or do you just ban a lot more control with the Solitaria? Kraus
7
got
seconds.
the answer. Dominic is still thinking.
Uh-oh. Did he lock it in?
Okay, it is Solitaria
Okay.
ban.
All right, guys. It's not a single solely game. Won't be
Some
as
DC
long as it could have
some,
been.
yeah. Man, this AD Meru just being so threatening into this draft.
Yeah,
Especially
honestly,
with the Rwanda still being there as well.
Yep, barring some bad RNG, the SSB is just going to fuel his entire team. He's so tanky. He has the perfect counter there in the form of Rwana. Maybe Landy has to just push. She's got to go insane here.
We'll see. Second round.
Oh, it is a Champions Trophy on that Bad Cat Armin as well, so some stuns potentially coming out here.
He's going to need them.
Let me show you just how much money can buy.
He did. That's 3.
Lands the
Oh,
provoke.
the provoke does, yeah, get landed here. Would you like to see that?
Fear is how others control you.
What does he do with the Rylet, though? He is going to S3. He's just going to go for this, the
big
ROL.
damage on the ROL, but the Ruel can just kind of top back this.
Yeah, Guardian Ash Crystals also.
Oh, yeah.
Still above 50% health. Here we go. Let's let the seals start rolling in, potentially. Meru could take over right now. Misses the first seal, though, on the Landy. No proc. Also, 40% chance.
I wish for a miracle.
Very interesting that Numeric decides to not get any of the
Another
defensive
trial to
capabilities on
overcome.
the SSB there. I mean, there's not a good unit there to kind of transfer that damage to, so it ends up frontlining the SSB. But 29k HP on that ROL. Man, that's a lot of mitigation there.
That's a beefy girl. That's almost 30k. Here we go with the stun. Does he land it? That's going to be huge. Although,
I actually
honestly,
don't know if I
yeah,
would
actually,
stun the
with the
SSB, 'cause-
Rwana, I don't think we need it.
Yeah. It also prevents the counters from going off there on the Backcat Armin as well, right?
Counter.
Meru getting counter. No proc at least. A little bit of a saving grace for Numeric. Landy
Yeah,
fully
3.
loaded.
Yeah.
Let me show you my secret weapon.
Coming out from the Landy here. Big damage potentially coming out.
She break through the barrier and do some damage.
Step
Not
3k
really. Doesn't even break
damage on
barriers.
the Arrowwall. Wow.
Not much.
Man, this Scarwell unit is unethical. That's so much
Fight as if
mitigation.
you have 9 lives.
Rylet up to bat.
But even though Numeric here hasn't had any really, threatening seals landed here, every turn that Kraus takes with that AD Meru, a seal on any of these units is just so scary.
Yeah, Numeric's getting lucky here that another counter though finally gets a seal. Do we get a proc? And a proc. She's got 4 focus.
Proc as well. The Champions Trophy
Blind's
gets
going
it.
out too. Even worse for
3 blinds
SSB here.
Oh,
Big
and
healing,
just
big
fully
CR
top
push.
from the
Rylet blinded as
SSB.
well.
Still
No
going
seal
for
on the
steal
Landy.
on Landy.
She's low roll. Actually, she's getting a lot of counters, but she's not hitting those 40% seals.
I don't know about you guys, but I think I would try to chip away at the Rylet there with the AD Meru instead of going for the Landy. But the S3 is already primed and ready for this AD Meru. Very scary stuff.
A little dual attack, extra damage. Landy S1, not very impactful here. Numeric is getting whittled down. This next Meru turn is going to be huge.
3k damage on the Ruel through the mitigation provided by Scarwell. Man, these units.
I'll accept your duel.
This SSB not doing too much.
And that blind from the previous S2 is huge.
Yeah, and the AD Meru is primed and ready to go. Does he get a counter here? And he does get a counter.
And he does get a
here.
counter. Any procs?
It's too late to
And that's a
back
lot of
out
stacks
now.
on ADS.
CR push.
This
It is an
just
injury
the
SSB. But I think at this point, there's just too much tempo over on Kraus' side. This
True
S3 is going to
knight
be
picks their
huge
battles
from the
wisely.
AD Meru.
Maybe if the Bad Cat was at injury too,
Prove your
could have maybe
worth.
overcome this Rowana, but it's just too much. Here we go, S3.
Prove
Gosh,
your
demon.
existence with your blood and anger.
See the burns.
Good amount of buffs. Misses the Rylet.
Yeah, but that
I
Rwanda just
smell
giving so
living
much extra
creatures.
CR there. Oh, finally goes for the seal on the Rylet.
Is that
I
all
like that
you
call.
And the
got?
proc on the S2 as well.
Gonna be big damage here.
Let's
But
start
so
with
many
something
debuffs over
light.
there on Numerix's team.
Yeah, those burns are gonna hit.
And even though the injury is slowly but surely stacking, I mean,
Too little,
the
too
Rylet
late.
has no evasion as well. There's 2 burns on this Landy. It's
And
not
a
looking too
blind.
hot.
Few of the characters should be gone very soon on the right.
She's gonna
Oh,
kill her with the
Counter
S1.
attack.
Oh, not
I
quite.
protect.
And
That's what I
Arrow
do.
about to finish off this Landy, I presume.
Finish her with the S1.
Weight of the oath
Oh, goes for the
actually.
stun on the Rylet instead.
will be brought
Going for the
down
stun?
upon you.
Yeah, no evasion, right?
No,
Found you.
Easy
slowly but surely,
pickings.
This team is going to whittle down to the burns provided from the Amaru S3. Another seal
We have
coming
it
in.
before it comes to Brazil real
Can you
soon.
handle this?
Oh man, you hate to see it, but honestly, Kraus just trapped him in the draft from
All
the
3
get-go.
gone, and that is Kraus grabbing the victory for Team Come to Brazil. 3-1 victory.
Is it too late to switch
I
to
desire your
No.
running for Brazil?
So I win the bet, and you know,
Oh,
well played by
man.
Kraus there. Just a complete trap in the draft.
Man.
Oh man,
Couldn't ban the Rwanda, had to ban the Soli. That was it.
90% win for Come to Brazil. Congratulations who made the predictions, and also a great game by TTMN too. Really
Yeah,
trying
Brazil
to-
had a great showing there. I mean, I think every match that they played so far went very, was very convincing.
Mm-hmm. Looks super strong. They do take it, so no
Sure.
ace match here.
Yeah, no ace match, but still it was really cool. TTMN, you could see they had very different playstyle. Maybe it came down from the mock battle. They had prepared something else for us for the GCB that did not really work against Come to Brazil, but still have to give some claps to them.
Oh, for sure. It was definitely exciting. I love the, you know, off-meta picks, but when you bring those off-meta and you fight a meta comp, you know, sometimes that just happens. They're
Yeah,
meta
I
for a
think-
reason, right?
Yeah, I think the thing with playing these kind of cheesy playstyles and cheesy comps is that you have to have a full cheese comp and you can't back down, right, to kind of win by surprise and really steal those wins away.
Either way, it was definitely fun to watch.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
And
great showing from Japan. I mean, I really respect a lot of those first picks. That first pick, Summer Break Charlotte and the Summertime Acades. I mean, wow, great units. That don't
Guys,
really see
was
that much gameplay.
was the percentage also like 80? It was like 81-19 on that one. 19 being
yeah,
Brazil.
correct. I think you're correct.
Oh man.
90% off to Brazil. So we lost a lot of energy at the end, but we got to see a lot more entertaining picks, and that's what Japan's all about. They lost the match, but I think they've got a lot of entertainment. Go check these players out. They stream, and it's not really hard to fight. If you go to our event page, you can probably just click on mostly on Twitch, and you can just actually check them out. Go follow them, and just type in chat that you guys actually like the match that we just seen from the GCB. And that's it for our first match today. We have another match actually. That'll be Battle Frenzy versus RNG or RN Game. So that's
RN
coming up real soon after the commercial break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 10 minutes-ish.
大家好，我们是战斗的狂热小队 Battle Frenzy。
我是亚洲伺服器的睿智的阿志，本体是一只戴着耳机的海怪。上一个赛季 RTA 征服赛季位阶是传说。
大家好，我是亚洲伺服器的幻月素英。
So what is up, guys? My name is Mitch or Deity, and I am from Europe server. No, I do not live in Europe.
很感谢可爱的哥儿选择我，因为他应该是最熟悉我打法的队长。
I have a lot of time to prepare. I'm excited for this, and hopefully I don't let my team down.
队长选我的时候很开心，因为我和他一起玩这个游戏很久了。
而我认为总体上最弱的队伍应该是 Team One Gomiami 的队伍。虽然队长本人是最强的，也是我的偶像，不过他的队友总战力来说的话，是所有队伍中最弱的。
在前进到8强进行抽选时，最想遇到的队伍应该是天狼那一队吧？
最弱的队伍真的要说的话，应该是天狼队长的队伍，因为我自己印象中在游戏遇到他们，我的胜率还不错。
在比赛前，我想说的话是：保持一颗平常心，就是自身的法宝。加油！
So I would hope that my team either just wins without me or loses without me, and I get to just sit back, be a cheerleader, and enjoy the experience of just being there. That is what I'm good at.
最后，我会努力练习，把自己最好一面展现给大家看的。
不要动不动就想核爆我。
My name is Elfmage. Our team name is going to be RNG Game, and the team captain is me. The other team members are Jenganex, Grigroll Yu, and Ale.
Hi everybody, my name is Ailey. I am a French content creator and streamer.
My name is Dragon X, and I've been playing Epic 7 since week 1 on the global server, and I have never missed a login day. Woo! Yes, let's go, baby!
He picked me last? I'm so shocked by this. This is the first time I've been picked last.
The team I would like to go up against the most is probably Gomiami's team, since I think they have the strongest team captain, but I've beaten him before, so we can do it again and eliminate a strong contender right off the bat.
I am very new to PvP. This is my first competition in the game. I'm excited to be fighting anyone at this point.
I'd like an opportunity to face Kurai Lager's team, so lovely Rengar's team, because most of them are legend players from Taiwan, and I'm Taiwanese, so it would be quite the honor to fight against them.
Oh my god!
Welcome back to Global Creator Battle Season 2. It's going to be the last match of the quarterfinals. We do have the two teams getting ready, prepped up. So far, it's been pretty fun. A lot of heroes. Of course, the meta, I have to say, for the commentators, one of the hardest meta because we're getting some wild heroes popping in and out everywhere. But for the viewers, for everyone to enjoy, it's a lot more entertaining, man. It's been a lot of fun. And of course, there's a lot of events going on at the same time, so make sure you check all that out in game and also in Stoke because there are a couple more going on Stoke. So that's enough about the events. I think we're getting ready for the final two teams in the quarterfinal. That is going to be the Battle Frenzy and RNG game. Well, let's go with Car first this time. Who do you think is going to win?
Do a little betting. Let's see.
Do we double down here? Another $20 on the line, Car?
I did win the last bet.
Yeah.
You know what?
What'd you say?
I'm down. They want to do a double down here, G-Clef. I'm going to bet on RN game.
All right, and I think for me, I guess just to, kind of split the dusk into two, I will go for Battle Frenzy here.
Okay, I'm going to go for Battle Frenzy too.
Right, so we'll do against G-Clef,
yeah. The Chinese squad will be. We have them on screen. Poise is the key to victory. Stay level-headed. Let's get it. Yeah, we have a little bit of Rengar. Talon will stop. Oh, I see Lin and Deity. Not a full Chinese teams, of course. But wonder how the communication is going on this team. But as long as you play your game, it should be all right.
Yeah, I think even though there might be a lack of communication here, I think each of the players here are very strong in their own respect. And I'm looking forward to Battle Frenzy kind of, bringing it out. I mean, they had a great show match against Elfmage with that G Prigus as well as the Assassin Cartuja. So I'm curious to see what kind of comps that Lovely Rengar is going to bring out in this, best of 3 fight, in the team battle, or in the team captain battle.
Yeah, do we think he's going to bust that out again, or that was just for the show match?
I mean, I don't know, man. I've done a lot of arena throughout the week, and let me tell you, that arena team looks very, very scary. So who knows?
It's a best of 3 as well, right? So he could start with it, see how it goes, if he can do it again, and then, maybe adapt to a little bit more of a meta style.
Yeah, their opponent, RNG game, RN game, whatever you want to call it. Let's go with RNG game. No one stands a chance against us. May the RNG be with us. Elfmage, the leader. Chicken X, we roll you, and Ailey, the squad. A very strong squad, of course, mixed with English and French. And of course,
and Elfmage having Jagan X from, I think, his last CCI as well from Season 1. So,
I believe so.
Very strong. Yeah, very strong core already. I mean, 2 players out of that team are already on the same team. Very interested to see how this will play out. Elfmage, though, did get a little, mocked for his last loss in that promotional match. I'm curious to see how he's going to clean that up for this game.
Well,
it was kind of a bad L to take.
Let's see your predictions. Oh, still very far off. Yeah.
But that's the closest one we've had so far, right?
I think
yeah,
so.
25 to 75. But hey, the majority has lost every single time.
I know, and I voted on the majority here.
So this time I'm going to go to 25.
We're gonna break the curse right here. RN game.
Really? Okay, Car. Let's see what happens. Of course, both sides very strong squads. We will use Jagan X, Mage, Ailey, with Battle Frenzy, YC Lin, Time Will Stop, Lovely Vanguard, and Deity. And because of the result from last week, we'll have YC Lin actually picking first on that first set only, and the other sets will be all random first picks. And that's the matchup. If we go to the ace match, we will have the ace match. And if we also have 3-0, we still do play that set number 4 with Deity versus Ailey. Let's start with set number 1. Here we go. We do have YC Lin, who's going to be having the first pick versus Reroll You. Oh,
yeah, not only is he the 5th highest rank here, but that's 65.59% win rate in Legend as well after 300 games. That, I know we talked about, not trusting the stats too much, but you have to respect those stats. That is a very dominating stat line, especially
for that high rank, right?
Yeah.
65 is huge.
Reroll
In terms of the picks, so reroll, with the Roy Mustang, which we love to see. Standing, there's a Guider Aether again, hopefully this time above level 50.
Yeah, the Guider Aether Roy combo, as well as the Stenny there. A lot of mages on that team. I, for one, love to see the book comps, go crazy. So maybe we'll see a very telegraphed Bellion ban so that Roy can get, primed and ready to go.
And let's see what comes, because mages has been destroying, and next week when Giselle comes, oh man, even going to be another mage added in the pool. This season it seems like it's all about the mages. Last season it was all about the Soul Weavers, because it's a little bit different like that, with a lot more heroes kicking in and with a lot of Espa. And wonder what Karina will be like, but we'll see that later on. And as soon as the game's ready, we do have both players ready in the lobby. I think we're about to kick into the draft real soon. Car, getting you ready? Are you guys ready for the game?
Yeah, I'm excited.
This is gonna be a good one. High rank opponents.
All right, here we go with the first draft.
The 97% pre-ban on the Bellion as well, and the Hua Young being at 23%. Looks like the pre-ban preference has not been rolled forward after that Hua Young nerf. I have not personally seen too much Hua Young myself, at least in this current season.
Yeah, very rarely. Still maybe a spot, but definitely nowhere where she used to be.
Oh, the Zio and
Roy banned out. Did his homework a little bit.
Yeah, YC Lin definitely doing some homework, and the Destina first pick. We saw how strong this Destina first pick has kind of been. Such a core unit, and yeah, not only good into standard gameplay, but into that cleave playstyle as well. Reroll,
and then he knows, right? With his pre-bans, he knows how reroll is wanting to play. Still has access to the Stenny though. Maybe still will go for some Stenny Guider Aether. Although without Roy, right, I don't think it's nearly as powerful.
Another trial.
Goes just
Oh,
for
this
the
Arwell comes
ROL.
out as well. Yeah, I kind of like that. A little bit of a pressure on the first turn side, as well as a standard, you know, Arrowell to provide a lot of mitigation for that draft as well. So we do like to see that. YC Lin kind of thinking here about how he's going to kind of react to this draft. The Steny still being available. We saw that dynamic duo of Steny Destina kind of being picked together. I really want to see the win rate of that Steny Destina combo in a lot of these games. I think very high pick rate, high utilization rate as well. And I want to see just how strong that execution really was for those two units.
That combo, I think, had a lot of win rate in this tournament already. 20 seconds to pick both. Okay, YC Lin, still thinking about it.
I do like YC Lin kind of taking his time and trying to really figure out how he wants to, you know, figure out this draft. As a first game, you know, coming into this, you know, huge set, I think he definitely wants to kind of really.
There you go. We got the Destina Steny combo in with the Fallen Cecilia. Not bad at all. Very tanky, very standard.
Oh, the Bellion gets instantly slammed there on the reroll side. I do think that the Bellion is a lot of, you know, is a very good answer to that, you know, combo, or at least into Steny, but having Destina there, you know, does make things a little bit scary. Finally hovering that DJB.
He's there! Finally!
He finally gets picked. I do love seeing that DJB unit coming through. Having barrier inversion as well is huge in a lot of these drafts.
Yeah, with the blind as well tacked in there. Sand guy coming out finally.
Yeah, that barrier inversion will do a lot of damage to that Steny as well, regardless of how that Steny is going to be built.
Now YC Lin. Maybe thinking about the post ban already on that Sand guy.
I smell living creatures.
You know, the AD Meru comes out as well. I personally am not a huge fan of the AD Meru being picked over here. I don't
Especially not into DJB. Reroll though has a slight issue maybe with the Bellion being his he is fighting a Steny, so it's solid, but he needs another like big damage dealer for his 5th spot and probably one with reach.
Oh, the golden boy!
There we go. We've seen him a few times.
A lot more control from YC Lin now.
A relatively soft counter, I think, having that cleanse whenever he gets targeted. There is a lot of AoE on reroll side, so the A-Town pick not being the worst here. But
is this the second carry? Sage Vivian here does have reach, pretty survivable, not bad.
I would like reroll you to kind of pick another unit to reach that Steny and really get some value out of, you know, the AoEs here. Sage Vivian
a little
does
weak
come
though
in.
to AD Meru.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely a little bit weak to the AD Meru for sure, but she at least does have some reach into that Steny.
So the ban is interesting here though from the side of YC Lin. Does he want to go for the DJB or the Bellion? Or maybe the Lua probably he doesn't have to worry about as much with the FCC Tywin if he has any immunities. I think it's got to be a Bellion or DJB, right?
Yeah, which is the better ban to keep your Spectre Tenebri out? Gonna be the main question.
And the AD Meru gets in and the Bellion as well.
So this is a strong pick here from so he has the immunity on the Tywin for the for the DJB, and then he has that carry that has reach in the form of Sylvian.
Yeah, and I mean,
I think I like reroll's draft here better.
Yeah, and rerolls, you know, Lua taking 2 turns here gets a lot of extra souls generated for that Silburn on that Sage Vivian as well. So there is a lot of value there as well. The A Tywin though getting stuck into that, you know, DJB. There's 2-turn immunity on that team as well. So we'll see how this A Tywin kind of pans out.
Yeah, I think it was for the Lua. I'm not the biggest fan of it though because it was picked after the DJB.
Of course, starting with Lua on the right and DJB to follow up. Reroll you getting the first 2 turns.
Yeah, there is double immunity here on the side of YC Lin. Opts to save not only the S2 but the S3 as well. Guiding Light does not proc here, which is a little unfortunate here.
There's inversion.
The S2 comes out.
And the blind.
And the push up as well.
Losing to us.
I actually don't know how this turn order is kind of going to go through. I mean, the Sage Vivian S3 is probably going to come out here as well, but the A-Town
might live actually.
We'll see the damage coming out from Sage Vivian.
Oh, big damage to the Guardian Ice Crystals.
Yeah.
Does save her out here.
Hanging on by thread.
Jumps out of his chair.
But Arwell can land a stun here on the A-Tywin if he opts to go for it, so we'll see what he does here.
I saw that from YC Lin.
I don't
At
think
the
you
edge
go
of
for
his
the stun
seat,
on
literally.
the Taiwan personally. I think you would have been much better off to kind of S3 that S3 the FCC here and potentially stop that skill nullifier.
In the light's name.
We're gonna rip the S3. Our team is super low health. We do have souls, but we probably want to save that for the Steny or the Taiwan soul burning cycling.
Yeah, but 2-turn immunity here on that team. I mean,
gonna go
this
for
A
this
Taiwan
too.
soul burn is not going to have too much value for quite a bit. I'm surprised he
For
opts
sure.
to heal the A Taiwan here as well, especially when there's still so much immunity on Reroll's team here.
On top of reach, right? He does have souls to get that AoE reach from the Sylvian.
Yeah, and this Steny is looking a little low. 2k HP left already.
She is dead on the next Sylvian turn unless something interrupts.
Yeah, and keep in mind that YC Lin did save his
skill.
S2, S3, so the
Can get rid of that.
damage is gonna have some chip damage as
I'll
well.
be the one deciding how this
There's a barrier
story
now.
ends.
And with the skill null on everybody on the left side, to keep it up. But that Steny has to stay alive for YC Lin.
You really want your blood
Sleep
spilled?
is good from Lua.
So be it.
Yeah, the S3 going to
Since there's
come out
no
as
getting away
well.
from
Do we see a Guiding Light proc here
Make
on the
peace
Lua?
and accept your fate.
And Sweet Talk.
Ripping that skill null. That's important. The barrier's so fat though on the Steny.
Yeah.
And with the Guardian Ice Crystal, she might survive again.
For this DJB, keep in mind, he's cycling very fast. His S2 is already coming back up the next turn after this one. So that barrier inversion being huge.
Here we go,
Huge chip
Sylvian
damage.
turn. Soul burn. Do we kill the Steny?
Oh, and the Steny does fall.
Oh,
here
got
as
her.
well.
To overcome.
All right, we still have the Cena
Yeah, a lot
S3
of
on the side of YC Lin.
Reroll you looking good right now.
It looks like somebody forgot their place.
We're both on cooldown, just as the folding fan. Looking to D-break.
Resist.
Nestle hitting that Destino one by one. Nestle chipping away at that HP as well. DJB
Yeah,
does
Optimus
have his
chip.
S2 this next turn as well. So once this FCC gets to take a turn, that barrier inversion coming out as well. And more cycling from that DJB.
Just follow my lead.
The heal up.
Steny pretty
Can it
far
back
back in the
the game?
bar. Almost the entire team going before her.
Does get
Provoke
the
does come out.
as well. The soul burn on the A Taiwan is available as well.
He was waiting for this moment.
Oh, here we
Yeah,
go.
Come up big.
Let's see how many debuffs he lands. Does he land any debuffs on this DJB?
Oh,
he actually can land debuffs on the DJB. That's huge knowledge here from YC Lin's side.
Speed down gonna be very impactful as well, with how fast the other team was
I think he
cycling.
has to go to kill the DJB here. That barrier inversion is super scary and will just chip off the Steny right away.
His skill 3 is down, so he doesn't have the damage reduction. Could land the kill here.
Also
not going for it.
Come near.
Oh, wow.
Was that targeted on the
Can't still
Lua?
the barrier.
Into my eyes.
Yeah, wants to take out the Lua right now to the DJB. Does secure the kill. Resist
And
on
the
all the
cycle out
pushback.
as well from the barrier, which is huge. So this DJB S2 is not going to get too much value here, which is good.
In the light's name.
FCC. Destina
Cena does have S2. I think he heals the Steny here to get her out of the Sylvian reach. And the push
and
up.
More cycling from the Steny as well.
Destina
Another
got an
S2
action game
coming
now.
out. Big damage coming out on the arrow well.
Sylvian could get her skill 3 though.
Oh, and the provoke lands on the DJB as well. You don't want to see that. Resistance on the Sage Vivian.
No provoke.
Of my magic.
But no souls yet. And one turn off cooldown on the skill 3.
I protect. That's what I do.
Guardian Ice Crystals pulling a lot of weight on the side of YC Lin.
Yeah, and A Taiwan has another S3 here, so very scary stuff.
Shall be
We saw the debuff sticking on this entire team earlier, and that that decreased speed debuff is huge.
Pick a fight with me. You think you
He rips it here, no soul burn, but he has to.
Let's see how many debuffs land here. Oh, lands the stun on the DJB, a very key stun there.
But not on the Sylvian. He needs to get a provoke on the FCC turn.
Radiant light.
They're still putting out the damage. As long as S10 is alive.
This is a
But this poison's also stacking up as well.
It is. Does he get the provoke? This will be huge.
Another provoke!
Lands it! That's going to be no soul burn, no skill 3. That could lock it out right there. Stenny will have another turn.
And DJB at 0% CR. It is a caddy on the Vivian, so he does have some extra mitigation there, but
not enough.
Stenny is just popping off and doing so much damage here.
Well, hold on. If she doesn't have the poison here, she's going to get a big... Oh, wait. Push up on the FCC. Do we get a provoke again? He needs a 15%. Reroll. Doesn't get it. It actually just dies.
Get it. Yeah. Actually. Wow, that was a very satisfying S1. That was a chunky S1. And just like that, YC Lin
played that beautifully, right? He waited for the immunity wear off, knew his win conditions on the Tywin, got the soul burns rolling. He took a ton of damage, but survived it and came back. Played to his win cons.
Definitely kept track of those skill cooldowns. I mean, we saw how threatening that DJB potentially could have been with that S2 threatening that Stenny. I mean, that Stenny took so much damage early on and closes out with a very clean victory.
Yeah, YC Lin, just a wonderful draft there. Well, we talked about the combo of Decina S10, but also A Tywin doing a lot of work in that game.
Yeah, that once that A Tywin started getting rolling with that Soulburn S3, I mean, there's nothing too much that Reroll could have done with that Soulburn S3. Those debuffs sticking on all those units, the stuns, the decreased speed. You really don't like seeing that. And Decina and Stenny getting banned away. Hey, I respect those bans. Get those units out of my game.
No value.
Lua first pick coming out on the side of Reroll U.
Yeah, the Lua coming in again from Reroll side. I wonder how YC Lin's going to react with Stenny and Decina getting, banned away. It kind of opens the door for a lot of different comps to kind of come through.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another late pick Tywin, but it's going to depend on, of course, what Reroll picks.
Yeah, with 2 picks gone, YC Lin has to totally change up his playstyle. The drafting, first of all.
The May Chloe comes out as instead. I do like the May Chloe. We've seen a few May Chloes into that Lua in a few of our matches previously. Not the worst pick, I think, in my opinion. She does have some extra utility as well.
Doesn't opt for the Carmen, takes the ROL, classic. We've seen her so often.
I never fight a losing battle.
Hand guy pick there. Second spot gonna have that immunity and team attack up, followed by the Angel of Light. So YC Lin either needs to get another cleanse or you're just gonna have to, kind of play that hold your skills until AOL or make Chloe use their skill 3.
YC Lin thinking about Demon, looking for a longer game.
I don't think I like Archdemon in this spot. Not the strongest.
Found you.
But he's gonna go for it.
He locked in. Okay.
It is a little bit difficult to play that Archdemon into the immunity and, into
And
AOL.
AOL as well, right?
Yeah, it can proc the S2 on the AOL, but I think in terms of DPS that YC Lin can go through, you want to stick your DPS or Bruiser to kind of, really secure that comp. And I don't think AD Meru is that bad here.
Well, I'm a firm believer in AD Meru. She can win any match, but it's not the best spot here. YC Lin, 4th pick, hovering over the Momo.
Hey, Momo
no shot.
Locked in.
Locks it in.
Tournament already. Wow.
So double cleanse. We're going to have answers for the AOL regardless.
Free-to-play character.
Yeah, we'll see.
Right, we saw Momo last time. Because of her cycling against the Solitaria, she's very powerful that, especially when combined with the Tome. But in this draft here, I guess with the Stina ban, it's not bad. The only other cleanser maybe like DJB. He has the May Chloe Destina ban. Yeah, not bad pick here.
I do like YC Lin's draft quite a bit, honestly. I think it's very, very versatile in terms of what you want to last pick here. And you can either go for like a strong reactionary pick or opt to, kind of ban another unit that Reroll has already, picked earlier on. The Solitaria does come out as well, and the Bellion.
And the Bellion.
More control from Reroll U side.
Bellion picks a little interesting there.
You know what I actually think is a great last pick here? I actually think an A Ravi last pick here is actually pretty good if you opt to ban away the Solitaria. I think A Ravi has a lot of, natural bulk and can kind of deal with, Emma Cowrick, the AOL as well. And you don't really have to worry too much about the Lua because there is the cleanse as well. But opts go for the Alencia instead.
It's a similar role to what you were kind of describing, Kenny, just a little bit weaker to immunity.
Yeah.
But it does kind of have that bulk, right? It has that single target and injury to boot.
Yeah, traditionally, I think a lot of people struggle to play the Alencia into the AOL because of the unbuffable, but with a unit like Momo on this team, there is a lot of cleanse. But if the Momo does get banned away here, and Mei Chloe being the only cleanse on YC Lin's team, that is a problem.
Let's see the bans. No, Mei Chloe bans only Taria on the right.
Want to get rid of that attack up, I guess? Maybe the revive? Okay, this is going to be a little bit slow one. Solo DPS Bellion, it's got to be injury, right? If it's not, I don't know if it's going to do enough.
I think for me here, I probably would have opted for the Momo ban from Reroll's side. I think having only, Mei Chloe as a single one-time cleanse does stop a lot of the tempo from YC Lin's draft.
I agree to that. On top of that, I don't think I like the Bellion last pick from Reroll, but we're going to see how it goes here. Could be stall. He has no direct sustain, though.
Yeah, it seems like we're lacking a lot of damage, especially on the right side. Oh, Bellion there. Bellion is there basically as a solo DPS.
Well, if it is like an injury Bellion, I mean, there is a lot of, utility in that kind of pick to kind of chip away very slowly at YC Lin's draft, right? Doesn't matter if, he gets all those cleanses, if your units only have like 8k HP.
Lua with S3. Sweet talk.
Do anything for her.
There we go. Speed buff so powerful.
It is my
job. Opting for the S3.
To restore balance.
Careful.
Get all the immunes early and get the attack buff. You even go all in with
Reroll is, pacing his options here. I think you definitely go for some sort of ability to kind of FRS check this Momo. If your AOL can land any sort of debuffs on this Momo, I think
I highly doubt it. If it's a real Momo.
Press and check.
Oh, double resistance. Passes the ER check. That is huge knowledge from Reroll's side.
We'll also strip the escort, and she has unbuffable, so she won't get it right now on this turn. Can do a little bit more damage.
Do get a double strip here on the Arrowwell. No immunity now on the Bellion, which is very, very important.
Can start sealing her.
Question is, what does YC Lin do on his first Momo turn? Opts for the S2 as well, so the Valencia does not get a turn here.
Where I guess 2. Does he risk it into the Mare? No, goes for this one. Gets a counterattack. That's a Bastion of Hope as well.
Ooh, gets a 1 strip there. No attack buff on the Carrick now, and only 1 turn left on the immunity.
Man, these counter attack from Arrow are really working well with the...
Yeah, very, very high value.
Are you done struggling?
Well, let's see the Bellion. Is she on injury? I think it has to be. He's not going to have enough damage. But even on injury, I don't know if he can last long enough, although it is kind of a slap fest as of right now.
25 HP.
It's not injury.
No injury.
It's a counter.
So he needs to get a lot of Elbrus procs. And YC Lin
Keep going.
just needs to accelerate this Meru.
That must have been painful.
Momo doing an amazing job on the
Really want
tome,
your blood
just keeping the team
spill?
healthy.
So be it.
Both teams taking 0 damage, just all getting shrugged off.
I never fight a losing battle.
It'll take some time, of course.
This is gonna be a long one, guys.
Not to forget, Carrerick still does some damage. He's a warrior. Don't forget.
He does have his S2 as well. Get some extra mitigation here. And the decrease attack from the Alencia as well.
There we go, we stun the single DPS. No speed up, hopefully with the strip. Doesn't have to risk counters now.
Gets the stun. This AD Mirror looking slowly but surely very threatening. I mean, once the Silver and S1 start coming out and the potential counters, not much to do from Reroll side, but pray.
Yeah, YC Lin definitely favored if the match goes the distance, especially because Bellion's not on injury. He does get a counter here, and the seal.
And the seal as well.
That's
huge.
huge.
The S2 proc here. The S2 does proc as well. Additional damage.
No cleanse.
Oh,
no skill null, and the follow-up.
Slowly but surely starting to do AD Meru things.
Nope, just straight back into the AOL, getting another proc. No, misses the proc, unfortunately. That was still a big turn there from YC Lin.
Valencia still has her S3 as well. Big damage opportunity coming out here from YC Lin's side.
I think at this point, the Valencia could be non-existent, and YC Lin is looking so strong.
Yeah, Reroll U has to find another way to actually focus, take care of that.
So Hang 3 is ready now.
Lua does have her skills back up again, has the S2 and the S3, but look at Momo's tuning. Momo's gonna go right afterwards and cleanse off any potential debuffs that Lua provides.
Out of my sight.
Opts to go for the S2 on the Lincia, unfortunately misses here.
Yeah, loses the coin flip.
Guys, is there a good way for Reroll U to actually break through?
I don't think so, honestly. I think he lost straight up from the draft. The last pick Bellion was just not a great pick on his side, unfortunately.
That's what we're guessing it was injury, but it turns out it's not.
Even on injury, though, with how YC Lin can kind of just stun and wait out the hand guy, like even that I don't think was great.
Yeah, pretty big strip.
Yeah, I think the Momo provided too much of a problem here. I think Reroll, I think the draft looks a little lost here, especially with the way that the Bellion was built. But keep in mind how much this Momo is doing, right? I think this game would have been a lot more closer if Reroll decided to ban the Momo instead of that Mei Chloe, right?
Could be. It was still a poor draft in my opinion. But AOL S3, he's still going to fight it out.
Has the S3 again on the AOL. Resistance from the Momo.
And this Momo is not getting resisted. Trust, because the Arwell's also on Bastion. There's no chance.
Yeah. Reroll U opting to Silver in the S3 for another opportunity to fully cleanse off his team. There is a tap buff on that Bellion now, but it's not looking too good. It's definitely an uphill battle from Reroll U's side.
Yep, especially with the Marrow almost ready to go.
Look like a pushover to you.
Lincia only doing some damage. It's going
Also
in.
slap that injury onto the Bellion.
Yeah, only 3.
Look at that too. He has the injury ready for your only DPS. This is just going to be so tough on the side of Reroll U.
Allow me to purify.
YC Lin has a lot of heals available, but not the same situation for Reroll.
That must have been painful.
All right, Marrow will be locked and loaded after this S1 no matter what. If he gets a proc, that'd be okay. I think AWOL S2 is ready to go though.
I protect.
Doesn't proc.
That's what I do. Join me.
Proc would have been really huge there as well.
Oh.
AWOL, coming up again, but this Momo cleanse is so threatening in terms of, making this, pretty much rendering this AOL useless.
Mm-hmm.
You really want your blood spilled?
Back on Lua.
We are in Frenzy 5 and YC Lin is at 100% max health. Until now.
Oh, and the decrease. No, the defense break coming in on the Arrowwell finally. The Bastion of Hope finally getting withered away.
Counter, Bellion pushed up. That did some damage.
Yeah, that did a lot of damage.
It is Frenzy 5. D-Break getting cleansed. This Momo just putting in work.
Momo, yeah. Healing back a lot of that damage done by the Coeric. And this Bellion, yeah, there's not healing on Reroll's side here, and the Bellion's not looking
She's also
too
getting
hot.
no counters. Not that it would matter too much. All right, we do get the silence. Counterattack
comes up. Does the S2 proc here? Does not, so the Bellion might live here, but there's not too much damage. Oh, and loses the attack buff as well. You definitely don't want to see that.
Lua can skill 2, skill 3 here. And try to delay the inevitable, I guess.
Disappear through the cracks of
Butterfly into Arwell. Okay, got the sleep off.
It looks like somebody forgot their place.
Well, what else can you do? You just have to go for it, right?
And not a single person
Potentially, yeah. I mean, if he... I just don't see... There's literally no outs, in my opinion.
Yeah,
but,
this Bellion is not doing that much. I mean... If he gets countered here, there's no healing on the Reroll side, so this Bellion is going to start taking a lot of damage.
And even in Frenzy 6, look at the damage he just did with the skill 1. It's just not enough.
It needed some extra touch from the S1. No luck there.
So no matter what, we're going to get a Momo cleanse into the A Marrow, and that should close us out here. Oh, wait, Momo, was she reset by the Lua? Excuse me. We did delay, like I said. Yeah, we delayed the inevitable.
We are at Frenzy 6, leaning towards Frenzy 7 here. A counterattack coming out here.
Guys, wait, that did a lot of damage though, right? That AOL. Maybe Reroll's gonna go for just some Hail Mary S1s from the AOL, the hand guy? Oh no, okay.
Oh, and that is it. YC Lin
just like that, YC Lin takes the game.
Yeah, Reroll couldn't find the solution within that time, and that's a 2-0 victory for YC Lin, and a 1-0 set score for Battle Frenzy. Oh, Oh man, YC Lin he just left Discord immediately. Says, okay, got my 2-0. And hey, Kenny, welcome back.
Sorry, I kind of aged a little bit after that last game. I don't know, that one was taking a little bit long. But hey, we saw some great gameplay there. Very slow, but surely I came back 30 years older.
It looks good. I like that look on you.
Thank you. Do you like the beard as well? Add some extra wisdom to my casting.
Yeah, you got some golden leaves ready for us?
You already know, of course.
Yeah, that was a pretty good game for Battle Frenzy. Up 1 now. Yeah, with the 2-0. Reroll U had some pretty good idea, but the second game couldn't really deliver from the draft. Really lost hard. But moving on to the second set. Now, Time Will Stop versus Jagan X. This will be very interesting as we talked. I think we've seen it from the interview. How these players just wanted to have the match already.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, who do you think's gonna take this? We know Jagan much more compared to Time Will Stop. We see on this pretty high win rate. Not that many matches again from Battle Frenzy. That's pretty high for 177 games.
Yeah, very high win rate, but Jagan has been a long-time Epic 7 player. I know one of the things that Jagan loves to flex is that he's never missed a login day in Epic 7, so even though, there might be a disparity in the rank here, I mean, Jagan has a lot of knowledge to provide here, and I'm confident that he can bring a lot to the table.
Yeah, for sure. Both these players I expect being an Emperor right now. We knew Jagan, he won in the last CCB, so yeah, I wouldn't put any stock into these stats right here.
See what Jagan is able to do as the RNG game. They need a win to come back until they get to the captain match. There's Time Will Stop though. Having Shu, correct, Aola must pick. It's pretty reasonable. And do see a lot of Chinese players actually loving the Shu recently. Depends on the proc, of course, but it's not just Shu. We had a lot of Shu coming in for the E7WC, but not as much anymore. And
yeah, that unit is busted.
Maybe not.
I think Shu being very strong, but a lot of these drafts does have that solitary to kind of fully control that Shu. I think a lot of people forget how much debuff potential that solitary can use to just lock down a lot of these units. And oftentimes we saw a lot of people react with that Edward pick instead of a full cleanser and just locking down Shu altogether.
Let's see more Momos. We've seen her already. I think Momo has a 100% win rate in this tournament.
Oh, is that so? Yeah, Momo got a win yesterday and another one. So
and today, yeah.
Hey Momo, just coming in clutch when you need a cleanse, and there's always a Soul Weaver. You have to get everything up and high in terms of runes and everything that you have. So once we get the set ready, we should be in game real soon. Just waiting for the two players to actually get in. Okay. Seems like
I'm hoping at least this match is gonna be a little faster than the last one. Not that I don't mind slow matches, but that one has just felt kind of it's a little bit of a trap, and we just had not too many win conditions, if any.
Yeah, definitely felt my age kind of growing out in that last game. But I think, to be fair, the game probably would have been a little bit closer if the ban was made, in a better spot. I think Reroll, though, did have a good draft. It's just, sometimes you get a little too into, focusing on the counters instead.
Yeah, we're ready to go into set number 2. Here we go with the set 2. Round 1 between Time Will Stop versus Jagan X.
I love Jagan's profile picture here.
Looking handsome as ever.
Don't be afraid.
Destina first pick. We see that very often. Definitely a solid choice. What does Jagan go for in his first 2?
We do see that Destina as a first pick here. We've seen it so many games now, and we see it back here again.
Winter first pick. Good response into the Destina.
Yeah, we've seen in a lot of these games just how much pressure that Winter provides to that team, especially, all these non-attack skills being used, that Winter cycling on her S3 just does so much damage.
But Time Will Stop. Can't really pair up Destina with S10A, and S10A has been pre-banned. So has to bring something else on the table. What will it be?
Ooh, the Rimuru does comes out instead.
Have we seen him? Haven't seen him
Not at
today.
all.
Did we see him at all yesterday?
Yeah, we haven't seen too much Rimuru. I believe because the Bruiser meta is a little bit too slow for Rimuru to get a lot of value here. But in terms of having that one-shot burst potential,
Milim is a great pick here into the winter.
yeah, procking or getting rid of that stealth altogether. I do like that Milim pick quite a bit as well.
To contest against Winter.
Yo, let's get a Team Espa versus Team Slime collab.
No,
Jagan,
hovering
third
that
pick.
Lionheart Sermia as well as the Emo Lily is still being an option for both these players.
Come on, I'll take you all down.
You're locked
Let's
in.
go for the Lionheart.
Might need some more.
Oh, the Solitaria comes out as well. We've seen how strong that Solitaria pick really is on, either side.
Gonna be a must answer unit. I'm worried for Jagan though a little bit with how much damage like Rimu and Milim can pump out. No mitigation on the side yet, so his Lionheart could just get popped.
Yeah, but
Shoot, a great
having
pick as well.
Solitaria
Anti-crit.
Having Solitaria there as like a debuff unit as well to potentially stun that Rimuru as well on that very first turn. Very, very threatening as well.
I think with this shoe pick though, I think he needs to ban the Soli, right?
I'm thinking so as well. That Solitaria being very, very scary. Even with another cleanser here, that Solitaria just ends up doing so much in terms of draft utility. Man, all these drafts would be so much easier to deal with if Hua Yong gets rebuffed.
So he does get a last pick Amelia.
Who's on that page?
3 out of 5.
Amelia
from
knocking
that
out the
defense.
cleanse.
We do see the Amelia coming out. The attack buff and the cleanse on time will stop side. I do like the Amelia and Milim together. A full combo, if anything. Covering the
Should have
Pirate
been
Flan as
Shuna though,
well.
I think. That would have been a
Ooh,
little more
and the
bad. Pirate Captain Flan,
Flan
last pick.
does come out.
Very strong in the Milim, very strong in the shoe.
So, Carl, what do you think it will be the right ban for time?
Oh, I didn't get to call it in time, but Milim and
And they
Winter are
trade
banned
bans.
out.
I do like the double ban here. I think it does render Winter useless if that Milim is in the game.
And this
But there's
Soli's
a lot
gonna
of-
run amok. If she's fast, she can also just eat up the Rimu S2, right? Getting that stun, it will proc it, and he won't get to use it.
Slowly starts the game. Here's round 1.
I'm assuming going straight for skill 3 into the Rimuru.
You have to lock the guy down. So it gets a big counter.
The S3 coming out of the Solitaria. We do see the...
Oh, it's Crimson Seed! So he will get the counter.
Wait!
Oh, and the Emo Sermon gets procced here as well.
Mm-hmm.
So many procs after one skill. And Rimuru's
Unfading Memories.
Is he gonna send it into...
There's 6 buffs here on Rimuru. This is a 21k HP Rimuru, so it's a very tanky Rimuru.
No mitigation on the side of Jagan X as well.
No crit, but
Good
we see
damage,
3
D-breaks.
defense breaks, but the Emo Carrick will probably just cleanse this all out.
Yes.
To restore balance.
the close one. Did a lot of damage still.
Alright, Captain Flan does have the S3 available here as well, but Destina is primed and ready to go before the other units, so I would not rip the S3 here.
I want to see the
going
effect.
for the S1
Is it enough to get
F-Rush
the...
check the Destina.
Oh, he's
does
going
go
for
for the
S3.
S3.
I agree, though. I don't like it too much here because we already had attack up, but we'll see the... no buffs on Soyvers, no debuffs.
Yeah, 2 bombs on top and bottom.
Foolish.
Destina does get to S2. The shoe, push her back up and cleanser and potentially rip this S3.
We definitely skill 3, right? We want to get that up before the Lionheart turn.
Yeah, what's scary here is though, typically what you would see is that the shoe would get S2'd by the Emo Carrick to strip the buffs, but the Rimuru actually stole the F-Res buff from the Lionheart Sermia, so has a potential chance to actually resist any sort of strip here from the Emo Carrick.
Oh, here's a counterattattack.
Oh, as I say
Commentator's
that,
curse!
Yeah,
And we got a
well,
huge rebuttal as well.
Sure you can handle this?
big damage coming out.
Shu will be going down here.
Jagan X needs to put
Oh,
maximum
excuse me.
output.
No, the heal was just...
Another
counter
counter
attack.
coming out. Oh, and another
And
S2.
another
The boost
S2.
does proc again.
I'll give you a taste of defeat.
Man, this guy controlling time.
Let's set sail.
Clan.
Oh, the resistance on the Amelia as well.
I just want to go home.
Another resistance. I do like the high F-res Amelia. I personally do have a lot of value in having a high F-res Amelia as well. Her skills are available. The S3
Big
coming
S3.
up.
Yeah, get that
And
sustained.
Amelia on the follow-up turn does have her S2 again, so there is an attack buff as well. A lot of cycling here on Time Will Stop's team. The S2 does come
shoot.
out.
That's the
Just
third
like
push of
that,
the match.
Pirate Captain Flan. I mean, sorry, not Pirate Captain Flan.
In the light's name.
Unit just dies. Yeah, Lionheart Sermia just dies.
Mm-hmm.
The unit got erased from the game, and I forgot what unit it was.
Keeping the left team alive.
Oh, and another dual attack.
And a push again!
Oh,
that's
my God.
4 pushes. G-Clef, you mentioned that the Chinese players like this unit. Now I see why, obviously.
Obviously, if she works all the time like that.
Yeah, just proc every single time.
There's
I
a
said this
stun,
unit
but
was
maybe it's a little
busted,
too late
man.
for Jagan. Solitaire is there.
A rare Solitaria just not being actually getting out sustained.
The seed from Mimru making a lot of difference.
Radiant
Ooh, a little fancy here. Cleansing the Destina.
I've seen Crimson Seed as a sort of way to kind of deal with these single debuff units that we've seen on a few units now. I think Sea Lilius as well is another unit that we saw the Crimson Seed on.
Of course, MVP Shu. That's 3 in a row for Battle Frenzy. Oh, guys, what did you think about the game? Is it right to actually have Pyre Flan against this many Soul Weavers and Clans on the other
G-Clef,
side?
wasn't that just game 1?
Oh, that was
Yeah, that should just
Game
be just
one.
game 1. Yeah, so we still have Jagan still has a chance here, but it is down to the wire.
Yeah, I do want to think that like maybe we should propose a change of teams here. We'll have Time Will Stop here transfer to the RNG game team instead, just due to all those Foosh procs going through on that shoe as well.
you can't stop her. What do you
I can't
do?
believe, guys. She took 1 turn, or
minute?
maybe 2 turns, but she had a total of 4 pushes. Maybe 5?
Yes, she
I lost
did.
count. Oh, the
So
shoe ban
Jagan
comes out as well.
Jagan has been triggered.
goes out the
Get
door.
that unit
Well
out of
deserved,
my
well deserved.
game. And I do like the Winter ban here from Time Will Stop side. Winter being a very strong unit
be
in terms of answering what Time Will Stop had in his previous draft. The Destina does get picked away here. Destina being such a strong unit, and in reaction, we do see Time Will Stop taking that Ammo Carrick away
Yeah,
as
a
well.
reversal of the supports pretty much here from last round.
Saying you can't have that anymore. It has to be gone. The rat's gone. Now the Cena on my side. Now,
We see Time Will Stop go for the Winter, maybe?
Winter's gone. It's pre-banned.
Oh, you're right. The Winter and the shoe was banned. They both pretty much banned those each other.
Ooh,
Just
early
A Maru's
the
back in.
AD Meru gets picked in. Oftentimes, I think we've seen in a lot of these drafts, there aren't too many sticky, strong DPS to really take in these slots early on that feel very safe. I don't really hate the AD Meru this early on because there's not too many DPS units that you can take. The Solitary does come out from Jagan's side.
Wasn't too effective, though. Time Will Stop did a good job of managing the Soli game 1.
Yeah, but this time there's no Destina on Time Will Stop side. There's only the ML Coeric, so we'll see how that goes this time around.
Just needs to bust out that A Momo. Jagan next deciding on his 3rd pick.
You really show your damage already.
Another trial to overcome.
Oh, and the Scarwo comes out from Jagan's side as well. Three very strong units picked over from Jagan's side. I think each of these units have had very high utilization and very high win rate in a lot of these games that we've seen them debut in.
I would have liked to see a little bit of a bigger punish, though. I think 2nd pick Meru can get a lot of counter picks.
We do see the Lionheart Sermia as well from Time Will Stop side coming out as a reaction to the Solitaria, but in a few of these games we've seen Solitaria just completely control this Lionheart Sermia altogether. So curious to see how Time Will Stop will kind of draft around how to
He needs
deal
another
with that
support.
Solitaria. Yeah.
We'll give it the 4th pick. Where time will stop with Sermia. What pairs up well? Hovering Ning Ning.
Ning Ning. Threading that arrow bear. Nope, doesn't go for it.
Let's go for the Elena. Interesting. So as opposed to the Momo that we've seen in the previous games, we do see the Elena picked here instead. Elena does have some more utility in her kit in terms of providing F-res as well as, you know, the Dispel on her S1 and some extra mitigation on her S2.
Yeah, but in terms of raw cleansing, I'm not sure I like this pick that much, especially because Jagan doesn't really, he's not showing any damage yet. I want to see like a Rylet, I think, coming out. Even though he hasn't had the best performance, I think we need some damage here to pressure time will stop. Some big damage.
Well, I do like Elena in terms of an overall like support pick to kind of deal with that Solitaria. Keep in mind that Elena's S1 does dispel one debuff from 2 allies, which is a lot more consistent in my opinion than, you know, hoping that the Momo procs the S2 cooldown resist.
Well, let's see. It could work out.
Yeah, we do see the APOC coming out from Jagan's side, as well as the Dark Corvus.
Oh my goodness!
Some big damage towards the end for Jagan X.
Yeah, Dark Corvus great into Lionheart. Also could be good in Elena. Maybe take some stray hits.
Yeah, this is like the second A-Robbie of the tournament. Don't really see her as much now. Especially
We'll
with
see how. Oh, Time Will Stop does go for the Alencia here.
Wants
as the
that
last
injury.
pick as well. I'm curious to see how Time Will Stop will choose his bans here.
Or which side do you like a little better after the draft?
I think I... Oh man, I don't know about the Elena. If she can keep up with the cleansing, then I think I like left side. But we'll have to see how it goes. The Solitaire gonna be pretty strong here. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna give it to Time Will Stop. I think I like his draft overall better, but this could go either way.
Yeah, we'll see how the execution with the Elena has to do with the Solitaria. This is the first Elena that we've seen, so hopefully we can all take some notes here and see just how well this Elena will do against that Solitaria pick that we've seen so often. Solitaria does get the first turn here.
Yeah, we've seen so much over this tournament.
Yeah, RNG game, they need a win. They did not get a single win yet.
That's right, G-Clef. This is do or die. Abyssal Crown. This is I think the first non-fairy tale for Nightmare solely we've seen. Just a little poke damage here. No duels procking.
Proc Ravi, pretty tanky, 27k.
Wow, and
big
just
damage.
like that APOC does some big damage. Keep in mind, there's no mitigation on Time Will Stop side, so this A-Ravi's S1 and S3 are just going to start punching. And as we start losing units very slowly, I mean, this A-Ravi is just going to start stacking more and more damage from her passive.
Big strip there. I'm surprised he actually got that on an Narwhal.
Look beyond the sky.
We do have the option here to S3 on the Elena as well, if he chooses to do so. Goes for
Here's
the
what artifact
S3.
he's also on. Right, well, we get that Fez buff like you mentioned. Might be impactful
I
here.
protect. That's what I do.
Fortunately, it does not stack with Lionheart's own Efrez buff, so you only get one of the buffs here.
Yeah, Arwell could strip this entire lineup on the Lionheart.
See
any
if he
15%?
Oh, barrier, okay.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
And that was without the 50% effectiveness buff because she did have a debuff on her.
Mhm.
Seal
We get a
activated.
seal here. Oh, but it is Crimson Seed.
That is bad for Time Will Stop.
Yeah, and another downside here with Time Will Stop's draft, right? The Solitaria being alive for this many turns prevents that Emerald Mercedes from proccing her focus to get that S3 off. We do see the Elena here. Proc the S2, but no cleanses on the S2 either. And this
Man,
APOC
that
Robbie,
S1 damage.
even through Proof of Valor, chunking off this Lionheart Surmia.
So the pen guy has to pop that S3.
In the light's name.
Immune attack buff. Now to Jagan X. Still having Destina.
Are you doubting me?
The Elena does have a turn here, but this Lionheart
It is
Surmia is
Celestine.
so dangerously low. I feel like an S3 can really do a lot of damage on this Lionheart Surmia, especially when she doesn't have her defense buff.
No seal this time. Actually going for the Arwell.
Oh,
Maybe
another
after seeing that his hand guy did
I
strip.
made it in the nick of time.
The
There is
Celestine
the
could help though,
S3.
Ken, with sustain on the Elena there, but she is taking a ton of damage.
Oh, I get stripped again. Let's see how much
Yeah, no
damage this
dia.
Lionheart Surmia does. Can he wipe out the Solitaria? Not
Behind
too
the
much damage, yeah. I think
Behind
if
the
S2
escort.
procced on the 80 Meru, probably would have done a little bit more damage, but man, the escort mitigation is just so much.
Yeah, without the defense buff, not as much damage.
Only 2k damage on the S1 with Lionheart Surmia.
Yeah, it might be
Not
adamant
that
shield.
strong from Ceremia.
It's just too much mitigation, and it's a defensive Lionheart Proof of Valor
Oh,
artifact.
Dual attack does come out here as well.
Alright, he gets the proc.
But, I mean, this Solitaria next turn already has her S3. A lot of cycling on this unit.
As an offering. How boring.
He's just loading up these S1s.
Another dual
Gets
attack.
stripped again.
Defense
No
buff
D
gets
up.
stripped away.
That's big. That's a lot of lost damage as well as survivability.
More RNG going towards Giganex.
Does resist the second strip, but losing their defense buff is a lot of damage taken away from that Lionheart Ceremia.
Beast of the West.
I need some
And
meat.
side of Jagan looking super healthy here. S3 ready to go.
Right in the nick of time.
Up to rip the S3 on that Lionheart Ceremia. Does the stun land? The stun does
yeah.
land.
CR
Again, we see
pushback as
that
well.
pressure.
Allow me to purify you.
The stars
Crimson Seed on that A Ravi just makes it so menacing in terms of this A Meru absolutely doing nothing.
That cleanse coming to play though, Ken, from the S1 on the Lena. Gets that stun off. And with Seed proc, he could try for a seal here on the... He's going for seal on Arwell.
Is that all you've got?
The follow up.
Does get
No
the
blind on the
S2 as well,
APOC.
but every single
He
turn
should have
that
went
the
for a seal
Solitaria
here.
is alive.
Oh, here's a soul.
Gets rid of. Oh, and
Yeah, if he
as
went
you
for
see,
the
it's
seal
Lionheart
instead on the
Ceremia.
APOC, he could have threatened like a missed crit at least.
Yeah, but there's not too much healing on Time Will Stop side, right? In this instance, I think the Momo would have been a better pick than the Elena, because at least Momo does have that really sustained healing that we've seen.
And that's
in
what
the
I mentioned. You
previous
kind of
matches.
sold me on the double cleanse here, but yeah, it just wasn't enough.
Fight a losing battle.
I think if the game was a little more aggressively drafted from Time Will Stop side, I think you'd have a little bit more value out of a unit like Elena. But I think slowing down your draft, I think you'd rather have healing to kind of deal with, you know.
That's what I'm saying though,
especially
right? He didn't
chunky
slow it
damage.
down. He picked Elena later, so he already had a slow draft. He couldn't use it there, I think. But now that I saw it, I do see it could be a thing. Just not in this one. Jagan looking very strong right now.
Radiant light.
Seems like he doesn't even need to pop that Destina skill anymore.
Yeah, and Amero has no carry threat because Soli is on the field.
Going to keep Arwell alive, I'm guessing.
I smell living
And
creatures.
back to full health. Giganex looking to take looking good.
There's Silver in here, but this Crimson
Can you
Seed
handle
proc.
this?
You see, it does proc
If you're
here.
scared, run.
Maybe he can go for a dual attack here on the Solitaria with the Coeric S1. I'm not too
I think
sure
he has
what
to.
Time Will Stop can do to kind of break out the Solitaria.
I just want to go home.
Solitaria. And will stop doesn't really have that many options anymore.
And this A Ravi is just slowly but surely chunking down Time Will Stop's team. Starting to do 7k
With the
each
counter
S1.
Coeric.
I'll do anything for her. Let me guide you
That
on
must
to
be a
the
pretty
right
nice geared up APOC
Look
Ravi.
beyond the sky.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
Crimson
the
Seed this
Crimson Seed
time.
doing a lot of work so far.
I
The
protect.
Celestine slowly
That's
healing
what I do.
away. Some of the chip
S3 is
damage.
ready to go here. Does have effectiveness buff.
Yeah, I think once if the stun lands on the 80 Meru, I
ever
think it's
ignore the
a
power
wrap
of
for Time Will
someone.
Stop's draft. I mean, that
Or something to
APOC
protect.
Ravi is threatening so much damage here. Does get the
He's gonna
resistance.
resist.
But still, Giganex a lot of ways to come back. APOC Ravi, Destina. But time will
I
stop.
desire your
No
love.
counter there from the Coeric S1, but doesn't offer too much here. Goes for the silver on the APOC Ravi.
Is that
Crimson
all
Seed
Does
gets
keep
rid of the
that
attack up.
defense.
Do we land a blind? That'd be huge. No blind on the
Well, it
APOC.
does land at least on the Solitaria, which is good. But man, this 80 Meru is just praying for the S2 procs. I don't think the win condition on Time Will Stop side is
In a
that
world
strong.
where I'm the main character, I can do
Yeah, without
whatever I
Ceremia.
want.
What else can he do?
I never fight a losing battle.
Maybe looking to drag this out all the way.
We are
Come
going to
on,
Frenzy
come at
6,
me.
so slowly but surely this 80 Meru is starting to do more damage. But
Children of
on the
the
flip
Doesn't
side,
miss a
this
crit, even with the seal.
Ravi does so much damage, 7k damage every single time her S1 chunks.
He's also
And
saving up
as-
the soul. Still has access to skill 3. This is gonna
Another
be
trial
so
to
tough for Time
overcome.
Will Stop. I don't see it happening.
Work with me.
Princess is
Keep in mind, we do know this Airwall does have very high effectiveness, was able to strip most of the games, and even with this Effortless buff, I mean, the strips on the Airwall is very, very threatening.
Go steal.
Another steal. 2k damage there, but no S2 proc there as well. There's not really a good window of opportunity for Time Will Stop to really deal with this Solitaria.
Yeah, unfortunately, he didn't land the proc either.
Yeah. By now, maybe he's thinking about the next draft.
He's using this time, G-Clef, to think his next draft?
Maybe, because, you know, he's lost his winning condition.
I made it in
Oh, don't do that to us.
Is it possible? Really?
Maybe. I wouldn't like that, though.
Yeah,
Come on, we gotta put on a show. Let's go to the next one if that's the case.
Being such a prevalent unit in a lot of these drafts, I'd like to see Time Will Stop kind of pivot away for his pre-bans and perhaps think about banning away the Destina or the Solitaria and just pick one or the other. Probably leaning towards the Solitaria ban and potentially first picking that Destina away to lock out his second game. And I think with that,
APOC will never die.
At this APOC Ravi, yeah, the Silver and S1 coming out destroys the Elena. There's only the Amaru left. Amaru against the Solitaria.
Frenzy 8 if he counters every time.
Was this ADS pick like second pick or third pick?
Yes, it was an early pick.
Right?
Yeah, it was a very early pick. And he drafted in a way where he got stuck, you know, leaving up the Solitaria. That's the problem with picking Amaru so early.
This
And he's
vessel
done, and
yields the match to Jagan.
Yeah.
Tied 1-1 now.
Finally! Yeah, that match was actually long enough that we actually triggered some monitor protection from the windows.
All right. Well, we went. I think that was almost Frenzy 9. That was Frenzy 8, I believe. Good God.
Oh
Look
man,
at that offensive contribution from that Solitaria, 22%, just from landing her S1, S2s onto Time Will Stop's team. Again, we really see, you know, the power of that Solitaria. Even though Time Will Stop picked 2 counter picks into that Solitaria, the Elena and the Lionheart Sirmia, I mean, just falling short in terms of damage output.
Yeah, but the Elena needed to be someone with more healing. Because as soon as you lost that Lionheart, it was over.
But yeah, I think even though that Lionheart was like not doing too much and he probably needed healing, like that 80, like that, let's not talk about that, or let's talk about that APOC Ravi there doing so much work. 66% on that offense contribution in that match.
Okay, let's move into round 3 though. We're gonna have two more bands. Jagan X finally getting a game for the team, and RNG game they survive. And our well banned Dark Corvus banned though.
Okay.
Very interesting. I think Jagan X is probably leaning towards another Solitaria game. But like we said in the last match here, Time Will Stop will first pick that Destina. I think Destina being such a strong anchor for a lot of these players to really kind of flesh out that draft.
Yeah, most definitely. And with the Dark Corvus ban, let's see. I think Time Will Stop's going to try a similar kind of draft. Maybe fishing for that Lionheart again. Hopefully it'll work out better than last.
Yeah, who knew
But
that
it's gonna be...
after the buff that she'll be first picked in just the season? Well, she's always here now.
Edge.
Not for too long, though.
Yeah, maybe when Hua Yang gets changed, you know?
I think by Hua you mean Bryce Area.
Yeah, Bryce Area. Wait,
Or
Hua. Hua who? Wait.
Who?
Oh.
All right, Jagan taking his time here on the first pick.
Yeah, with that Destina being taken out, I mean...
Yulha in the house!
Okay, I like that. If he's predicting Lionheart, right? Yulha very, very strong.
Yeah, we saw Geneset having a lot of success with that first pick Yulha. I think Jagan adopting that same style with that first pick Yulha opener does provide a lot of
picked though on the second one. That might have been a mispick.
Cleric.
That might have been a time one. I don't know if you
early?
usually go Yulha into... Yeah, that strikes me as an accident. Might have timed out.
Fire Cleric does have a lot of threatening potential, right? With the Sovereign S2 coming out, because we know the Bellion is banned away, has a lot of potential in terms of
now
tempo.
he's going to have to go all in, right, with that. But now he's getting kind of countered with Time Will Stop going for the Zeo now.
Do you see the Zeo coming out as well?
Third pick will be.
The Yulha first pick it's spreading. Came from you know who, and see if it works.
Oh, covering the rumor as well. The rumor does come out from Time Will Stop's side. But Zeo, I don't think is enough to threaten just a single Cleric opener. I think that Sovereign S2, if this Cleric is on book, does a lot in terms of pressure
Well, he still has
on
2
Jagan
picks ready to
X's
go.
side. Not a huge fan of the Rimuru pick here, in my opinion. I think it's a little
I think
bit
he's
weaker.
predicting. Maybe he's predicting Jagan has to go for like a very offensive draft.
Yeah, Jagan hovering the Aiden as well.
Aiden, a pretty good pick in the Rimu.
Guessing after career, you do have to go all in.
I think so, yeah. He can't play like Jagan can't play a slow draft like last time with Quirk, obviously.
really
so
want your blood
he has to play a little more aggressive here.
Lua as well. I do like Lua with the
There we
guiding
go.
light.
Okay.
And the Roy brings out the
Probably gonna try for
Roy.
a third mage.
Against the against
Belling's
the green
banned.
units. We're providing a lot of damage with the flick.
I think Time Will Stop definitely needs another opener to kind of deal with this draft. You can't rely on just Zio alone to kind of deal with a lot of these cleave picks.
Oh, Violet is not it. Hopefully that's not his pick.
Ooh, the Sage Ball gets hovered and picked here.
Sage is solid for sure. Can get that interrupt. See our push into the sleeps. Depends with the Lua though.
Yeah, if this Lua does have a lot of high effectiveness, and we have seen a lot of high effectiveness Luas, especially because she gets a lot of free effectiveness. I mean, there is an opportunity here where the Lua can't just debuff on that ball.
Oh,
And the
picks
last pick ran.
Do you think Ran's a great last pick here? There's the 2 openers and the ball as well for a follow-up punish.
Yeah, good. Good follow up there from Time Will Stop. Does Jagan X go for a third book or maybe an imprint? What do you think the play is here?
So as annoying as Rand might be, I do think there is potential where Jagan might just be able to tank away at this Rand.
Is it my turn?
Going with a Sid. Okay, damage and imprint. Does he have to ban the Zio?
Because Roy can't actually die to Rand, right? So he has to ban, I think, either Zio or potentially just get rid of the ball altogether. I don't think you have to ban Rand here.
It depends also, right, what he's expecting his opponent to ban. A little bit tricky.
Bans are
Lua
there.
and Rimu are banned out.
Very interesting. I did not expect to see Zio get through here.
Yes, you
Let's see
will
if
be
Jagan has a game plan for it.
Yeah, because I think typically you'd expect the green sit to be around 305 speed, but the Rand being very fast and the Zio taking the first turn potentially is a lot of speed on that turn. And we do see not only the Rand, but the Zio also taking first turn as well.
Jagan could be in big trouble here.
I am the rightful ruler.
Here comes Bow Down before me. Neo pretty fast with his passive.
Oh, it does get the resistance, but now the Rand and the ball are going together in unison.
Yeah, this is a bad look for Jagan X.
Yes, 3 on the Rand does come out.
Here's the blade. Let's see the debuffs. Oh.
Quirk survives, but we have the follow-up from the Sage Ball.
Yeah, the Sage Ball S2 does come out here. How many sleeps lands?
Oh, that's it. That could be enough there.
In the light's name.
I don't see an out now from Jagan. He's not going to get to cycle back, even with Yulha with the rebuttal on skill 3. Maybe killing something. I don't even know if she will.
Yeah,
and Zio gets to go first. Oh my god, that was so
Even
fast.
without that S1, that is
Guys,
it.
I think that was an
bad.
accidental pick.
Stop.
I think that was an accidental
Really?
pick on the
Oh, Eric?
Choleric. Yeah, I think so.
Man, if that was the case.
It just doesn't make sense with the Yulha, right?
Uh-huh.
I think, yeah, it is a little finicky, but I mean, you know, if it was a very fast fire core, there is some value there, especially because we know that there is a mage buff. I think typically when we see a lot of these mages being picked in RTA, I would just assume that it's going to be extremely, extremely fast.
Sure.
But on the bright side, Jagan X had a great showing, and he always logs in, so he does have that going for him.
Yeah, well played, boys. G-Clef, with that being said, though, was that game 3?
Oh, yeah, that was game 3, and that's 2-0 for Battle Frenzy now. 2 set
Okay.
scores. And if Vanguard takes it, it will be a 3-0. Of course, we do go to set 4 for the quarterfinals, regardless. But it's a captain match now, set 3. Lovely Rengar versus Elf Mage. And let's see this match. Very interesting
Now,
match.
I know we're not supposed to have any caster bias here, but since I have Battle Frenzy you know, as my betting team here, I'm gonna say, yo, Lovely Rengar, Jayo, you got this, man.
Okay, some fighting spirit towards Battle Frenzy in Chinese, of course. But Elf Mage, we know that this player, he can bring some speed, cleave, anything you want, just name it. He'll bring it on the table.
And he wants to redeem himself after that first show match, I'm sure.
Of course he does, of course. And
you see Elf Mage with that dominating 70% win rate.
My God! That is disgusting.
Do it.
What a solid win rate.
Yeah, 63 is of course really high, but 70
And
is
that's with
a number that you don't really see.
Yeah, that's with almost 600 matches played as well.
Pretty cool. Those picks, of course, Lua, Roy actually. Pretty cool. Estelle, but on the other side, it's
Yeah, definitely nothing to scoff at, right? G-Club, we got 63%, also in Legend. 3rd ranked overall in this tournament.
What's with that pre-ban Angelica from Lovely Rengar?
Honor ban, troll ban.
Yeah, I think
he doesn't need a second ban.
That's a disrespect ban, yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't need anything else.
Lovely Rengar wants to play against everything, so he doesn't need those bans at all.
Maybe that's the case. As you see both of the players ready with both of the cams. Now, this will be a big captain match as Battle Frenzy, they're about to move up, but RNG Game as the captain, Elf Mage, he has to keep it up or his team is gone. Will not be moving up to the semifinals. It's a big one. Elf Mage has to win, of course. Lovely Rengar, slightly less pressure, but you do want to win against Elf Mage. He's one player that you always want to beat.
Mm-hmm. This is probably this is number 1 and 2 ranked total in the entire tournament.
So it is a big show match, and we have seen Elf Mage fall a little bit short in that promotional match to the Arena Auto Battle team. I'm curious to see what's going to happen.
His rep is Cartuja. I would love to see them pop out game 1, right? He's up 2-0. Not too much pressure, like G-Clef said. He could go for the cats and Stenny again. Crazy Cat Lady.
We'll
See,
the
cats.
captain match is ready to go. Let's see the first draft of the two. And Lovely Rengar on the left, both cams ready. Elf Mage on the right. First round.
And Elf Mage looking a little distraught. He's definitely shaking a little bit. The nerves are racking up. His team is down 2-0 in this set so far.
The fast units banned, like a ban.
I do like a lot of these openers being banned away. We see the steady first pick here from Lovely Rengar as well. I'm curious to see how Elf Mage is going to take this draft. Elf
Such
Mage
a
does have
difference
very,
too. Big
it
difference
has
in
a
the
very
cams,
versatile
Kenny.
account.
Elf is like yelling and Rengar's big chilling, little smirk going on. He's confident.
Yeah, again, instantly taking that Destino away. We don't want to give that Destina Stene combo. It's just so strong in all these games that we're seeing. Destina Scarwell getting picked here from Elf Mage. Opts to slow down a little bit, even though he does have a lot of aggressive units built up on that account. So
Any Cartujas? Rengar, please. He led with the Stenny last time too. He's debating. Ning Ning
Lovely Rengar, I don't think is going to play anything fun. Look at that face. He is full of stern.
Yeah.
He is not playing
Cold-blooded
around.
killer stare going on. He's not playing the fun units today, guys.
The Ning Ning does come out as well. Yeah, I've seen a few Ning Ning so far on this tournament.
Yeah, definitely strong pick in an Arwell, right? Gonna hold that. You could either use it on the initial barrier, or if you want to hold it for her follow-up skill 3. That's a fat berry they can invert.
Weaver.
And we do see the Mei Chloe coming out here as well. Do like seeing the Mei Chloe, a lot of utility with the attack buff and the revive as well as the cleanse. There's a lot of CR push on Lovely Rengar's draft so far, especially with that Ning Ning being locked in.
Elf Mage has to kind of counter and think about a way to get the Spectre Tenebria down. Got the Stina ROL. What else?
Yeah, this is not an easy spot here for Elf Mage too, because I think at one point he has to show one of his DPS picks here, and Lovely Rengar can opt to kind of try to deal with, you know, one of those DPS picks by those 2 reaction picks here.
14 seconds. Has to pick 2 units, okay?
Maru. Strong here. I like that pick.
Yo, and the Solitary as well. We have seen Solitary being super strong, and this time taking away that. Ooh,
This is what I wanted to see, though, guys. The Last Rider Crow. I wanted to mention this last time that he's a great trap for A Maru, providing the immunity, big resets. That's a great pickup.
Ooh, and the Rowana as well. Very, very interesting draft here. Has a strong core 5 unit draft into Elf Mage's first 4 units. So regardless of whatever Elf Mage picks last here, Lovely Rengar is in a very good spot to kind of deal with all of these units.
Rowana is
goes
banned
for the
out.
APOC as well as the Rowana as well. We'll see how the RNG kind of goes in terms of debuff sticking with that Solitaria being very, very damaging in terms of overall DPS, but with the Elder Crowd mitigation as well. Here's to see how this happens.
The captain match, round number 1, starting with Solitaria. Just by 1%, Ning Ning goes next.
Solitaria does get the first turn here, but there's not really a good target for Solitaria to kind of S3.
Let's see what he opts for.
See the initial resistance on the LR Crow. Let's see if he resists the stun or the pushback. Does not, but it is a potion vial on that Ning Ning as well, and there still is a cleanse on the Mei Chloe as well.
We're gonna invert. There's a barrier on the Solitaria.
Pretty
Ooh.
exposed, aren't you?
Big Ning
He
Ning.
does strip the stealth as well. Second potion vial procking.
Gotcha.
He gets an extra turn, basically.
Yep, attack up for the Stenny.
Oh, and there is attack buff on that Stenny. A huge
He just blows
S3.
up this.
And
No escort
there's
as
no
well,
escort
guys.
as well on the arrow.
He's gonna blow up this Soli. Oh, doesn't go for the
I will
Soulburn.
step on you.
I don't think he would. I think he
He
just
didn't
saved
need it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
No need.
And just like that, he's in a hard spot. Because what ends up happening here is, if he does choose to S3 here, the ML Crowd does have a turn and could potentially wipe out the Solitaire with the S3. Don't forget about that.
Here we go.
How may I help you?
Will that work? Even put some Mei Chloe damage?
I think you just opt to save here and you go for the S1.
Yep.
There's
Not a
nothing to
difficult
really
spot here.
damage that. There's nothing to really stop
Another
this ML
trial
Crowd
to
from taking a
overcome.
turn. Does proc the Guardian Ice Crystals by bonking that Solitaria.
You have to stun him.
A resist here would be brutal though for Elf Mage.
Elf Mage?
Nope. That's the stun.
Nope, let's get the stun. A very huge stun as well.
Attack.
And now the shield, the barrier is up for the entire team.
You ready?
Ning Ning, no skills available. Has an S1 stun though.
Goes for the
Opting the
Soulburn.
Somber.
Let's get the stun.
I like that. Keeps the lead here. But no Soulburn now for the Stenny.
Yeah, if the Stenny hits that Solitaria, oh, it does! Oh, but does not do enough damage.
The barrier and the
unfortunately,
stealth
with that
mitigation
escort buff.
too much. And the escort, yeah, of course.
Foolish.
Was that enough for Elf Mage? She kept it up. His
I
Solitaire
made
is
it in the
alive.
nick of
He's
time.
back
He is
on his feet.
sustaining.
Okay, we're now focusing on to Crow.
If the Ning Ning laps though, the Mare is going to be huge. Let's see the debuffs here from the Solitaria side.
They do still have the S3 as well.
Ooh, stun on the Ning Ning.
Full cleanse available on the Mei Chloe, so although damaging, not the worst here.
Prove your worth.
And
did
again,
not lap.
we do have the Emerald Crow S3. I'm curious to see how much damage is going to go off here.
Right, but
Let's
typically
see
he
what
wanted to get it up
Crow.
before this turn, right? But Elf Mage did a great job on locking him down initially.
Oh, Arsham Shadow, the proc is pretty damaging.
Aw, did I
Digging here.
Does boost up that
to try me?
Stenny as
We have that
well.
blind though from the proc on
Has a
Meru.
Soulburn, so can break out of it. I think you do go for the Soulburn here, but
I don't think so. It's not going to do him enough because he's going to last
he
right
has
across
two-
S3.
He has 2 chances, right, to hit there with the attack buff. Goes for the Soulburn on the Emerald Crow instead.
I'll pierce straight through you.
Gets immunity on this team.
Ooh, little
2k
ice crystal
damage
healing
on
though.
the AoE as well.
Now we have immunity up though, so unless Soli can get some strips, Meru is going to be potentially not procking and accelerating
Yeah,
her
keep
bar.
in mind here, the S3 on the Solitaria does not full strip. It only decreases your skill buff duration by 1. So you can actually go for the S3 on any unit there. So he's forced to S2 here, or S1 here.
Potion Vial coming out. Last Rider Crow also reducing his cooldowns.
Does have the S3 available on the Ning Ning as well.
But do you want to use it now? With no
I think you
barrier?
definitely want to save it. You do have another turn for
Oh,
but up to go
go.
for the S3.
Just getting a normal push instead of 100.
Yeah, I don't think that play was too strong.
Does he proc the S2 here? Unfortunately, does not proc the S2. It's not
That
too much
immunity,
value here on the
big
ML
time.
Crow.
No strip coming out from the ROL.
How may I help you?
So he's looking for the target. No stun.
Not bad.
So,
This is the Soul turn. He decided on it.
Ooh, big damage coming out so far, but the same thing is when you decide to soul burn there, the Stenny gets cycled out of his buffs.
At least try to make
But if he
it
lands the
fun.
kill, I think it's worth it.
Does get the kill on the AD Meru.
Yeah, Destina's still 2 turns on her revive. Rengar looking very strong right here.
Yeah,
Ning
and
access
keep
the
in
skill
mind-
too. He gets to just get the attack up again.
Yeah, boost up that solitaire or boost up that Stenny here. And keep in mind, guys, that ML Crow is also primed and ready to go. There is that cooldown passive on his S2 as well, and there's only 1 turn left on the Siegfried for ML Crow. So big AoE damage coming out potentially. Wow, actually opts to go for the S1 here. I think that resets.
He got
the
a
ML
stun
Crow.
though.
Oh, but he does get the stun.
We might get a potion vial.
Ooh, but big hit
ROL goes
here.
down.
Enough damage with the attack buff.
There still is 1 turn left here on
the
the
revive.
Destina. Yep. Oh, lands the stun.
That's
on
a big
Solitary. That's a
stun.
big stun and huge
Rengar.
tempo swing. And just like that,
And
LBH
LB
goes
took
down.
GG. And
That was a
look
very
for the
strong
next
draft. Super
Yeah,
strong
that
draft on the
Ning
side
Ning.
of Rengar. Trapping that Ameru pick.
That Ning Ning pick was so vital in terms of cycling and pushing that
True.
steady. That very first turn for tempo swing that lovely Rengar had there was very, very smart. And not only
Forced
was
out the
that
Destina
barrier,
skill 3.
yeah, the barrier inversion was there. The ML Crow eventually did get that Soulburn S3 off to cycle and really pressure with the S3 and to make Chloe full cleanse. I think that was a very well executed comp by lovely Rengar. And I think that was the first time where we've seen a draft that really dominated that Solitaria pick that we've seen that was so strong.
Yeah, that's right. Ning Ning early pick, I believe, was second pick. Elf Mage has to come back. It's the last chance for the team. It is already
Last chance.
2-0.
Tournament life on the line.
And Rengar now on a match point already. Set 3, the captain.
And I'm curious to
Pressure
see what
building on
lovely
Elf's
Rengar will ban here. Bans the Stenny.
Estene ban. Don't want to give Estene to his opponent. Elf Mage will sure be thinking about it.
Yeah, keep in mind that the first pick for lovely Rengar last game was that Stenny, so Elf Mage reacts here with that first pick, Destina. To no one's surprise, fun unit, very interactive.
Been first pick plenty of times here.
Now without
We get an
Estene,
ML
where do you go?
Kowakin. They're going to
see
probably just pick safe
ML
units in the
Kowakin.
beginning here and not get punished, right?
While being hovered, I think very.
We saw that with
standard
Elv in the
terms of
last
these
draft.
Another trial
He was
to
hovering over that
overcome.
third pick spot in the DPS, didn't want to commit to the Ameru yet,
Oh,
and then
Ning
got
Ning.
punished. Ning Ning again, yeah, on the opposite side here. Very powerful. Double barriers on the side of Rengar.
Oh, and the Zeo as well. You know what unit really stands out to me that's a potentially really strong pick here? I personally would love to see a Winter here. I think Winter has a lot of utility.
Oh, you called it,
There
Kenny.
we go.
Espa!
Wow, what a great caster. Actually, put me on the analyst desk instead. But yeah, we do see the Winter, very high value in terms of all those non-attack skills. Very threatening in terms of Destina and that Ning Ning as well.
Oh my god. There's so many Dark Corvus hovers.
Yeah, I do want to see potentially a Solitary here as well from lovely Rengar's side. There's not too many units that are very good into dealing with
I
that
smell
Solitaria, but
living
opts to go for the AD Meru here instead. Elf Mage goes for
It's
the Roy pick.
Right. Probably going to take a third book here on his last pick.
For book with Solly. What does Elf Mage choose here on the last pick?
I think you can't just tunnel on a book here because if the Roy gets banned, Elf Mage's team loses a lot of steam and tempo. Right?
That is
in
true
terms
because
of
the
what
Stenny's
lovely
not there,
Rengar-
right? You don't have a
Yeah.
lot of carry mages left on the table.
So even though we do want as many books as possible for Roy, I actually am not too sure what Elf Mage can pull out here because if that Roy does get banned, what could Elf Mage possibly pick here to kind of utilize that Ning Ning as well as the Zeo?
Right, because Rengar's side is showing so much bulk, the Zeo can't last.
Elf Mage thinking very hard.
Camilla.
Very smart pick.
So
with
that's
Camilla.
actually a nice mage that can carry if the Ed or
From
the Roy is
Rengar.
banned out. Oh, but a nice answer with the shoe there. We saw how brutal she can be.
We did. certainly did. So Rengar, oh
We
shoot.
see the trade bans here.
We will have the triple book setup going through. Ning Ning is the ban of choice for Rengar.
Elfmage's ref looking very dominant here. And we'll see how this kind of works out.
Yeah, I'm curious about banning Ning Ning and just leaving him to 60 souls.
Right. Dio should be
going
getting
to
the first turn.
provide some entertainment?
Elfmage starting the game, round 2. But the
Oh,
opponent
but luckily enough here, if you look at the tuning on this team, the Winter actually goes second. And
bad.
can potentially get a stun off on that Milim.
Those who deny their fate must suffer.
Here's Zio starting off.
What you doing?
Down there's a silence.
Let's get started.
As much as I like the straight up damage here on the deified,
He's letting the Roy, doesn't want the big combo. I agree with that.
Not bad, right?
First blackout. It's crit.
Oh, wait, and lands a,
Uh-oh.
wait, and lands a D-break as well. I think this Roy actually might just die out here.
He is dead. I believe that was Alabastron. Did anyone catch it, the artifact? I think D-break can only be procced from her from Alabastron potentially. Either way, that was a
Elfmage in
huge
weird
start
spot as
on
well.
Rengar's side.
What ends up happening here is if Elfmage decides to S3 here, the Winter will still cut, I believe, and has to save the S3 here. The Winter, again, providing so much in terms of raw DPS. And as much as he, this Milim slowly doing some damage, but damage is not looking too high on that Winter.
Not only that, Milim solo, or not Milim solo, but AD Mare looking very strong against both of these DPS. Does get hit, didn't opt for the S3.
Stun. Oh no, Elfmage doesn't want to see that.
Oh no!
No seal though.
Does proc yes,
Extra damage.
And lands the hit chance decrease.
The blind on Zio is big as
The
well.
Winter
Elf
here
needs
can land
every
the
break he
stun.
can get. And the stun!
It's Winter!
Very
Guys, this could be it.
dominant game.
Rengar might close it out right now against Elf.
RNG game! Maybe they should have changed the team title.
Oh no.
Not really working for them at all.
Here we go though. That duel as well. Hangai gonna lap. The proc gonna kill Milim.
And Milim goes down as well.
That's what I do.
And even when we Destina S3, right, then the Winter's primed and
Yeah,
ready.
the Winter is right next to that Destina. Keep in mind that Roy died out super early on.
Just nothing going right here for Elf Mage. Gets the stun as well.
Stun forever.
Okay, Destina does get a turn. Winter didn't finish off the...
Yeah, Destina's not in a really good prime spot this Winter. Again, pressuring really, really hard, but I don't think at this point Elfmage has a choice here. That uses... Yeah, you gotta go for the revive.
All right, Winter gets to kill whoever she wants here, though.
I'm out of
There's the
league.
level up.
There's the Winter level up.
Level up for blackout number 2.
Does he kill the Milim or the Roy, though? One of them is going to get a turn with plenty of souls.
I think the Roy has to go. In terms of raw damage, though, that Roy is just too
Goes up
scary.
for the Roy. 10k fix.
Can't choose to lose that. Yeah, you can't choose to lose that Winter here. I think Winter's already done more than enough. Go for the Sober
He's
in here.
got to
to
get
cost
some
the
life
Dragon's
steal. He's
Eye.
got to get the evasion up on the skill 3. Burn all the souls.
Yeah, so even though in the beginning of the draft we saw how potentially strong this Milim pick was, the problem here was that after the Xeon used,
Leading straight into Dragon Buster. Missiles coming out.
ooh, big damage. But that AD Mario.
Yeah, full
very
buff
healthy.
attack up. 1 off from full burst. And he has souls as well if he wants to guarantee a seal here. Probably on the Milim.
What's scary here though is
Uh-huh.
if this Destina is going to have another S3 coming up. There's a few turns left on that Destina as well.
4 turns.
Counterattack. Get a little life steal.
There's
No proc as
PTSD
well.
there.
All right, Elf getting a little bit of a break here.
Radiant light.
Okay, Rengar's got a full stack. Or
He
Steven.
does have S2 available.
Will that be
There's
enough
still
to
3
bring
turns left on the Destina, but there's 21k HP on the Destina. Very, very tanky.
Define me.
Did Elfmage survive enough? Was that enough sustain?
That was the last turn of Deify. He's officially out of it. All Alright, well, it goes
Millen's
down.
able to put out some output.
Big damage, yeah.
Every
And
single
no
time.
attack up for the Meru turn, but this is gonna hurt.
Yeah, the question is, can this AD Meru land any debuffs on the
Okay,
Sistina?
let's
Keep in mind,
see.
he has 21k HP. There might not be enough Emperors on the Sistina. Does land the defense break
see.
and the burns on the
Oh,
Sistina.
That is big.
Is this it or?
Not quite
Those
yet.
burns, though, very, very scary, very threatening as well.
Soulburn just going in there. Does he get a proc? He does.
Does proc the S2 as well.
That is a double miss.
Died to the burns.
Okay, there's a
Ooh,
burn.
and that Destina, though, a lot of
Nothing
turns
ready.
away.
Just the Soulburn. They're gonna be big healing.
Has to get
There's
the
the
heals
healing,
up.
but those burns and that defense break, this AD Meru is gonna do big damage.
Yeah, and he still has souls to seal. In case he wants to hit the Destina, get an extra chance at the proc.
9k?
I'll do anything.
Oh, but this Milim damage is going kind of crazy. S2 does come out as well.
Big damage.
He even coerced so much damage with the defense break.
There's the Soulburn. Did save it.
8k
That's big damage, and he gets the proc.
And
He should be dead.
Should be the kill with the burn.
Now
And
it's up
there
to
goes.
Milim.
But Milim still has one turn away. He
Yeah,
can't
but this should
counter,
be
but-
it. Even if it misses,
Oh,
and it doesn't.
Oh, that's so much. 76 left.
We Soulburn, and
Counter
big damage,
attack.
but he gets-
Oh, man.
Just like that.
That's gone. 2-0 for Rengar.
the
Elmate
counterattack.
not bring it for the team.
It was indeed an RNG game.
I desire your
Rengar's
flesh.
got.
Yeah, a
Got
little wave
something
going
ready
out
for
from
us?
Rengar. He's feeling good, man. He's got, is that a shoe paw? A little cat
Yeah,
paw
I think
action.
that might be a shoe paw.
Oh,
Oh,
my
2-0
goodness.
victory and a 3-0 set score for Battle Frenzy. Of course, the game's not over. We do go into set 4 regardless
Yeah.
of what happens in set 3. But what a game. Guys, maybe it's a thing. Like, you name your team RNG game, and sometimes it just doesn't work out for you.
G-Clef, if you told me at the start of the day that they would go down 3-0, RN game would go down 3-0, the previous winners, I would say get out of town. But the curse of the 85%, what is it? The people who ever voted, that's not been broken yet. So whoever...
It was 25-75 this time, but still.
Oh, okay, a little closer, but
Yeah.
yeah. All right, guys. Well, my bet was wrong.
Yeah, that was a pretty
We'll
good
go to a
game.
fourth
Man.
game, though.
Elf Mage going down without a single win. That's a big surprise for sure. That's 3 in a row for Battle Frenzy. And we go into set number 4. Of course, we do have the winner for the match, but we do want to see the match between Didi and Ailey. This is going to be another match.
Close it out in style.
And that last game was absolutely intense.
So
Do you think
even though
Elf
Elf lost, guys, he was playing to all his outs. He still pushed it to the limit when we thought like it was looking
He
so
did.
bad for him. Gotta give him kudos, but it sucks to go down 3-0 when you were the previous winner, man. My heart goes out to them, but well played on the side of lovely Rengar's team.
And let's see what our set number 4 is going to show us. Some another entertaining match. As here's Didi. Getting ready, maybe picked up some Chinese words from his teammates.
Yeah.
He's getting freely carried by his teammates, so he's really happy on the photo.
I think he made that comment too, right? He's like, I'm just here to get carried. And,
he
you know,
did.
he's a strong player, but he does get a free ride this time around.
He does. And here's Ailey. We know that she's not the highest player on the RTA. Let's see what she brings out for this set number 4. That's Rimuru actually in the bow speed and Young still. Okay.
I'm excited to see what Ailey does. No pressure now, right? Now she can kind of just play her own game, put on a good show for the people. And yeah, we want to see all the creators play. So let's see what she busts out here.
Yeah, definitely see some bright gameplay. I think Ailey was always very, very nervous as well coming to this show match. So at least now some pressure's been alleviated and can still show, at least win our hearts. Might not win the set because Elf Mage lost that for you. But, you know, hey.
Dang. Oh, Elf like that.
Oh, Kenny.
It was up to him, though, Kenny. You're not wrong. But, yeah, he did play well. Just
When the
it didn't
pressure
work
was
out.
on, yeah. The pressure was on.
Hey man, there's no pressure at all for this 4th match for either players. And there's Didi. Yeah, is that Epic 7 on the wall?
I would have died if Didi had some Chinese takeout, you know, vibing with his
It looks
team.
a little different than what we have seen last week.
Whoa.
Oh, well, maybe getting the camera work there. And soon we'll begin, as we do have both players ready with the camera and everything, and in the lobby. It should be more of an entertaining match, I think, since we already have a 3-0, right?
Yeah. I want to see them play their favorite heroes. You know, don't just... Hopefully still an exciting match, but now, you know, the pressure's off, like we keep saying. Just pick some fun stuff, close out this day with a bang. Yeah, just have fun.
Yeah, we'll see Kenny kind of stuck there. Are you there?
No, I'm here. Yeah, I'm just.
Okay,
yeah,
I
I'm
saw
vibing.
your camera froze. Okay.
Oh,
It's
no,
a
no,
long
I was
day,
just- I
right,
was
Ken?
standing- I was standing very still. Yeah.
Okay, yep. Yeah, Ailey's ready. Dady, I think, is ready to go real soon.
We're ready.
So, yeah, when we get the draft ready, we'll kick in right away. Yeah, but 3-0 victory already from Battle Frenzy, I think was surely a surprise for a lot of you too. And the game's ready, guys. Here's round 1. And hey there, Ailey. pretty good
Yeah,
camera ready.
both players looking great.
Real great. And starting with the pre-bans.
See the pre-bans here in just a sec.
Taking your time, definitely want to, still think it through. Even though it is a show match, I think on both sides you still want to at least get a dominating and secure at least one victory.
A lot of people
for,
watching, right?
Yeah.
Get some
It'd be
good
nice to
games.
at least see potentially a victory on Elf Mage's team instead of just being 3-0'd.
Ugh, I'm
Sandy first pick does come out from Ailey's side.
Oh,
and Didi's known. Didi's known for the broman. There's a little bromance going on between Didi and this guy.
Insta pick.
It takes the Emma Kowarik away as well. I think Emma Kowarik is a very hard counter to that broman, so Didi wants to snag that up so he doesn't have to deal with it himself.
Radiant
Sure.
light.
And pairing up with
Another
Athena.
trial to
And-
Right, Ailey's side very strong, right? Tanky first pick Stenny.
Yeah, Ailey says there's nothing wrong with this picks. Gonna go with the meta. Let's see, but Didi going a little bit faster now with red Kowarik.
Yeah, the Fire Kowarik. I'm ready to see some big damage coming out from Didi's side. The Politis comes out as well. If the Kowarik can actually finish off Ailey's team, that Politis coming up is very, very scary. See Ailey trying to pick and choose and see what she's going to draft here.
I'm ready for Didi to take us back. I think it was 2020 to the broman control. It's been a while since we've seen him. Let's see what Ailey opts for here. I'd like to see maybe we need one more damage unit and potentially another cleanse.
Okay,
The
Apoc Rock.
Apoc Robbie does come out as well.
Solid pick for sure.
A traditional counter to, I think, sort of aggressive play styles. The Apoc is always a bit of a problem, but on Didi's team, there is a lot of CC control to kind of deal with the Apoc, so a little scary to kind of deal
Yeah,
with.
that's what I mentioned. Maybe get a last pick support here. Just to kind of mitigate that broman, Politis debuffs.
Are you going to provide?
Oh,
some
and the Zeo
entertainment?
comes
Ooh,
out.
okay. Takes it in a different direction. That's a good pick, though. Gets to contest maybe the Kowarik.
Oh, Didi is not happy about that last
Oh,
pick, Zeo.
Says.
Ooh, is this an Abyssal Crown Broman?
Yeah. It's Control Broman. Well, I don't know for sure, but I imagine yes.
We'll see what happens then. Yeah, quick ban.
Might even be Crown Poly. Just a bunch of stuns. Set up this Spez. Oh, I hope Ailey doesn't ban the Spez. I understand if she does, but...
Yeah, I think the Zeo is looking like the ban here for Didi's
ban
side.
Yeah, he has to ban... Oh, no, he has the
Apoc ban.
Wow.
Okay, he's going to let it through.
Great. Yeah, both players actually kind of surprised with the ban, as we can tell from the camera.
Witness the
It-
power.
It is indeed Crown, by the way. I think it's
The
Crown on
question
both.
here is who does the Zeo S3?
I think you just go for the Kowarik, but it's both bad.
You, of course, still fast.
I am the
with
rightful
passive.
ruler of this land.
Yeah, taking that first turn away.
Maybe you stop the stuns from the Spez activation? No,
Oh,
he doesn't.
wait.
She does go for the Kowarik.
Wait, it's not even a book Kowarik.
No matter
Yeah, I just said that. They're both Crown. Probably. No souls on deck on the left side.
Oh,
There's the
does get
silence.
one stun. The first stun comes out. This
Will we
Spez
see
goes
it?
in. Can the Spez one-shot an arrow well?
Try harder.
Hit.
Yes, over. Oh, wait. No, not even close. Sorry. Thought I saw way bigger numbers. Still Pog.
Oh, Didi tried. He's just having fun, man.
Hey, it's still good damage. You need to kill her eventually.
Oh, there's a lot.
Some more stuns going off.
Yeah, and this is why I would have liked to see a second support from Ailey's side instead of the Zeo. I see what she was going for, but now we're in big trouble.
Yeah, but the
Had to see it
steady
getting covered.
The steady damage coming out is also really scary. The problem here is that Didi's team has kind of run out of juice.
Did he spend too much?
Oh, goes for the soul burn.
Oh, that's a tanky poly though.
Yeah, and the Spez as well as I believe like 18k HP. Was that correct?
I think let's knock out that Queric. We just want to survive here. If we can survive on Ailey's side, we can take it in a longer game.
Oh, it does go for the politics again. And gets the stun, but this team is just so tanky.
Yeah, she doesn't want to
does
eat
get
the
a turn.
counter on the Destina turn.
And there's Zeo.
It does go to opt to go finish the politics. Oh, the politics still lives though. You don't want to see that.
Those blinds coming into play.
Question here is, does
Gen Poly.
Broman proc this?
It's gonna be big, right?
That's one.
High chance because they're all silenced.
Nope.
Doesn't proc it though.
Can take me.
It's Broman.
The Carrick does have the S3 though. And there's another S2 coming up as well. Ooh, big damage. Kills the City as well. That's huge.
And the Destina's still silent. I think we should have knocked out that fire hand guy.
So for the Silver and S2.
Don't be
Gums.
afraid.
They're alive, but barely. And Destina's
Yeah, but this Destina is still silenced.
The stun was good though if she had the ability to S3 right there, but
The Pulse is still alive.
Somehow.
she'll go down here, but it's too little too late.
And Politis finally goes down.
Power of the chosen one.
And
To go for the Queric. All right, does land the hit. Follow up.
Queric.
Misses on the second though, the big one.
First hit.
Begone, you insect.
Okay.
Spez here does have an S1. Kind of
Ailey could
round out
sustain.
the Does end Zeo here. So does Broman proc here and land some debuff on this Destina?
To endless darkness.
Uh-oh.
Another
Oh,
try.
only
Pushback.
gets the
Not
pushback.
enough. Ailey can sustain.
Oh, and has the stun
Arrow will.
available on the arrow
Oh,
will.
everything's turning up. Ailey, there's gonna be a big Destina revive. Wait, one left.
One more turn.
Could get a silence. Or crown.
He's praying.
Victory is mine.
It does get the S2. Does it proc?
Nothing.
no.
The resist.
Not
and
a
the
fan.
resistance goes through. The Spez is still
That.
stunned. The Stenny comes back.
Now Didi on the back foot here.
The power of Destina.
We earned this victory.
And that's a
Just like
GG.
that.
Okay,
Ailey takes
well.
the first game.
Oh
We
man.
did have an exciting match like we asked for.
He's gonna take the first one.
Good job, Ailey.
Diddy's not looking too happy. Maybe if he wasn't focused on playing FPS games and played more Epic 7, maybe the RNG would have been in his favor.
Whoa, hold on though. We have
Hey,
other
man, you guys
contestants
still-
playing other games and they still do well. Didi's got this. That was just a fun first show match. Let's see the game two.
You can still pick Rangers, or you can pick a lot of different heroes. That's
Are
still
those
easy.
FPS
You can
heroes?
put a lot of guns. Oh, that pick didn't really work as well. I think it all started with Specimen says not really getting a kill, but regardless, we're moving into round number 2. We'll have 2 more bands. And maybe
Diddy's
go for
hovering the
Roy.
bands here. Let's see what he ends up going for here.
Roy,
The
Lua.
Edward and the Lua
Edward.
coming out as a band here. Diddy has the option to kind of go with that Broman first pick again. Let's see if he ends up going for it.
I'd like to see it.
Takes the Emma Koeric. So there
Okay,
is
playing a
the
little more
option.
conservatively. Yeah, he still has the
Well,
option on the table.
I think he does take the Emma Koeric away. So if he wants to play that Broman, he doesn't have to deal with Emma Koeric. The question is whether or not he takes this Broman into the Destina, because last game that Destina resisted the Broman S2 proc.
That combo's there on the right side. What's the best way of dealing with this?
Which one?
But
Ailey's comp or Deity's?
we did see how much damage like Deity's Koeric did to that Steny. Just completely one-shot her with that S3. If Deity decided to run back that draft, do you think that Deity has, you know, a chance to kind of win out? I mean, keep in mind though, last time he also did try to S3 that spez onto that arrow well. If he gets a lucky stun this time, who knows, right?
Yeah, it could be a different story, especially a stun on a different unit.
Teach me.
No, it does
He's
go
going
for the
forward
Roman.
again. Let's do it.
He wants to see
Roman's
that
got to
Sage
redeem
Vivian.
himself.
Oh, but this time takes with the Sage Vivian instead.
Right, maybe not all in on the stuns with the spez. Just going to do a control Broman and set up Sylvian as the carry. Always a good pick into Steny.
Quite a different strat this time from Deity.
I still
What do
like
you
that he
think-
goes with the Broman though, right?
What
Wants
do
to
you
put on
think
a good
that
show.
Sage Vivian is kind of holding? What is that? What do you think is in that crystal?
Guys,
I need some me time.
Oh, Zarya?
80,000?
Oh, guys, another Solitaria. We've seen her so many times this tourney.
A true
We're on
knight
the
picks
arrow
their
coming
battles
out as
wisely.
well. Very safe picks here coming out from Ailey's side. Deity does go for the Pirate Captain Flan. Is available there.
Missing an awakening though, Deity. Come on, now I'm with Kenny. Playing too many FPS games.
What you doing?
Missing another awaken for a win.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's play more epic. We need to give this man some Sky Stones.
he needs to go right now and get some runes. It's a rune event this weekend.
True.
Oh, and the APOC
That's
is
big,
go. Basically the
APOC,
same team for Ailey. And Winter, will this be a little better?
Yeah, Ailey looking like she's having a great time over there. Confident with her 1-0 lead.
Yeah, the Pirate
don't
Captain
get too
Flan getting
overconfident.
banned away from Deity's side, and the Solitary getting banned away from Ailey's side.
The Winter could be big here.
The
Set up
Winter
a lot
could
of
pop
control.
off, but
We've
it's
seen
kinda
how much she can
counterintuitive,
threaten.
right? It's weird because there's the Broman to kind of disable the Destina to prevent her from using her non-attack skills, but then you have the Winter that needs the non-attack skills to kind of cycle.
Wanna see
Right?
something cool?
Sure, but I think the Broman's more
Sure,
just
with
Deity's
blackout?
thing.
Not bad, right?
Does get the
Rips the
stun, a little bit of
S3,
damage.
does get the stun, yeah.
With my authority as
There we go, skill
mediator,
3 activating that attack up for the team. Little immunity.
Let's get started.
And there's Broman.
All right, come on, Broman. You didn't do too hot last round.
Remain
Yeah, I want to see Broman do some Broman things.
for your destined to
Let's
lose.
get a pop off.
In the light's
Nope.
name.
So I think the
Well, does get,
yeah,
hey,
especially
he
at
got the
round
stun
0.
this time on the
more
Steny,
stun.
so there's that going for him.
Beast of the West.
Broman gonna do
You're
nothing
gonna
again, no
regret
way.
this.
Level up.
I'm
That's a
bored.
reset.
Mm-hmm.
Next level.
10k fixed on the next one.
We'll be getting the second stack real soon.
Oh, you want to try me?
Before that, here's Ascena again. After the soul.
Kiss my feet.
Yeah, big Steny damage coming out.
I will still
Won't kill though. Big damage.
Ooh.
How about a little warm up?
There's a 2-turn silence on that APOC Ravi as well.
Does he go for the disdain here? I wonder what his F is on the winner. Maybe just wants the damage. There is no escort available right now.
Yeah, do you think he just start chipping away at the Destina
Nope.
here?
He's
but
going for
ends
the
up going
Arrowell,
for the
though.
Arrowell.
Yeah,
We
10k.
saw how tanky this Arrowell was last time.
That's a crit.
Never fight a losing battle.
Half. That's
Sage
half.
Vivian does get the S3 off coming up, so get some lifesteal back, which I do like.
Is this
Yeah, input
really
damage on the Steny.
necessary?
Crit damage for the squad as
The
well.
more desperately you struggle,
Here comes
the
Sage
deeper
Vivian.
your despair will
Full
be.
damage on.
Oh, that
too
Steny
late.
is taking
Almost
so
killed
much damage.
Yeah, without the escort, man, she's in trouble.
And here's APOC Ravi.
What you
We'll get
doing?
Vivian damage down a
Let's
little
get
bit. The
started.
barrier down.
No skill 3 just yet, but he's holding the Destina hostage. As soon as Ailey wants to rip those skills,
And
she's
that's
ready
a
to
good
go.
stun.
Going off as well. Does the Roman proc here?
Just goes into the Ravi, right? Tries to get an extra proc.
Oh,
Crimson
it is
Seed, though.
Crimson Seed.
That roll kill the Steny?
What about Ascena? Oh,
Yeah, the Steny
she got
does
stopped,
fall
and
there.
it does.
Yeah. So Ailey will be forced to S3, and we have the Winter looming in the back. Although she is lapping the Destina here.
Question is, can this APOC Ravi get a high value S3 off? I think I
think the best bet is Broman.
The Broman, yeah.
I'd better end this.
There's no mitigation at least on Deity's side.
Oh, goes for the stun. The C did proc earlier, so that was a guaranteed stun to go off with that soul burn.
40%.
All right, here we go.
Glory.
Level up gonna get activated, and Broman's ready to go right here.
Here's the
I'm
Cena with
just on another level.
the revive.
I'll do anything for her.
Oh, but in terms of tuning though,
Mm-hmm.
this team's looking kind of scary.
On Deity's side.
Teach me.
Yeah. Let's see if he can land some debuffs here on the ROL. That'd be
He's been doing well. Any procs?
I
Oh,
No
no proc this
procs.
time.
No, that's
No
the
silence
proc
available.
that he misses here.
Roman.
She does have
If
stun.
if he gets the
Think you go
stun
for the
off on that
stun?
Vivian, it's a lot.
Those who
We gotta go
stray
for
from
it.
the path of righteousness.
No 15%. Our end game. We get the stun full
done.
strip.
What you doing?
That's been pretty good today.
Let's get started.
The Winter's gonna do 15k here.
Yeah, that's a third stack.
Yeah,
He
big
needs to go for
damage
the
coming
Arwell.
out.
Does he just pop the Arwell? Maybe shifts Citystina? I think he just killed the
There is
Arwell.
Escort.
Yep.
Cool.
And that's a third blackout.
Not bad, right?
Stun
Down
gone.
she
Oh,
goes.
big damage coming out here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sensing corrupt
Stan is still there.
energy.
Vivi targeting Vivian again.
Does have the S2 available as well on the Kawerik. Get some extra
to
bulk on this team as well. Does not rip it into the A Ravi. I think I would have at least ripped it on the A Ravi for a chance to proc, because Seed hasn't procced yet this turn.
Par, is
Roman-
it still
This way.
much better for Deity?
Allow me.
Yeah, Deity's looking
and
pretty strong here.
attack, yeah.
But it will depend on the Ravi. Ailey still has the S3 on deck. Getting CR pushed back though.
Keep in mind, no debuffs have landed here on the APOC here, so the Crimson Seed will come through as well.
That's why, right? He should have ripped the S2 on the Quark there. Could have got a stun. DD just needs to watch out for that APOC S3, really. And with Sylvian up to bat, this could be a dead Stenny.
Yeah,
No
this is big
escort.
damage coming out, but I think killing here also stacks that APOC Ravi passive, right?
You should
Yeah.
not have come here.
Will that
Did we
be
see the
enough
Broman
barrier?
health?
It's too late to escape.
It
Feels
should
like
kill, I
13
think.
HP, but it's Frenzy 4 as well.
Oh yeah, big
yeah.
kill, overkill.
Plenty of
All right.
barrier.
Does Ailey rip it here? I think she has to. She's running out of time. Go into the Broman, just risk it all.
Is it now or never? The Cena still
It
3 turns left on
could
that 3.
be.
Well,
We
then.
have
Okay,
a lot of
there's a
CC
jump.
inside of
I
DD.
think it's time
And
for a
on
little.
on Divius.
Oh no! I don't think we can
Oh.
ever kill the Sylvian there.
Yeah, you can't. She has all
The
the
mitigation.
passive effects.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You'll lose no
The
matter
Broman only with 12k health. We could have landed a kill there. Get a revive.
Oh, well, that is it.
That was all right.
A little unfortunate.
1-1. Tied score.
Just like
on
that, yeah, it's
score.
tied 1-1.
Okay, okay. Let's wait until the third round to decide who the winner is going to be for set number 4.
Mhm.
And guys, I have to ask: is Broman doing? What is he doing?
Okay, real talk.
How much
Broman
work
is
is he
just-
actually doing?
Roman is just DD's bro. He's not that strong. He is looking good. DD makes him look good, but I wouldn't suggest everyone to pick him up just because he got a win right now.
I mean, he's
Yeah, I
getting
mean-
stuns and silences, but like, aren't there like better heroes out there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's very inconsistent. He did run the scene a little bit when control was kind of good a couple years
Okay.
back, but he hasn't been seen for
Okay.
a long time.
Uh-huh.
And Didi's also forced to take the Emma Koerik super early on just to make Broman kind of work, and sacking the Emma Koerik that early on as a pick, not personally a huge fan of doing that.
All right, well, we are down to the wire, guys. 1-1 in this show match.
Oh yeah.
Like Kenny
finally.
said earlier, I would like to see Ailey win, right? To get a team, a win, at least one win on the board for her RN game.
Maybe, and hovering Rimuru. Ailey's still happy.
Yeah, looks like
Full
she's
of
her
energy.
spirit's
Oh,
still
it's
high.
not first pick. Hey,
Oh,
double
this is the
Robbie.
Oh, double Robbie
Double
and a
Robbie
steady
up
though.
the game. Okay.
That's a risky
Okay,
move by
take that,
Ailey.
Ailey.
Didi's smiling over here. Does he start to play a little bit more loose and fun? Goes for the AOL and the May Chloe. 2 units that I think are relatively weak to this double Robbie draft.
Yeah, that means he's setting up. I think he's setting up Broman again, maybe. Broman into Spez. Yeah, because otherwise the AWOL's not good in here at all. Those two units are known to be good into AOL.
Okay, double Robbie. And what else you got, Ailey? Let's see. That's plenty of, yes. Some tanks.
She's still singing and dancing. Not too worried about her picks.
She's got the game plan. So.
Okay, feeling confident.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Destina's banned out, by the way. Almost missed it.
Well, we're getting down to the wire here. 15 seconds on the clock. Ailey, what do we got for the next two?
Double up again?
4
seconds.
Do you have time?
Okay, Emilia.
Oh, the Emilia does come out.
Okay, gets double cleanse, right? Answering the AOL.
Oh. That's nice.
Yeah, you can see Ailey talking to the chat over there. Maybe getting some help from her Twitch chat.
Yeah,
so hopefully
gotta do what you gotta do.
And secure that win.
Oh, right.
Wow.
Other contestants do as well.
Didi, no Broman? Just gonna go for the win here.
Oh, you have to. Sometimes you just have to go a little more serious.
Yeah.
Final game.
Picks Broman 2 games, right? Busts out the big guns in the third. It is what it is.
He's gonna take a break after that. He did a lot of work. So 5th pick.
Didi taking his time to think here.
Oh, goes for the Roy pick here.
Other hand guy.
Potentially that AOL might be on book as well to get some extra synergy here. Maybe have that
triple
Roy
book setup.
pop off. Yeah.
That's right.
Now try
Double
me.
mage.
Don't chicken
And
and the green
respond.
violet comes out. Interesting last pick
Counter
here
boy.
from Ailey's side.
Not strong into Didi's comp.
Yeah, I think really hard to kind of play into that Roy especially, and not the best in the Steny as well.
Roy banned, DJB banned out.
Okay. We have no answer really for the Spec Tenny outside of the Ravi S3.
Yeah, we can see whether or not this Violet is actually a protagonist Violet or not. I mean, Remnant Violet here has not been doing too hot in the last few games that we've seen him.
We got a Violet versus Violet setup.
Let's see which Violet's a little bit better.
Oh, and look at those
Lot of
souls on
souls.
Deity's side.
It was indeed a 60 soul setup if he wanted it, or if he could get it, I should say.
Question is, does he rip that S3 here on the AOL? He does.
Is the resist real?
Let's see.
Oh, it does resist there.
Okay. Emilia still.
Hi, Yara Amelia. We talked about that earlier a little bit.
But maybe we're just gonna hit that one in. Revive.
Attack, but man, this Steny is looking very scary.
Yeah, she's got
With
free
40
reign.
souls as well. It's going to be a
3
lot of
single
damage.
target units.
And there's no mitigation on Ailey's team. The Steny's just start doing tons of damage.
You aren't even fit to kiss my feet.
We do know it's a Crimson Seed, APOC Ravi as well. But man, big damage about to come off here. The Steny S3 getting ripped out here. Into the APOC Ravi. Wow, big damage. There's not a proof
no
of
seed
the
proc.
APOC Ravi. I think this Remnant Violet with 9.2k HP is just going to rip it into the APOC and die here.
Yep,
Oh, he goes for it.
APOC.
Nothing.
Early kill.
This is the seed proc as she died.
And there's no Destina anymore.
Yeah, there's only a Fire Ravi and a Violet, and look how many souls Diddy has on that Steny.
Man, with the AOL 2, even if we get the Ravi skill 3, we have that AOL cleanse, right? Waiting to just stop it.
Yeah, Diddy's smiling over there, trying to fix his mic, telling his Apex Legends team that he is ready to go.
Guys, just give me 5 minutes. I'm wrapping it up.
Oh, maybe it will take a little longer. This Violet's still here with Ravi. You never know.
I'll have you kneel under this
That's a
sword.
tanky Violet.
Look at my sword, not my face.
Who do you really go for?
I think she just tries to kill the AOL. She has to just set up a Ravi S3, so she needs to kill this AOL. I think that's really it.
Yeah, the problem is on Diddy, like that attack buff on that Steny is just so much damage coming out. Especially with no Knight on Ailey's team. I mean, we've seen how much damage Steny really does. And man, there's a lot of damage potential output here from the Steny. 8.8k HP on that Steny.
We're ripping souls. Oh my god, with no mitigation. That's it already.
Fire Ravi.
No chance for redemption here. Hits
Oh,
both.
that's so much. Only Violet.
And with the
1v4.
He can't do it against a Steny.
Oh, misses the first one.
Okay.
Can Green Violet win these?
Oh, this is a little too. Oh no! 11
Violet, the real Violet here.
Oh, gets hit twice there. There's
Just a
surely
slap in
not.
the face. One more hit, please. Yep, there we go. No
Oh, there we go.
I know I'm beautiful.
Might as well just go for it without the full stack. Just gonna S1.
Don't come near me.
Well, she's silent. He's silenced there, so he can't go for the S3,
Oh,
right?
okay.
Yeah, this is all but over for Ailey.
Yeah, here
The
comes
Steny
the
rips the
nightmare
S3 here.
from S10A.
Misses a crit, actually. Oh, is it a dodge? I think he dodged the final.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, and that is it, Didi. And a 4-0 victory for Battle Frenzy. Wow.
The most dominating game we've seen so far in the CCB.
Yeah, that was big. Unlike the previous yesterday's tournament, right? This went 4-0 and then 3-1. So we didn't get an ace match on either side.
Yeah, Didi with the 2 Broman picks as well was able to still secure that victory there for his team. Team Battle Frenzy with the 4-0 sweep against the previous champion team RN game.
Well played to everybody, though. Ailey, good job. Didi looking good with that Broman. Was a bit of a 4-0 sweep, though. A little bit of a tough loss there for RN game.
Even though it was a Battle Frenzy win, still great works. Great games coming out from RN game. We Roll You, Jagan X, Elmate, and also 80. Thank you for all the games we had. Though even though we don't get to see the ace match, we'd love to see it. But it was actually pretty entertaining there. Yes. 4-0. Yeah, we just had to get the set 4, even though the match was over after set number 3.
So guaranteed G-Clef will have a new winner, right? Now that RN game is out, it's gonna be a new winner for this tournament. No repeat champion.
Nice. Big surprise, Elfmage going down already. So we do have all the teams, all 4 teams actually decided who are going to be in that semifinals, and production's ready ahead of me. Okay, Inquisition versus Bucho Friends will be the first match, I believe. Match 5 next week. First semifinals, still best of 3. And then the second one will be Come to Brazil versus Battle Frenzy. Continuing on, all best of 3 until we get into the grand finals. And did you guys expected these names to be in the semifinals or no?
Not all of them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think a lot of people have probably expected this at all. I mean, we had huge upsets in every single set that we've seen. The majority did not do too hot in any of these predictions.
That's a lot of leaps lost on the guesses.
Everything correct? There has to be someone.
Someone out there for sure.
There has to be someone who got all correct. I mean, it was 50. Even if you just guess, it was 50 times 4. So I can't do math, but maybe someone got all the predictions right. But there were a lot of upsets, a lot of quick games, a lot of longer games too. It was a lot of fun in the quarterfinals, and I'm excited for the semifinals already because we're not seeing. Of course, we're seeing a lot of Destina, a lot of Spectre 10A. I'm not gonna lie, but other than those two, it's like
a lot of
all over the
Solitaria.
board.
Solitaria ran amok today.
Yes. Other than those 3, 4. Oh, do I have to add a few more on the list?
I think we're good with that.
Yeah, but I like the meta. We're seeing a lot more variety, some different heroes coming out from different regions, so that's pretty cool. We got to see some Mimrus today and some Milim. So those slime heroes. And Specimen says that has been some cool heroes. How did you guys? Let's hear some final words. Starting from Car. How did you like the quarterfinals, and what do you think is going to happen in the semis?
Well, starting with this today, crazy upsets. Like you said, I don't think anyone, maybe a rare chatter out there, got all 4 predictions correct. But with those percentage votes, right, that was 4 upsets. I'm excited to see. I'm rooting for a lot of these teams, especially the NA teams. But Team Brazil looked super strong. I don't know. I'll have to pick my favorite moving forward. And I'm glad we got out an hour early today. It's only 1 a.m. and not 2.
What about you, Kenny?
Yeah, I think I'm pleasantly surprised. I mean, I said this last time, but there were so many upsets, so many great games. I think everyone brought, and they might not have won the game, but they definitely won our hearts. It was a great showing, I think, from every team so far. I'm looking forward to the next set of matches. And I'm curious to see how people will kind of change their drafts around, especially with all this, video footage being out there for people to look at. 80,000 Skystones on the line for first place. I mean, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, lots of Skystones for sure, and even for the teams and the content creators who dropped down, make sure to go there and check them out because we have a lot of entertaining people out there, and sure, they're going to continue making all the great contents for you guys out there. But we do have now 4 teams going up to the semifinals, and don't forget, next week we're gonna have Giselle available, so maybe she will turn a few things around. You never know. So a lot more exciting things will happen. Have a great week, and we will see you guys next week for the semifinals of Global Content Creator Battle.
Oh my god.